Well, actually, I called her to see what she wanted yesterday because I forgot to call her back yesterday. She called me yesterday, and I forgot to call her because she was off yesterday. She went on her day off to the doctor. That was yesterday. I was supposed to go with her, but she came and got me.
Here's the thing. So what's the test that they want her to take now?
They want to, do the same thing. See what's on it. Get the, whatever they put to do after that.
Like Anna said, probably they'll have to do a biopsy.
Yeah, that's what she
They'll
said.
have to cut a section of it out and
that's
test
what they
it and
said.
see what's up.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what they had to do with Bonnie.
Mm-hmm.
And they removed it. And then I think they did the same thing to Bonnie. And thank God it came back good. Bonnie
Hey,
had
sweetie.
Like a 4-inch. Bonnie had like a 4-inch scar.
Yeah, I guess it's
And they removed it from her.
a day for, bad news.
But
I know, honey.
now,
We're sending love to you too, and she's on the phone with Maria's on the phone with Anna right now.
She's worried. I told her not to get so worried. She said, Mom,
so as you can, I don't know if you can tell or not, but I'm trying really hard not to cry right now because this is a lot, a lot of sadness and difficult news to accept. And
it is big. She already told me it's big. She didn't tell me that part. She said,
all we can do is try to get each other through it and be there for each other.
And she's just going now. She didn't realize it before.
She went yesterday.
I love my cauldron. It smells so good. She's okay for the moment. She'll
be okay.
Yeah.
They're gonna remove it.
I told Alicia. I told Mom. And so they know. And because this is family. This is Paige's daughter, so I consider her my niece, just like Maria's like a sister to me.
Okay. She's in good hands.
It's maybe this is why I was feeling the way I was yesterday. It could very well be.
Bonnie's was kind of like when you pressed out it hurt her.
Oh, don't worry about that alarm you're hearing going off or that whistle or siren. It's just it's a test that they do every Wednesday at noon, so you can literally set your watch by it. You can always tell when it's Wednesday and it's noon because it usually goes off 2 different times, and it's a tornado warning siren. But that doesn't mean that we're having tornadoes flying around. It's a test they do every Wednesday at noon. They set them off twice to make sure it's still working and stuff like that. Now, say we were watching the news or something and a news report came on that said severe weather warning or something of that nature, and then you're seeing a map on the screen and you're seeing tornadoes. Yeah, then you can get a little, it gets a little scarier. Anna's having trouble with her grandkids. They're being a fussy budgets. But Chris, Pops can relate a little bit, because his son that he never got the chance to know because the mother didn't want Chris to know his son, which I think was very sad and very wrong of her. He's autistic. I don't know what kind of autism, but because I know there's like different types of autism. I dated a guy that had Asperger autism, and it's not. It is very draining and very, very difficult. Demanding, like you said, and it will definitely, send the stress levels through the roof for you. But I've already burnt down one white candle and I will probably, light some more to try and, get some positive energy flowing for all of us. And Alicia actually, she did call me back, and I told her, and she said, "I'm sorry, Mom." She said, "I'll definitely light a candle and, send some good energy too." And I said, "Okay, honey." I said, "Thank you." I said, "Because this is Paige. This is she's family. And that's got to be scary, I'm sure." So Anna, she's trying to be a positive force and, help help um, help Norma, you know, the only way she can, being supportive and, talking. And Anna's, some of her other girls have had issues where they found lumps in them, and they got lucky. They were okay. They were able to remove it. And that is kind of the hope for Paige, that if this does turn out to be cancer, that they will be able to remove it easily and quickly, and hopefully she won't have to lose a breast in the process. But if it's a matter of losing a breast or losing your life, I would say take the breast, because she's so young. And
That's good.
I just can't imagine what this would be like if this was Alicia.
No.
Or you. I would be a mess. And yeah, so you can understand, and me, I'm probably not in the right mindset of, I hate mammograms. I hate mammograms. They hurt. And, they squeeze your breast in a vice. And I mean, that hurts to check it. Yeah. And every time I go to a doctor's appointment, they're always reminding me, yeah, that's true. Reminding me that I'm overdue, and I know I am, for a mammogram. And maybe that's part of the scare for me too, is not only do I hate the darn things, but I don't want to hear bad news. And because then you can't ignore it. Yeah. Well, I'll be going back in 3 months to see Dr. Wu, and when I do, I will have them go ahead and set one up, just to, because I don't want to stress anybody else out right now. There's a lot going on already, and I don't want people to be worried about me. And it's kind of one of those, I just gotta get used to the fact that this could be the determining factor that could save a person's life, because if they find something early enough, hopefully they can remove it, and stuff. So I'll get one set up and just, get it over with, and go in with the mindset they will not find anything wrong. They will not find any cancer, because if you get that deeply ingrained enough in your mind, then guess what? You manifest exactly that. They won't find any cancer. They won't find any cancer. They won't find any cancer, But on the brighter side, 7 days. We're down to 7 days now. And you'll be here. And we'll see just how much fun we can cram into those, 6 days, right? Yeah, so this time you might get the bear hug, and you might be like, "Mom, I can't breathe." Like you did me the first time. That was so precious. I mean, you have no idea what that meant to me. I mean, I actually started tearing up a little bit.
I heard you.
But, it was a happy. It's like, oh, she just met us and look at this, she's like hugging me like, Mom. It's precious. It is. So, it's the funniest thing too. The way the blue is in my hair right now, I keep getting compliments on it. It's funny. Random people, they're like, oh, I love the blue in your hair. And I'm like, well, thank you. But this is in between dye jobs. But it would look much better if it was completely colored because I like the blue violet. That's the two colors I like. I like the blue envy and the purple desire. Those are the splat kits. Those are my top favorite ones. Oh gosh, look at me. I'm a freaking weepy mess today. But I have a reason. I have a good reason. A couple of them, But I'm trying to keep it positive. I do love the smell of the cauldron. Oh man, I just had it sitting out yesterday just to smell it, It's going to be really hard for me to burn that baby down though cuz it's so pretty. I know I'm weird. What can I say? But I do have the amber orange burning right now. The amber orange melted. And it was the kitty cat that you sent me, the flat kitty cat that had the skeleton on him and stuff. That it was supposed to be a skeleton, version of the kitty. I only had to break it in half once. I broke off a small piece first, let that melt down. And then I just put the other one in there on top of it and it melted down very quickly.
Yes, I did.
And it really nice smell. The amber orange is definitely nice. I still haven't done the Nova yet. See, here's the Nova. So I haven't opened it. I haven't used any yet. But once the amber orange starts dying down in scent a little bit, then what I did was I'm using my other burner today that has the carnival glass in it. It's got all the pretty colors. Yeah, I've never heard of Nova, honestly. I mean, I know there's a lot of perfumes, a lot of perfumes out there. And, some of them are just like, ugh, you're like, ew, I wouldn't put that on me for nothing. And, even though a scent may smell nice, the big test is putting it on your skin. To change the name because of, oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I can understand. Yeah. Well, you want to know my favorite perfume? With me, you can never go wrong with Poison by Christian Dior. That's what this is called. When you're here in March, I will let you smell it myself. You can even put some on you if you like, because the real test is you put a little bit on, you give it a chance to soak into your skin, and it has to it has to blend rather with your body chemistry right. Because if it doesn't, then it'll smell god awful on you. Yeah, even a generic version of Poison, because, be careful with the copyright, or if you actually do get something that's the equivalent of, great. But yes, definitely be careful with the copyright stuff. But yeah, this perfume is special because the person who turned me on to it, which I would have not otherwise known about it. Yeah, I know what you mean. She is, or I'd like to say she was, I hope she's, back when I knew her, let me put it that way. It smells differently on a witch. I can't explain it, but it does. It smells differently on a witch. If you're lucky, again, the main thing is it's got to mend well or blend well. Why do I keep saying mend? But it's got to blend well with your body chemistry, because certain scents that maybe might smell good when you smell them, but then you spray it on, and then when it soaks in, you're like, oh my God, you feel like a skunk peed on your arm or something. It don't mix well with your chemistry, so then sadly you won't be able to wear it. But This perfume is expensive too. Like I've got some of this. Let's see, how much do I have left? I think it's about to there. So I don't know if it's considered half. I very rarely wear it because I don't want to go through it too fast. I've got this on my wish list right now on Amazon, and it's $67 freaking dollars and something. I'm like, holy crap. So yeah, that's why I try not to. 67 something for a bottle of Poison by Christian Dior. It's expensive as crap.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. And that's why I try not to wear it very often, because I don't want to go through it too quick. But God, does it smell so good. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it is expensive. But it smells very good on me.
What's the name of it?
Poison. It's called Poison by Christian Dior. It says Poison right on it. That's the name of it, yes.
Oh, wow.
And it smells differently on a witch than it does on a person that isn't. Don't ask me why. It smells really good on me. I'm glad it blends with my chemistry. But it says Poison and it says Dior on it. There will be one that is the same, but a lot cheaper. Yeah, I found some. Like years ago, there was this little shop. It's not there anymore, sadly, but there was this little shop over in the Town and Country Mall close to us. Or not the mall, but it's the Town and Country Shopping Center. Yes, absolutely. It's definitely, when you get here and you smell it, oh my God, you're going to love it. It's got a really nice smell. The little shop had a generic version of Poison, and it says right on the bottle, this smells just like Poison by Christian Dior, but you're not paying for the name, because this is another one of those, not only is it a copyright issue in some instances, but you're paying for the name. So if you can get that exact scent, the exact same ingredients and everything, and you give it a different name, then you're set. It's called Poison.
Poison.
By Christian Dior.
Christian Dior. Poison.
Here.
Christian Dior.
Here. No. Here. Shh.
I got it.
Show me Poison perfume by Christian Dior. You got it? Okay.
I think so. Look.
Yep.
Look.
Yep. Here it is right here.
Green bottle.
Ooh, sissy. Guess what? There's one called Poison Girl. Mm-hmm.
Which one is that? The little one?
Same one. I've got it. They're showing a pink bottle on mine. That's the original. It comes in a green and black box. I remember that. And the bottle's purple. The bottle's actually purple. It's like a real dark purple.
They got here. Oh, look at this one.
Oh yeah, Christian Dior. That's that one. I don't know if that's Poison, but the one next to it I can tell. It's green, gold, and black is the box. Yeah, they have one called, it says Dior official site perfumes. Poison Girl Dior women's fragrance. I didn't know they had a Poison Girl.
It says 30.
Well, you can find it. See, that's how I try to find it, is I try to find it cheaper. And if it's only saying 30, that's great. That's like half what it's saying in my wish list right now. So let's go check out Dior's site. Because we're probably going to... Ooh, that is so pretty. Oh my God, that is so pretty.
Are you sure I'm on the right side? Are you?
Poison for Women by Christian Dior. Yeah.
Okay.
$94.99, honey.
I see.
It's $94.99. The price is down there.
Down where?
Here, let me show you. Right there. $94.99.
That's not bad.
Honey, that's almost $100. That's a lot more. That's very expensive.
Look, right here, 30.
That's 30 milliliters.
Oh.
So it's not the price, it's the amount.
Okay.
But see, you can't mistake it. This is what it looks like. And it comes in a green, black, and gold box.
Yeah, it's on here.
Yep. My absolute favorite perfume. Okay, what is this? I got to put on my eyeballs. Where did I put my eyeballs? I lost my eyeballs.
Look, they got a red one.
Oh, my. Shh. Oh, my God.
Look at it.
Woo-wee.
Go up on it.
Oh, Lord. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Look, there's a bunch of them, and they all say poison. Oh, my.
The green
Macy's, Amazon, eBay.
There's a
That
red
is
one.
awesome. Yeah, I've never seen a red bottle. See, this is the bottle that I'm used to. And especially this one. This one is the one I have. That's that bottle I just showed you. Because I remember the box it comes in is the green. See the green and black, Brooke? That's the one that I get. That's the Miralax they gave me. So, yeah, I'm trying to get them.
I got this downstairs, but bigger.
Yeah, well, Doc gave that to me to make sure I can keep my... We use cookies, including third party for operate. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, that's fine.
What?
Yep, here's the one that says Poison Girl right there. And that's the color of the bottle. I figured you'd like that. See?
That
says Poison Girl right on it.
Which one is it?
It is...
It has to be there.
Judging by color, I would say it's that one. Yep, I would say it's that one. Oh, that's called Hypnotic Poison, 9663.
So it ain't that one.
Welcome to Dior.com.
Maybe that one.
Enter your email address. Okay, why not?
Here it is.
It's Christian Dior. It's
is it that one?
Yes,
yes. Must be that one.
Yes, it is. It is. It sure is. I'm going to go ahead and sign up because, hey, let's face it, it's one of my favorite.
Oh, my God. When I just do that, look what it did.
Oh, my God. I had no idea there was that many. That's awesome.
Look what I just... Oh,
my okay.
Sign
up to receive a complimentary Dior phone charm with your first $100 Dior beauty order. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. They got a bunch of ones. I had no idea they had that many, honest.
I didn't know until I looked it up.
But it's my favorite perfume, so why not, right? Yeah, you're definitely paying for the name, right?
Yes, you are paying for the name.
Okay, now what? Oh, Yana. Anyway, I have it on my Amazon list. And I checked it recently, and I'm pretty sure it said it was like $67 or something or another. It was a lot. Show me my Amazon wish list. Okay, because I don't remember what one I put it in. So I'm going to have to find it, but
that's a big bottle.
I know it's in here. Actually, I don't know about that because this bottle is not really that big. So it's looking like a lot of them are about the same size. They're going to be that size, that style. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, and guess what? Guess what I found out about these little coffin shelves? They have them in pink and they have them in purple.
No, thank you.
I put a pink one in my list. Okay.
I don't want not even one of the colors.
I have no idea how far down I'm going to have to go to find it, but I know it's on here. And I'm hoping that it'll drop in price. You know, like if I could get it down to like $20, I would definitely snatch up a bottle. I used to be able to get it from Walmart years ago for like $28 and something or $26. No, they have it at the Walmart over here closest to us, but it's expensive. It's very expensive.
Because a lot of people like it. That's far.
Mm-hmm. It's a very popular fragrance. Yeah, it's probably going to be in here quite a ways. But anyway, I know it's on there. I looked at it recently. And it's, you know, sometimes if something's on your list long enough, you check it often enough, you know, they might suddenly do a sale or something. You might catch it for like half the price that you normally would pay. Yeah, would I rather pay $30 than $60? Yeah. Is the perfume worth that money? Yes and no. Yes, because it is a beautiful fragrance, but no, because not all of us can afford to spend $100 on a bottle of perfume. You know, that's pretty pricey. Yeah, the doc gave me this for to make sure that to help me regulate, because there are times when, especially stress. I mean, stress definitely can stop you up. So you got to be careful. And I've been trying to drink more water and everything too for that reason. And, weaning myself down to 1 pop a day I'm doing it, but it's hard because I love my pop.
Different ones.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and now I've got a membership. I signed up for the Christian Dior site. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll get a coupon discount on a bottle of it or something. That's why I haven't bought any, because I try to wait for the price to drop, because money's so tight right now and everything. And according to Daryl, we have a new landlord, and we have not met that person yet. But supposedly it is a father-in-law of somebody in Joe's family, Joe Conte, who was our landlord.
I think is his wife's family.
Yeah, definitely wait for the sales. And if you can find a generic version of it and it's cheaper, I would do it. I would give it a try, because that little dollar store, I'm pretty sure it was like a dollar store. I went in and it said on the bottle that it was, yeah, maybe they will. But see, here's the thing too. If there is a new landlord and he is Vietnamese, hi Bella, hello baby, how's the Bella boy? He may not speak English.
No,
and if he doesn't speak English, we're in trouble because we don't speak Vietnamese.
He can say hi, but he don't speak English, because that's what her will say.
So how are you supposed to get across exactly?
Yeah.
We need some shit fixed, if you can't speak Vietnamese.
He ain't gonna fix it. He's gonna be just like the landlord, the old one. You watch and see.
But my guess is that Joe, he's just, yeah, I would probably have to put a translator back on my phone, because I had one on there, but then I ended up erasing it, or deleting it or uninstalling it because I wasn't using it. But now, especially now, I need to get another one back on there so that I can start teaching myself Vietnamese, so that I can have at least like a basic conversation with, like Kim downstairs, her family, because this is one of her family members, and father-in-law. So that means, I'm guessing that's the father of Joe's wife.
So.
And then Joe's nephew is the one that just moved in across the hall from us.
Yep, and lives right below me.
And now we got the nephew across the hall, and then we got Kim downstairs below us. So yeah, it's definitely warranted to get a translator app on here again, so we can, try to have kind of like a basic
with the clone.
Oh wow.
That must be.
It looks like a candle.
I think it is. I'm not sure. It don't show us a candle. It just show that.
Just from where I'm sitting here, it looked like
it's a candle.
Yeah. Yep. So see, they even have candles called Poison by Christian Dior, which is the scent. They just put it in a candle.
And they got all flavors.
All scents. Oh yeah.
All kinds.
No doubt. All kinds. One of them things.
Hey, I like to get either one. I like to get each one. One of each.
Oh yeah, they're nice. Poison is definitely a nice scent. And like I said, I indulge in it very moderate. I don't do it very often. This is the first time I've sprayed any on me in a long time, because I love the scent so much and I don't want to run out. Yeah, you will. I'm confident in you. You'll find some. Uh-oh. Oh no. Michael, so should I tell him you're not on?
She's not on.
I won't turn it on speaker. Hey, sweetie. I'm doing a live right now, and she's on. She's been at the hospital all day with Cohen, or at least several hours, and they're they're diagnosing him as autistic like Oakley, and it's very draining for her. And it's difficult to accept because they need so much extra time and attention because of the autism. So that's why she's been so busy. Just to let you know.
What's that mean, Reese?
Okay, he just hung up on me, or he's out of minutes. One of the two.
What's that mean? What is that? Some kind of disease?
Autism? No. No, it's a disability that some children and some adults even have. It's hard to explain. Like I said, I don't know. Chris might be able to explain it better.
Chris.
Like other people.
Yeah, they don't function like other people. They don't think like other people. They have a different perception of things than we do. They have different characteristics than those of us that don't have it.
But the first one don't got to do.
They appear slower, and sometimes they have trouble learning faster. Cohen and Oakley. So Cohen's the baby, Oakley's the middle child, Hayden is the oldest.
So he's okay.
As far as we know, yeah, but she's saying that they're thinking that Cohen might be autistic like Oakley. And that's a lot. That takes a lot. It takes a very strong person.
Oh.
And believe it or not, Albert Einstein, Mr. Smarty Butt himself, he was autistic.
A lot of high intelligence are.
Yes. So they will have a higher degree of intelligence.
Oh.
But they have a different way of viewing the world, of showing their affections. He can explain it better.
If I'd been born like 5-10 years ago,
yeah,
I would probably be considered autistic.
Okay.
Very mild, very, very mild autistic.
A functioning autistic, and then there's the non-functioning,
but it ain't
which
no
it's harder
there's
for
also
them.
Is
even
a
like
problem with it or not?
it probably contributes to my depression
Okay.
because I don't think like other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can, but it takes effort.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have to try to actually think like other people.
Wow.
So a lot of social problems I had growing up was probably the autism because I don't think like other people.
So she's got two of them. Oh wow.
Yeah. Her baby and
If
her
it gets
middle
really
child.
bad,
Yeah.
they're the types that were actually quite smart, at least maybe in one area,
Mm-hmm.
that ended up getting shoved into the special education classes for slow
I hope
kids.
not.
Yeah,
No,
it's
they don't
hard.
do that now. They treat it differently.
Yeah, they treat it differently
But
because
they know they're not slow now.
Right.
They know that they think differently.
yeah, they think differently. They view things differently. They conceive things differently. They perceive things differently than we do. It's a difficult handicap to have. It's a difficult condition, because
My OCD is probably part of it.
yeah, because they do fall in the list of in the category of special needs children because they demand so much more of your time. They demand so much more of your attention, so much more of your,
Not necessarily.
and the fact that Cohen's just a baby, he's like 2 or 3, right? So yeah, Oakley, her middle child, he gets bullied at school because he's autistic. And that's not right. That's not right because that means that others are picking on him because he has that, and that's not right. That it's not any easier for the person that suffers it or the child that suffers it or the adult. It's a very difficult condition to live with and be able to manage and be able to not beat yourself up. Try not to beat
You have
yourself
to learn.
up and think
They
that
have
you're
to
not a
learn
good
how
enough
to do
parent
it. They have
because
to
it's
learn.
not
They
easy.
just have to learn.
Um,
Oh,
I don't think David, my son David, is autistic, but he might be. I don't know that he was ever diagnosed by the family, for instance, that adopted him or anything. But he had, oh, excuse me, he became a special needs child because of, I think, a big part of what caused it was an action of abuse that Adam Feinstein, Alicia's dad, did on David one time when I had gone out to the store or something and asked him to watch the kids. And at the time, I only had David and Michael. And David was a problem child. I can't blame him. I never blamed him. His father didn't exactly have a very good upbringing either. And I did my very best, to raise my kids the best that I could. But I even beat myself up because I feel like I failed them as a mother a lot of times. I feel like I didn't provide for them enough. I didn't something enough, And Michael often has told me, Mom, you did the best that you could, and they understand the position and how hard it was for me to try and raise them on my own. And you're going through that right now. You're trying to raise your boys on your own. And it's hard. It's really hard. But David, what Adam did one time was he
put it this way.
duct taped his mouth shut, and he didn't just put it across his mouth. He wrapped it around a few times. And when he did that, he covered up the nose holes so that David literally ended up passing out from it. And he duct taped his hands behind his back. And I'm pretty sure what he did when he taped his mouth shut and cut off the oxygen to his brain to the point that he passed out because he couldn't fucking breathe. He almost killed my son. And ever since then, David's condition became he didn't know where his body was in space. So he ended up becoming a special needs child because he had to have special care. He had to have special attention all the time. And, they ended up forcing me they took him away from me anyway. They took Michael away from me. Yeah. And they took Rupert away from me. So I had all three of my boys taken away from me. Alicia was taken away from me by Adam because he wouldn't. Now, when she was a little girl, we had an arrangement to where every other weekend I would go and pick her up, like so many parents do in that situation. And then so I would have every other weekend with her. And then the other weekend, I would have her one weekend, and the next weekend he would have her. The weekend after that, I would have her. And that, you probably go through that with Cohen's dad. And they, for a while in Marysville, I don't know for how long, but they had this organization there that specialized in helping kids like David that had that condition. And we're pretty sure that what very well could have caused it was the fact that Adam almost killed my son by duct taping his mouth shut and duct taping his hands behind his back. And that's just one of many abuses. Every weekend? Okay. See, that's how some parents do. Some of them, because of work schedules and different things going on in their lives, they'll have, they'll let you'll have your child one weekend, they'll have it the next. She just said that Cohen's dad, he has him every weekend. He comes and gets him every weekend. No, just Cohen. And yeah, so, it's different arrangements for different people and different, like I said, schedules and lifestyles that they live and whatever. That might be the only time that they have, to. Didn't you report him? Well, actually, honey, what ended up happening is they discovered for themselves, Children's Services, they discovered for themselves the abuse that Michael and David suffered at Adam's hand. Because when one of the foster homes that Michael and I believe David were in together. Or I don't know if it was just Michael. I can't remember. It's been too long ago. But I remember Michael telling me the story that this one foster home that he was in, the foster mother was having trouble with one of her other foster kids. And he was just really acting out. He was getting very verbal about it. He was being just downright, belligerent, you might as well say. And then Michael just says, why don't you just tape his mouth shut? She said, why would I do a thing like that? That's what Adam does. So when Michael said that, I'm glad he did, because I didn't have to end up reporting him. They found out on their own. And, I'm glad that they found out. I mean, did it kill me to have my boys taken? Absolutely. But my hands were tied. There was no way I could stop it, because Adam was never raised right himself. At the age of 10, he told me this story. I remember clearly. At the age of 10, Adam's dad basically called Sheila on the phone and said, come and get the little bastard or he's on the streets. I'm gonna fucking kill him if you don't come and get him. So Sheila went and got him. She had him for, I don't know how long, before he ended up just striking out on his own. He knew that he wasn't wanted by either parent. And that's somewhere along the lines. He got in with the Rocky crowd. He ended up meeting Herman. And, they had their little something for a while there. They were friends with benefits. Let's just say that. And, that was back during the days when Herman did not like me and I did not care for him. So that was way before the friend stage developed between me and Herman, which didn't happen until, I don't even remember how old Alicia was, but I remember the day she told me. I don't remember the date, but I remember the day she told me that, oh no, Mom, Herman has a great deal of respect for you. I'm like, huh? When did that happen? Should I be scared? And she started laughing. She said, Mom, you're being so silly. And I'm like, I didn't get it, because it's like he hated me. What changed? What happened? I was just thrown off. I didn't know how to react. But Adam was adopted, okay, by Sheila and Donald. Sheila and Donald, I don't even know like how long they were together or anything before they ended up getting divorced, because they decided they hated each other and that they weren't good together and that it was better if they go their own separate ways. Sheila remarried this guy. I believe his name's Dave Goad, Goad, or something like that. As far as I know, they're still together. I mean, I haven't heard otherwise from Alicia. I don't think like Dave has passed away or anything yet, but he was pretty old even back when I knew him. And this was back when Alicia was a baby.
So he's still alive.
As far as I know, yeah, he's still alive. Like I said, unless I hear differently from Alicia, I'm assuming he's still alive. But the story goes that when Adam was a baby, his actual biological parents were very young when Adam came about. They were irresponsible. They were in college. Both of them were in college, so they were very young, and they were not ready to be parents. They didn't want it to uproot and destroy their lives, is how Adam put it. So they gave the baby up for adoption, and then Donald Feinstein came forward and adopted Adam, and him and Sheila were together at the time. So at some point after they had Adam, they ended up adopting again, and then Adam ended up with an adoptive brother, Jason, which I never really liked the guy because he was a womanizer. He would treat his women like crap, and then he would abuse them. And then he would basically drop them like a hot potato, 4F them, and then just be gone. I'm done with you. I'm bored with you, or whatever. And just chuck them out on the street, you might as well say. So yeah, it was pretty bad. But because Adam was not brought up right, I cannot totally blame him, and I never have. But he could have chosen at any time during this to go a different route, to take another path, to be a better father. And he don't care. He didn't get the love as a child that he should have gotten from Sheila or Donald. He didn't get, raised in a loving home, in a, He could have been better. Yes, he could have chose to be better, but he didn't. And that is unfortunate because it's still Alicia's dad, and I have to deal with that for the rest of my life and accept the fact that he is her dad. Because like I said, I would rather Adam be her dad than Joseph Payne, because Joseph Payne was he's really a bad person. And he, it's bad enough that he's Rupert's father, so that's always been difficult, for me to accept and deal with and stuff like that. It's sad, but when you're not raised right, if you're not raised in a loving home with loving parents, and what you don't exactly have, you can't put that in the positive role category. If the parents would have truly loved that child, they could have chose to do better. They could have chose another path. And even if it meant going and getting some parenting classes,
Nobody didn't raise me.
Yeah.
Nobody.
So, and a lot of people, they have raised themselves. They have, like Adam, I think, struck out on his own when he was, I know him and Herman met when Adam was like 15 at, or whatever. So, and, it's unfortunate, because you can't help but, us good guys can't help but think, why would they choose to be that way? Who knows? It makes no sense to us, but it's still their choice. If they basically, to the severity of, they absolutely hate the way they were raised. They hate the people that raised them, or because they were so hated by the people that was supposed to be their parents, they just said, fuck it. I'm gonna just strike out on my own. I don't need this. I'm gonna strike out on my own. And he did. And when he was like 15, I'm pretty sure that's when he said that him and Herman met, and they started hanging around each other in an inappropriate way. Let me just say it that way. But are you okay, Sissy? Do you think you're going to be...
No, I'm coming back. I'm just going to need something to eat.
Okay.
I'm just going to go down there and give me something to drink.
Okay. Yeah, just, that's... I just don't want you to think... I don't
me.
want you to feel ignored or anything. I'm trying to talk to you both. Okay, yeah, get yourself something to eat.
So
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Maria, she wasn't raised by her parents either.
No.
She was put in an institution, basically, you might as well say a child home kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. And my mom, when she was little, she was in a children's home. So how Maria was raised, it was in an environment like that, similar to that. It's considered a children's home kind of place where, it's a bunch of kids. And I'm sure you've seen plenty of stories and plenty of movies about it. You see these big rooms with all these beds in it, and they've got like, who knows how many kids in the one room, because they try to utilize the space. And of course, I can imagine how tense that ends up getting when they get into their teens. Yeah, it is. It really is sad. Because you have no privacy. They won't give you a room to yourself. So it's... I would not want to be raised in an environment like that. I had my own experience of something similar to that, and this was probably the worst thing that one of the worst, I should say, things that I ever suffered and almost didn't make it out of. And sadly, the core reason behind it was my mom. This was back in her drinking days when I was a teenager. So, in a way, it's always felt like to me that even though Mom had she was just at her wit's end. She couldn't raise me herself. And I started cutting classes. I started cutting school a lot. I would go to school and I would be depressed all day. I would be crying and just absolutely devastated because I knew as each minute ticked by, how drunk was my mom going to be this time when I went home that day? And, and if I made plans to do something with one of my friends, I want them to see that? No, I did not. If a friend would come over, we would either play outside or we would go up into my room or we would go to their house or, something, because I did not want them to see that. So it's mom's fault in a big way because of the alcoholism. She couldn't raise me herself. Yeah. And so I got put in Rosemont. Rosemont is an organization. It's known as School for Troubled Youth. And when I first started going there as a student, I was a day student, meaning I got to go home every day. Then the tables turned and I ended up getting slammed in there as a resident because they have cottages on the grounds that are run by what we call den mothers, that the children are only female. They don't let the males and the females be together in the same building for obvious reasons. So it's always girls. It would always be all girls. Oh, excuse me. And imagine being a teenager with an alcoholic mother that almost lost her life because she had to jump out of a 2-story window to save her life. And when she did, she landed on concrete and it shattered her hip ball to the point that she could not move. And then the very people that were trying to harm her found out she had escaped, found her outside, and was trying to drag her over to the railroad tracks. They were going to kill my mom. I was 14 at the time. And mom, for a long time after that injury, when she got finally released from the hospital and came home, she had to walk on a walker for a long time. She was on a walker the day this horrible thing happened. I thought it was Jim that had taken us to the Rosemont facility. And I knew as soon as we were sitting in the room with all those people, I knew in my head, I was like, oh shit. My mom is about to just fucking leave me here. She did. I was devastated. The majority of the time I was there, I hated my mom because it was her fault that I was put in that situation, because if she wouldn't have let that stuff almost kill her like it did, then I might not have ever been forced to be placed in there, and I was forced against my will. I did not want to stay there, but I had no say. They violated my rights to say no and didn't even give me the courtesy of letting me know if I didn't want to stay, I could say, I don't want to stay here. And then I had to watch my mom drive away with whatever neighbor or friend of the family that had taken us there to just leave me. And I felt abandoned. I felt like, what did I do that was so wrong? that I deserved such a thing. I always tried to be the good kid in the family, and apparently I wasn't good enough. And that's how I felt. Um, the majority of the time there, I cried, you know.
Knock on my glass.
Sorry. Yeah, Chris knows how hard, thank you, babe. He knows how hard this is for me to talk about, because I'm crying right now, because that's not an easy thing to go through, let alone feel from your own mother that you spent your entire life trying to please and trying to be the good kid because Naomi and Carl were always so horrible. And she just left me there. Um, so I was put in the receiving cottage for a certain amount of time, mostly because they had to wait until one of the other cottages opened up, and like one of the girls got to go home and finally did her time, so to speak, and was able to go back home again. The majority of the time I was there, starting at the receiving cottage and all the way up till the last, was it week? It was either the last week or the last 2 weeks of my sentence coming to an end, to where I could finally go home. I cried. And you want to talk about being picked on and nobody feeling like nobody wanted to be my friend, but they sure didn't have a problem hurting me by picking on me because I cried all the time? Did even one of them ask me why? Because they didn't care. They didn't care. It gave them somebody to lash out at because they were so miserable themselves. But I just could not get it out of my head. Why would my mom do this to me? Why? What did I do that was so wrong that she would do this to me, that she would allow this to happen? So yeah, I mean, I can kind of a little bit, I guess, understand to a point at least. No, they shouldn't. What it must have been like to be as young as my mom was, and how much of her life was spent in a children's home because her father was equally abusive. I don't know if he was alcoholic, but he was abusive, and he would cheat on grandma all the time, on my mom's mom. And years later, when, my mom got with my dad, he did the same thing. He was alcoholic, he was abusive, he was violent. He didn't care about my mom, so he obviously didn't give a shit about us kids. Or he would have never did the horrible things that he did. How are you supposed to just let a pain that deep go like it never happened? And it's probably been one of the toughest that I'm still fighting today. because I just can't. It's hard. It's really hard for me to forgive because of how it traumatized me. Situation. What?
Quit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to sit here and be a crybaby.
Move on to something else. You haven't let that go yet, and don't seem to be ready to yet.
Yeah, but good gravy, I mean, I'm 54 years old, for goodness sake. It should be gone.
Always been a problem I've had is you can't let things go.
Yeah, because it's part of my deep sensitivity. I'm sure that when a wound is caused to me that deep, I can't just let it go. It's going to be the hardest for me to forgive. And so, but I survived it, obviously. I'm still here. Thank goodness, but it was tough. It was tough to go through that.
I had a little bit of that too, but still a heart condition. Most people never would have known it. As my therapist said, most people are like this, you're like this.
Yeah, it's like, are you? Do you have a pulse? Are you still even breathing? Because something's wrong here.
Do you have any emotions? Are you sure you're not a robot?
Yeah, and it did. I mean, like it's kind of probably the most pleasant memory of that whole scenario for me was, I think it was it the last weekend? I'm pretty sure it was like the last weekend of my sentence there before I finally got to go home. I got to stay in the what did they call that one? It was it wasn't really considered a cottage, but they had more than one room in it, and it was what did they call that? It was kind of like your reward, okay, for surviving, is how I looked at it. Surviving the trauma of being put in that situation. What the heck was that? Okay, anyway, so the last weekend I got to spend, I had my own room. The rooms were, to me, they were about the size of a small jail cell, to be honest. They had very thick doors. They had a little window, maybe about that wide, maybe about that tall, that you could look out of and, whatever. But you would only see like the next door across from you, or, you didn't see much. So that was my reward, is I got to spend my last weekend there, and it was, I'll just call it a reward cottage of sorts. And I wasn't the only one there. There was a couple of other girls that, they had completed their sentence, and they were going to be released as well. That's why they were there. So I'm like all happy and everything. Oh, I'm finally going home tomorrow. And then they called me into this room, and I'm like, oh shit, now what? I was scared because I thought, oh my God, don't even fucking tell me they're going to keep me in here longer. I was so scared. So I prepared myself, as best I could about why are they calling me into this room? What's going on? We know that you're being released today, and that is still happening. And I was like, in my head, I was like, oh, thank God. However, and I'm like, oh shit. Again, in my head, this whole conversation, I was having a lot of it in my head. I didn't dare speak it out loud because I didn't want them to win. And I certainly didn't want to give them any more reasons to keep me in there longer. I was ready to go home. So they said, we want you to come back as a day student for 6 more months. Even though inside I wanted to jump up and tell them, fuck you, I'm not doing it. I've been through hell. I am not doing it. Fuck you. I'm going home. Leave me the hell alone. You can't make me stay here anymore. I'm going home. I didn't say that. I didn't let them win. I put on a front that, oh, cool, no problem. I rather like that, even though I didn't but it was convincing. And then they finally let me get on the van, and I finally got to go home. So yeah, that is definitely that is a difficult situation for sure to be put in, because some don't survive it. Some of them, it messes their heads up so bad that they end up in a mental institution, or they end up having problems the rest of their lives, and they can't even function in a marriage or anything, even a romantic relationship, because they're too much of a messed up mess. So you can imagine how I ended up feeling years later when I ended up getting with Adam, and he was on multiple times, he abused my two boys, David and Michael. Yeah. So that's another difficulty for me. I can pull it off. Yeah, I can pull it off for Alicia's sake. I can act like everything's okay between me and Adam, but it will never be okay again. Not really, because of some of the stuff he's done. But on the positive, though, I hope that he is finally turning his life around, and, he's making better choices for himself. He's making better decisions. He's getting off the booze. And I can only imagine the horror that my daughter has suffered, Alicia, growing up, because her dad being the way he is, Adam being the way he is. And I remember there was a time when she showed me on her phone several pages of different types of alcohol, and said, "This is the alcohol that my dad has in the house right now." And it's like, oh my God. And it was like reliving my childhood all over again. And I thought, oh my God, I cannot believe that my daughter is going through this same exact thing, except the only difference is, instead of it being the mother, it's the dad. Because I certainly know how it traumatized me during my mom's alcoholism days. But when she had that scare that put her in the hospital and almost killed her and all this, why she had to jump out the 2-story window, I wouldn't go up there and see her for weeks, because they had her there for a long time. She was that badly damaged, and it took that long to get her to the point that she could walk on a walker, and finally be able to get released from the hospital and go home. But my family kept getting on my ass. They kept getting on my case. You need to go see your mom. You need to go see your mom. And I'm like, no, damn it, I'm not. I'm pissed that fucking shit almost took my mom away from me. No, I'm not going to go see her. And they wouldn't let up. I'm like, fine. So I finally went. Boy, was I sorry I did. She was on the 8th floor. I walked in, saw her in the state she was, and wanted to jump out the window that I was standing next to and do the same thing, in which case I probably wouldn't have survived it, because I was that angry at her. But once I got over that anger, I guess, I don't know exactly how a lot of it happened, but there was a point when we were living on West Town Street, was the name of the street that we lived on. And to me, I've always known it as 536 West Town Street. It still exists. It's still there. Other people are living in it, but we were living there, and I would walk from there about I want to say somewhere between 20 minutes and more. It took me to walk from Town Street down to the hospital to see my every single day. I would walk through knee deep snow if I had to go see my mom. And what was sad was a lot of times I would deny myself food because all I cared about was being there at my mom's side until they kicked me out after visiting hours were over, which even back then was like 8:30 or something along those lines. Whenever they would bring my mom's meals in for her, she would ask them to bring an extra serving so she could feed me because I didn't care about anything. I didn't care about eating. I didn't care about anything but being at my mom's side every minute that I could until they kicked me out. And then I had to walk home, which back then it wasn't a big deal. The neighborhood wasn't anywhere near as bad as it is now. Would I do that same thing now? No. The hospital no longer stands. That was Mount Carmel West that she was at. It no longer stands. They mowed it to the ground a couple years ago. And when some of the buildings were still standing, I remember Carl going over there, taking me with him one day. We was out riding in his car going somewhere because he had some errands to run and he didn't want to go by himself. So I was like, I'll go with you. And he took pictures of what was left of the buildings. And then they rebuilt. There's like new buildings where the old used to be. And I believe they still call it Mount Carmel West. I don't know. They may have renamed it. But it's a new facility, because I mean, buildings after however many years, stuff breaks down. The walls start caving in, or the living conditions for like the patients and the staff, and it becomes extremely dangerous. And so they have no choice. They have to mow it to the ground. It's time for it to die so that it can be reborn, thusly them building new buildings and stuff like that. And they still have hospital facilities and stuff like that. And I remember there was this one garden. It was you were only supposed to go there if you were, or at least I was told or led to believe, you were only allowed in there if you were a nun. And because they had nuns, a few of them running around in the hospital. And because the hospital had they had a little prayer chapel. Most of them do. You just ask them, where's the chapel? I'm not saying all hospitals have them, but a lot of them do. And it's usually just a small room. You can fit like maybe a handful of people in there, and you can do prayers and all kinds of things. But this garden was so beautiful. And I remember they had statues, big statues. I'm talking life size, like beautiful, absolutely stunning, of Mother Mary. And I loved going to that garden. It was such a beautiful place of peace, and it was outside. And it was like in the middle of a certain section of Mount Carmel West. And if you were on a certain side of one of the parts of the buildings that the garden, you could look out the window and look down on the garden. And it was absolutely stunning. They had benches out there. Like I said, I think they kind of used it as like a prayer garden of sorts. And then I think at some point I found out, or I finally asked a nun or something. I said, is it okay for me to go out there? They're like, oh yeah, absolutely. And I did not do that until I got the okay from a nun who would know if just anybody could walk in there. And they're like, oh yeah, no problem. I went in there and I was like, wow. And I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to stay there because it was so beautiful and such a degree of peace you don't feel in this world today very often. And it's really hard to come by. It's difficult to manifest. Like when you're here this time, I want you to experience something with me, but I'm warning you, it's going to make you cry, but it will be happy tears, hopefully, tears of relief and I want you to go into the prayer closet with me at the church that Jim goes to, where he's deacon of. And it's indescribable. The one time that I was in there, I teared up like immediately because I was like, whoa. I mean, and it's small. The room is small, but I didn't want to leave. I just, I just wanted to stay in there all day. They have really beautiful pictures of Yehoshua, Jesus, Mother Mary, and, angels and stuff in the tiny little room. But it literally is the size of a closet, you might as well say. And it's off of the main chapel. And it is a place that you can go, and it's okay to cry. They have Kleenex in there and everything, because they know a lot of people do go in there and pray and cry, because crying, it can be a release too. It can be this is me trying to heal. Okay, go ahead, honey. But it's me trying to heal myself and releasing it through tears. Oh, golly. Now this scare about Paige, definitely makes it harder to be in any kind of a positive mood. So you have to struggle to keep yourself in a good mindset. Wow. It gets you right here, It really does. Sorry, sweetie, I didn't mean to go so quiet. Okay. So rather than being any more of a crybaby mess than I've already been today, I shall read another section of chapter 4 of the Dark Goddess Craft that I've been reading that you really like. So don't worry about the fact that you missed the section that I read before this. It's on the last live, not the one where I was only on a handful of minutes, but the second live I ended up doing yesterday, when I was able to bring myself back to a more positive state. So you can always go and watch that video when you can, and then you'll be able to hear the sections that I read. So this don't throw you off, like where are you? What section you were? Chapter 4? What page are you on? At times, the underworld isn't a literal underworld where the hero faces his challenges. It is simply something outside of the ordinary for the hero. It can be a faraway land, the depths of the ocean, or a dream world. Regardless of whatever our own underworld is, it is a place out of our comfort zone and represents something outside our everyday experiences and familiar landscapes. Campbell's hero's journey is a familiar one. It is Odysseus traveling to the underworld for knowledge, Orpheus descending to Hades to rescue his lost love, and Inanna's descent into the land of the dead. Although we most likely are not physically traveling through the underworld, we experience our own hero's journey throughout dark times in our lives. We all have our own personal hells, don't we? our own demons to face in our darkest hours, and our own journey toward the world of light and rebirth. Like the hero, we resist change. We may have mentors and spirit guides who help us make the realization that change is inevitable, and we make our descent into the dark through trials and challenges so that we may return with the knowledge of ourselves and begin anew. Concept of the descent. We have looked at change through the lens of the scientist, the philosopher, and the mythologist. When we look at change purely through mythology, there is one more pattern that emerges. The descent is something that is part of the human experience and speaks to us on the deepest of levels. We find it in various forms throughout world mythology. It is the story of Inanna's descent into the underworld. It is Persephone's abduction into Hades' realm. At first glance, this may seem akin to Campbell's hero journey, but there is a key difference. Campbell's hero travels to the underworld or a faraway land to receive gifts and discover allies, while the descent is its shadow opposite. When Inanna travels to the land of the dead, she must leave pieces of her finery at each gate. Persephone must relinquish her innocence to become Hades' queen. The descent is not limited to goddesses. Heroes like Orpheus, Hercules, and Odysseus all make journeys to the underworld. While the hero acquires things along his journey, the descent is all about relinquishing the symbols of our status, our pride, and our long held illusions. Katrina Messenger, in her book Descent, uses the mythologies of the descent to describe a matrix for change. Unlike the hero's journey, where at each juncture the hero attains gifts, tools, or allies, the descent journey asks us to relinquish our hard won trophies, shatter our deeply held convictions, dissolve our ego supporting illusions. She explains myths are like a cultural dream. They represent the journey of a people. There are thematic patterns that repeat across different cultures, which means that those patterns are specific to us as a species. Descent myths, in particular, are greater than human in their content. They illustrate the patterns of life itself. From my own experiences, I've learned that we must first go through our own hero's journey before we can experience its shadow side in the descent. We must acquire our guides and tools to help us along the way before we are at a place where we can shed our egos and, like Inanna, stand naked before the throne of the underworld. It's very like when one first learns magic. We worry about having all the right tools and can't possibly do ritual without a particular athame or incense. Then later on, we discover we can perform magic without any of those things. We experience the descent throughout our process of change. And shedding certain parts of ourselves, we make room for growth and look at things that we once thought important with new eyes. If we distill the essence of all these models for change, three key elements emerge as universal. There is a descent, a challenge, and a rebirth. The descent is the journey we take to accepting that change must occur. We accept the circumstances at hand, but at first we may resist taking action or accepting the reality of what we must do or face. In Campbell's model, this is initiation, the journey the hero takes in order to descend into the underworld. In the concept of descent, it is where we shed our illusions and, in letting things go, make room for change to occur within us. For Nietzsche, this is the camel, accepting the heavy load of life and taking on more than he should. For Kubler-Ross, this is denial and anger, refusing to look at the truth and asking the world, why me? The challenge phase is where we enact, change, and face it head on. We are truly deep in the depths of the underworld and face the truths as shades we find there. In Campbell's journey, it is where the hero faces the temptations of the underworld and fights to capture the ultimate prize. Whether this prize is self actualization or attaining a goal, it is fought for with determination and through facing the obstacles that block our path. We become Nietzsche's lion in the desert, taking on the battle with the dragon. The darker side of the challenge is Kubler-Ross's stage of depression. We may feel like the obstacles in our path are too much to conquer. The final stage is rebirth, although the last stage in our process of transformation is really a beginning. It is where the real transformation begins. We have fought the great battle and can now transform from the lion to the baby. We can emerge from the underworld transformed from our experiences and carrying new, precious knowledge. In our descent, we stand at the throne of the underworld naked, having shed our ego and illusions, and can finally transform into something new. No matter what kind of transformation you are considering embarking on, at some point you will go through these stages, possibly multiple times, until, like Campbell's hero, you emerge from the darkness transformed. Each part of the process is just as important as the other. And until we have dealt with each stage, we will keep chasing our tails and returning to the same problems without resolving them. Most of the time, even us pagans want a quick fix. Slap some glue, or magical glue in this case, on a problem and bam! Problem gone. Smudging one's house to banish negative energy isn't the same as really putting our feet on a path of true transformation. Smudging and cleansing your house is important, but it isn't going to make your marriage work or truly get rid of feelings of self-loathing or doubt. More than likely, negativity and the fears we hold inside are things that can't be banished, but instead must be faced and utterly destroyed if we are to ever truly be free of them. We cannot look at the difficult things in our lives as something to be banished. Instead, we must embark on a journey to conquer them and understand why they're a part of us in the first place. It's a daunting task. Luckily, we aren't alone on our journey. There are guides along the way who will teach us, challenge us, and ultimately lead us to rebirth. In the following sections, we will explore each stage of the process of change, descent, challenge, and rebirth, as well as the dark goddesses connected to them. I recommend you start from the beginning and work your way through. Each step is vital. If we haven't properly mourned and cleansed with the goddesses who embody the descent, we may not be ready for the ordeals we face when we meet the goddesses who represent challenge. If a particular dark goddess does not appeal to you and you'd rather work with a different one or one from your own tradition for a particular aspect of transformation, I encourage you to rework the exercises or rituals using the deity of your choice. Even if you do not work with every single goddess that embodies one of these stages of transformation, I suggest you at least work with one from each section. Each chapter begins with a meditation designed to help you connect to that deity. You can read through the meditation and then do your own journey work based on the images provided. Or you can record them and play them back when you are ready to connect to that deity. You will also find suggested offerings and ways you can start a devotional practice with that deity as you go through your journey of transformation. The time you take working through each stage or with which goddess is up to you. For larger goals or ones where there is a great deal of emotional trauma to sort through, you may want to take a year, working through a section, a month, or for other types of transformation, you may simply want to take 3 months to work through the entire 3-stage journey. Each person's journey will be unique. So they're saying take a year, work on each section every month if you can. Oh boy. Part 2, The Descent. She who walks the floors of hell finds the key to the gates of her own heaven, buried there like a seed. So, pretty cool, huh? Should I stop there, or do you want me to read some more? Because again, it takes some time for your brain to absorb this knowledge and really truly understand it. But it makes sense, doesn't it? You're like, oh, that's exactly what I need right now. Hello, you're not the only one. Have I done it yet? Probably not. I mean, Hecate and Aries, bless them, they're willing, they've been just, I'm surprised they haven't hit me over the head. But they are 2 different levels of the veil between the worlds. And Hecate was the first one that came through, and then Aries was the second one. So 2 different levels of the veil. Do they I don't know if predominate is the right word. Well, the thing about the reading too is after a while it my voice starts breaking. So I think to give my voice a little bit of a break from so much reading and stuff, I'll save the oh golly crap. I'll save it for another live, because I've been trying to do it segmentally, so that because you can't really read through a complete chapter in one sitting. You can, but then you're overloading your brain because of all the the information that you're trying to absorb and get it up here that, oh, that's what's going on. That's what I need to do. Okay. And from that point, decide what goddess you feel the most comfortable working with, that has prominence in the darker realms. That is, like, for me, it's Hecate and Aries. And you want to talk about something to wrap your brain around. Wow. Aries is the god of war. I don't get it. I guess maybe because a lot of my life has been warlike. I have fought many battles, and yeah. Hecate is definitely underworld. She, Inanna Hecate Air it's a chant that you can do. I will show it to you on here. Remind me if I forget. I I will show it to you. I will write it down, or you can write it down in your own hand if you like, and then you just repeat it until that, and it takes you through it several times before it finally stops. It has music with it, and it's really a nice chant, because it's basically designed to get you in the mindset of meditative, so that you can open yourself, open your consciousness and your awareness to that deity that will then come through and go, oh, it's about time, young lady. I've been waiting on you. Because they are here to help, but they're not going to make it easy. They're not going to make it easy. But let me go set this down for a minute and go get myself. I think I'm going to do me some cappuccino. Which I'll probably just go ahead and put it in here. Because it'll keep it warm for a decent long time. I don't know if she's coming back up or not. She left her purse up here, and she left her purse up here. But yeah, we know. She is going through a lot right now too, though. that's not some good news to get about your daughter. It's quite the scare. All I had was water in here anyway. Okay, I can't light that one up. I'll have to. The booze laying there. I don't want to catch him on fire. Okay, I got the water boiling, and it's my turn to visit the loo, so I'll be right back. Ow. Okay. I guess this time I'll go ahead and wait until the kettle actually starts whistling, and then I'll go in and, pour it into my cup. So at least I can, sit in here and listen for it, and I'll hear it when it goes off. That was the whole idea behind getting it, was being able to hear it when you're in another room. Ooh, I'm going to get some money. Yay. I just wish check day would hurry up and get here so I can get me some more resin. I'm hoping that my my molds will come today. Where's my phone? I will try to read, a little of that each time. So that way it's going to be a lot easier for you to be able to write down the different sections too. So it's not so overwhelming. So it's like, oh boy, I can just imagine what mine's going to be like when I finally do my journey. Okay. Show me my Amazon orders. See if my molds are any closer. February 24th to March 1st. February 28th, March 6th. Wait a second. Are my molds on here? No. Uh-oh. Dang it, they're not on here. Show me my Amazon orders that are almost delivered. Okay. Where did they... I think I'm going to have to go into... Show me my wish list. I'll have to find them in my wish list and bring them up. Okay, so... Gotta find the right one here. Think it's in this one, but I don't know how far down or how many pages I'd have to go through to find it. But my green man and green woman molds that supposedly is going to be here on the 23rd, I was trying to see if they were any closer to being delivered and stuff. Thank you. Show me Amazon orders in transit. It's still not showing them. That's weird. That is really weird. Huh. It's still not showing them. So I'm hoping... Here, let me try one more way. Show me my green man and green woman resin molds. There they are. March 16th to April 5th. March 7th to the 10th. And that's because tomorrow is going to be the 23rd. Show me my Amazon orders due to arrive on the 23rd of this month. It's still not showing them. Goddess, please let them come today, because this is really... Because I know, like, one of the first dates they gave me was, like, really, really far into the month, and then the most recent was, it said that it would be here by February 23rd, which is tomorrow. So I really hope that it shows up today, because that's just very upsetting. Show me my green man, green woman resin molds in transit. This thing is just not. Yep, here it goes. It's saying tomorrow, February 23rd, supposedly. But I'm still hoping it'll come today. Anyway, still waiting for my pot to whistle here, the kettle, so I can go get my cappuccino poured. And I always put my honey and my cinnamon in my coffee. You can do it in other hot beverages. You can do it in hot cocoa. You can do it in tea, even. But you do a little bit of honey and uh, cinnamon, and um, it helps you develop your psychic abilities. So, I guess it's one of those things. They say the waiting is the hardest part, and it usually is. I'm gonna go ahead and go take a chance that this stuff's gonna be hot enough, because I don't want it too hot, because then it takes longer to drink. Finally, that just about right. Find out. Get this used. I went ahead and put in some half and half, so it'll cool it down quicker, so I can drink it quicker. I got to drink some of it down without the lid. But yeah, the honey and cinnamon helps to increase your psychic powers. No, honey, it hasn't. We've been watching for it. I think one of the dates that he said it would possibly be here is around the 27th or the 28th or something like that, in which case it might not get here till then. Because I know that it's coming. I know it's for you from him. And he did, put me on the alert to watch for it. And all I can tell you is it hasn't shown up yet. Yeah. So hopefully it will. It'll be here soon. But we're keeping an eye out for it, because I don't know if it's going to come regular postal mail or if it's going to be too big, in which case like UPS might have to end up bringing it, or one of them. So not really sure. Maria went down to get something to eat. And she left her purse up here, said she was coming back up, because I don't know, I just feel like she probably shouldn't be alone right now, because I know she's scared. We all are, about, the situation, what the diagnosis is going to be with Paige. Does she in fact have cancer? Is it operable? And that whole thing. So do I. And I even tried pointing out to Maria that as hard as it is to deal with this right now, and as scary as it is, there is a silver lining. My hope is that silver lining will be that even though she doesn't know yet, and they haven't actually officially said, yeah, it's cancer, but we can remove it, no problem. My hope is that this will be her wake-up call, and will also be Maria's, because they need to spend more time together. They need to bond, stronger together to each other, especially if it is found out that it's cancer and it's going to take her from us. Goddess and God, please don't let it be that. Maybe this will finally encourage Paige to make more of an effort to spend more time with her mom.
I'm on my way to the European dead zone.
Uh-oh. So, and I'm also hoping that it will soften more Maria's feelings towards her daughter. She doesn't get upset about it when her daughter says she's going to come over and then she doesn't show up. But I know how much it hurts. How much it hurts Maria when she does that. But I kind of see Maria looking at things the way I do, in the sense that it's not something you're afraid if you cry about it, you're not going to be able to stop. that you become so consumed by the fear that it can destroy you. And if it destroys you, then you can't very well be there for your child very good, you know. Uh, in my life, you know, because of all that I have survived, all that I've been through, all that I see people I love and care about go through to this day. You, of course, being among them, you and the boys, and the not so good news about, you know, the autism, because it's going to be hard.
Hey,
And what?
ask her if Hayden plays Destiny 2.
Does Hayden play a game called Destiny 2? Pops wants to know.
It'd be Xbox or Steam.
It would be Xbox or what? Steam? It'd be through Xbox or Steam or one of those. So do you know what games, like, maybe this would be a better question. What games is he into right now and likes to play? She says she thinks so, maybe. Maybe that's one of the games that he does that he likes. Chris is playing it right now. He plays Xbox. He plays it on Xbox.
Hi, Bella. Is he home yet?
Is Hayden home yet, or is he still at school? Let's see. He should be home. It's after 7 there. He plays Call of Duty.
Yeah.
That's one that Chris knows.
I know it and I don't play it.
He's never played it, but he knows it.
Costs too much.
He's home. Yeah, he's home right now, she said.
If he's ever on Destiny 2, to look up Wolfio 0827.
If he's ever on Destiny 2, have him look up Woofy 0827, and that would be Chris. So that would be like maybe they could play it together or something. Because it's one of those interactive. You can play it with others or you can play it by yourself. He, if he plays shooters, he will like Call of Duty. She's saying if you like shooting games, you would like Call of Duty. He's one-person shooter a lot of times.
Single person.
Single person shooter, single player or whatever.
Or co-op. I don't like it.
She said message her the name so she can give it to Hayden and your handle. So if he ever is on there, he can maybe see if you're on there and you guys can play it together. Oh, I love my cappuccino. This is my coffee. Or if we was at Starbucks right now, my coffee would be white chocolate mocha, caramel macchiato, and white chocolate mocha mixed. That is my ultimate coffee drink that I absolutely love from Starbucks. And Woofy, of course, you know, he spells it WOLFIE, just to make sure that, you know, because you got to spell it right. Because then if you don't, you might bring up somebody else thinking it's Pops and it's not. Someone that has like a similar name or handle or something. I decided to go with half and half to cool this down to a more drinkable temperature because it was far too tempting to use my liquid caramel macchiato creamer in there, which is chock full of sugar. This is half and half, so it don't have, hopefully, as much sugar. Or it really don't have sugar at all. I mean, it may have some, but you don't taste any kind of a sweet taste with it. And the sell-by date is the 19th, and here we are on the 22nd. So I need to get it used up. So I may have to start drinking me at least 1 cup of cappuccino a day. I try not to do more than one because anytime that I've drank a full cup of my cappuccino, I will start another one and I will get like half of it drank and then I have to cut myself off anyway because otherwise it starts messing with my stomach. And because Pops surprised me with breakfast this morning, I was able to go ahead and I took my vitamins and I took my lipozene for the day. So
Yeah,
it's okay. He sent it. He sent the information to you. But I will feel so much better when I can get some or all, if I'm lucky. I would be happy with just some of my pieces sold once you get here. Because that's probably going to be my best bet. Because like I said, you have more experience with those kind of things than me. And I only did the one video so far, and I never have gotten the other one. Oh, okay. Hayden said he's going to download the game, Destiny 2. And it's free on Xbox. So, and he said he would like to play it sometime. So
Yeah.
hopefully you and him can play it together sometime.
The core game's free. That'd
be a nice way to kind of, get to know him a little bit and get a little bit closer on his level, Let's do a game together, Because me, I'm too much the girly games, like, Fashionista that I used to have that I don't have anymore because the thing that they had it through, whatever, I can't think of the name of it. They completely eliminated it off of the internet, and that game went with it.
It was designed with Flash, and
Yeah, it was designed with Flash Player. That's right, and they took it completely off. He loves shooter games. He's currently playing Call of Duty with his friend. Cool.
Yeah, I like my first person shooters. But I prefer single player because I get tired of putting up with the 40-year-olds acting like a 14-year-old. I don't like the ones where the player versus player combat is right off the bat. I prefer ones where if it's online multiplayer, they have specific areas you specifically go into that area to actually do player versus player.
Right.
Because the ones that do it the other way, usually what happens is all these newbies come in and then these higher end guys who can't get past a certain point sit there and build their rank up by shooting all the fucking newbies as they're coming in. Instead.
And that's not cool.
Frustrating as hell for the fucking newbies.
Oh, yeah.
Like this guy, I can't even get one shot in before he's killed me.
Yeah. He loves all of them, doing matches against other people, but loves it all, anything to do with shooters. Yeah, Pops calls it, I'm going to go kill things, That's kind of his stress outlet a lot of times,
Killing bad things.
Killing bad things, but yeah. And oh man, I'm telling you, probably one of the few games that I remember Michael had at one point, and I don't think it was actually his game. I think it was one of his friends or something, and this was all the way back when we were still living in Marysville. I played a Xena game. They had a Xena game where you would come up. It was you would battle the bad characters of the series, and of course, her main one was the blonde. That was a bitch, an absolutely bitch, and I would always play Xena. I would try to battle the bad ones, but I don't remember how well I did with it or anything like that, and that was many years ago. On a good note, though, if I can find my headlamp thingy, get it fully charged, I can start playing my Pokemon games again because I stopped playing them, and I might even have to change the batteries because it's been so long. I just found the little purse that I keep them in. I keep both of my players in there and the handful of games that I got for myself, off of Amazon and stuff that, like my favorite thing is getting Pikachu, which of course is my absolute favorite Pokemon. Getting Pikachu when I go through, I think it's called the Meridian Forest or something like that. That's where you see him the most. Would you be able to play with somebody on a PlayStation that has Destiny 2 on it? Because her middle child, Oakley, has Destiny 2 on his PlayStation.
As far as I know.
Yeah, as far as he knows. He could play it with them. As long as, they know each other's name or handle or whatever they go by in there. Like, he said, tell Hayden, Wolfie 0827. So that's what Oakley would have to punch in and, hopefully they could find each other. Man.
Just tell them to send me an invite and I guess mention
who you are. This is Oakley, Brooks' son, and then you'll probably be like, oh, okay. He came down saying, I've got Destiny 2, haha. Made me giggle. Yeah, that would be cute. That would be cute because they need to start getting to know their grandpa a little bit, So what better way to do that? And Michael has suggested this as well. He's like, reach out to him, talk to him about the games that he likes and stuff, because you got to find the level of interest they have, and then you can like, oh, well, that's cool, and kind of get to know him a little bit that way. So that'll be good for, I think, Grandpa here, and then it'll be good for Oakley and hopefully Hayden at some point, but even if he can play it with Oakley right now, that's good too.
Hope they don't get too disappointed since I don't play a whole lot anyway.
He's like, he hopes he doesn't disappoint him because he don't play a whole lot anyway. Well, boys will be boys, right? I mean, talk shop, let's talk games. I mean, yeah, that's like us girly girls talking about getting our nails done and our hair and our makeup. But yeah, I played the Xena game, and I told you what I did with the Harry Potter game. Oh my gosh. That was so funny. We got a lot of giggles out of that one. But I couldn't help it. I didn't know how to manipulate the controls right. So all I kept doing was running poor Harry into the corner. He's running in place, but he ain't going anywhere. Oh, it was hilarious. I'm like, oh, wow. You would think that I would be able to play this game as much of a fan as I am of the Harry Potter series. Goodness. I couldn't even do it. I was laughing so much at myself over that. Oh, cool. Yeah, see, they got a lot of new ones out there. I remember seeing commercials for one where you can, and I think you've told me about this too. There's certain Harry Potter games that you can do where you can make up your own character. And I'm like, oh boy. Mine would have blue and purple hair. I mean, it would definitely, she would stand out for sure. So yeah, after that fiasco, I never played Harry Potter again after that because I'm like, I can't do this. I just can't do this. I mean, look at how much I struggle with even Pokemon, for goodness sakes. I mean, but the only way I can do Pokemon is I have to do it with my headlamp because otherwise it doesn't give me the lighting that I need so that I can actually see, the characters because they're tiny, they're like this big. So you got to be able to see them, so you don't run into something that ends up getting you killed. My notification thingy's going off, so I do try to check it once in a while. Okay. Just to make sure it's not like something important, from like a family member or something about something that's going on. And most likely the only two people that would really be is it would either be Carl, possibly, or Jim. And hopefully Jim's up by now and he's already got, made some phone calls and got Paige on the prayer list, on the prayer chain or whatever, so that a lot of good people from the church, from his church that he goes to, can kind of help, aid in the healing process, or whatever this thing is, that they can get it out and it won't cause her any harm. And top of the list, please, Goddess, don't let it be cancer. That's just, I don't want to see that happen to her any more than I would want to see that happen to somebody else I love and care about. Granted, me and Paige haven't really, I can talk to her when she's around. I try to be selective what I talk about. Like, one of the last times that she was over here, I think it was the night that we had, I don't know if it was a spaghetti dinner, because she made this sauce that Pops ended up liking. So he asked Maria to ask Paige for the recipe, and Paige gave it to her, and then she gave it to Chris. So he's going to try to copy it. And I mean, yeah, it was okay. It wasn't bad.
She didn't give me a recipe. She just gave me the ingredients.
The ingredients. Well, whatever. You don't go by measuring anyway, usually. A lot of times you do a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I usually do the first time I'm trying the recipe.
Mm-hmm. But this is going to be, it's going to be a long, dark, not so great journey to help Maria get through, and all of us, and hope that whatever it is, they can get it out. They can get it out without any problems, or without Paige having to suffer any consequences, because she's just so young. And Alicia's, I think she's like 24, 25 right now, because she was born in 97. So sometimes I can calculate it in my head, but it takes me a few minutes to do, because I go by 10-year increments. Like, so 97 she was born, 2007 she was 7 years old. So then you go from there, and then what's 7 more after that? So then you go up to 2017, I think, or something, and then how old she was there, all the way up to 2023. So, and because it's 2023, I'm pretty sure she said that she's like 24, 25, something like that. Oh, that would be great. Are you kidding? Oh, honey, we would love that. Suggestion though, because I don't know like what kind of prep room you need to do anything like that, but I would say grandma's house, if we can do it over there, grandma's house. So that way everybody, because, I was thinking Maria's, but her apartment's just as tiny as ours, and you don't have any prep room really, because there's like pretty much no counter space to prepare any of the food and stuff on. That would be lovely. I think I would really enjoy that. Because I mean, you've had some of our American stuff and it wasn't so bad, It's always nice to try, some different cultures. And, like I wouldn't be able to do something like Thai food or something like that because it's just way too spicy for me. I'd be like, nope, not doing it. Oh, but I was hoping because of how much I overworked my throat chakra, drinking something warm, a lot of times, especially with this having half and half in it, it has like a soothing quality a little bit to my throat, because usually I'm drinking strictly cold stuff. You almost never see me drinking anything hot, whether it's tea or cappuccino or whatever. But man, I'll tell you, the half and half tastes really good with this cappuccino. It gives it an additional like creaminess about it, which I really like. Because, yeah, I remember like when I was in New York, my English brothers there, they made me Jewish meals because they're Jewish. I ate it. I didn't complain, I wish I would have had more time with them, but it just didn't work out that way. And no matter how hard I try to get my number to them in the hopes that they would call me, it's not happened yet. So, but if you want to check out this book that I've been reading on the tablet, just so you can like maybe get a copy for yourself if you can find one, or something like that. It's called Dark Goddess Craft, and I don't remember the name of the author, but it has Hecate's maze on the front cover with the little star-looking thing in the middle, and it's the cover's dark, it's black, and so that would be another way, because I was gonna try and see if they had it at maybe half price books or something while you're here. And if it does, I definitely would like to be able to help, see you get a copy of it. So that way, not only do you have something from the US, but something special that you can take home and you can work with it at your discretion. You can work with them, whatever goddess you think would be the most helpful for you right now with everything that you're going through and stuff like that. You're getting you started on the path of your journey and your descent. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens to me when I go through my transformation. And, again, my hope is that it will be, it's not a bad thing. It's just the process. They don't make it easy for you to get there. They're going to make it hard. They're going to make it challenging. They're not going to be nice. Because they know us well enough that, they know that they have to come on to a certain degree strong before we get it. Otherwise, they're standing there tapping their foot with their arms crossed, looking at you like, what are you not doing yet? You don't get it. You still don't get it. How many times are we going to have to go through this? I need to light another candle. And this is what I have been using these for. They're the candle holders that I'm using that are made for these candles. I love the pretty color green they have in this one. It's like a mint green. Whoop! See? Pretty birdie. And I like the light blue one too. I don't get very many pretty light blue color one like that. There's a dark blue, an orange, and a red in here still. And another white, which, let's do a purple one. Because the color of the day, because what I try to do also is not only is this meant for healing and support, and keeping the energies up as much as we can, keeping them balanced, getting each other through the day. Uh, it's also a day candle. So we light this candle as not only the candle of the day, but to ask for continued blessings and positive energies for all of us that are going through our own trials right now, and not so good news, you know. Um, so at this point, we're doing the best that we can with what we have, Give us calm, give us reassurance, strength, uh, the courage to get through it and not let it go through us, like control us to the point that we're not functioning so well anymore, because it's a lot to take in, and accept. But now you know why it's so difficult for me to um, let these deep hurts go. The scars of my life, the trials that I have suffered but survived. Um, and when I start crying about it, Pops can't handle it. Um, it's like he can't stand to see me cry, and at the same time, it probably makes him tear up as well because of the increased sensitivity he now has because of his heart condition that he has. But when I cry about it, believe it or not, that is my way of trying to release it, and also acknowledging that this is still very much a deep hurt, um, that I'm trying to overcome, that I need to overcome. And that's why a lot of times I'll just cry alone, because of the way it affects other people. I don't want to hurt somebody else that's already hurting, you know. Um, because to me that doesn't help. It makes things good. Makes things difficult. Exactly. And that's all I'm trying to do. And he can't. Others are affected by it. Some can't handle it. Uh, I wanted to show you my completed beauty. That one crystal you sent me in the first batch that I absolutely loved. And I think this one is a tiger's eye, brown and gold, that I put in here. But I just absolutely love how well that one turned out. And I can see why the green man wants me to keep it for my own. Because he loves the color green. He's all about green. He is the green man. You know, he is the forest. He is the trees. He is the animals, the flowing rivers, the sky above, the birds flying, all that happy stuff, right? I kind of paused for a minute because I thought I heard Maria possibly getting ready to come back up. Um, she may have decided to go ahead and light some candles down there too. Because she said she was going to do that. And if that's what she's been spending this time doing, if that's what she needs to, as a strength to help her through it, then that's what she should do for sure. Because when she first called me this morning, my typical way of answering is yes, especially if I'm in a good mood and stuff. And she's like, I didn't feel it right away, but within a handful of seconds, the energy changed. And I got this really bad feeling that, oh no, why do I feel like I'm about to get bad news? Sure enough, she said they found a lump. It's moving. It's big. And it may be cancer. And she started crying and said, please don't take my daughter from me. Take me. Let her live her life. She's so young. And that would be the ultimate sacrifice, to make for a child. Because rather than live with the pain of not having them in your life, you would rather give up your life so that they could live. But then you forget how much it would hurt them equally that you weren't around anymore. I really hope that this helps to start healing things between her and her daughter, make them closer, and that it will encourage Paige to make a better effort to be with her mom more, to do fun things together, to laugh about things, together, and try to build some new memories, some happy ones, to balance out the sadness and extreme terror of, oh my God, what if it is cancer? How long do I have? And your whole mindset, it just goes to a dark place, and it's not easy to come back from, but you want to talk about a giggle and a silly too. I keep looking at my wax cauldron here and I'm like, dang it, I don't know if I'm going to be able to melt it or not because I like it too much. Oh. And as big as it is, I think I have determined that it should be okay. It'll be borderline overflowing. But if it seems like it is getting to the point that it's about to overflow, I can always, get one of my other burners and dump some of it in there, or scoop it out somehow with a spoon or something so that it doesn't overflow and cause a mess. Because I definitely do love this one. And because of how big the opening is, the top is, I'm pretty sure it can handle it, but I will have something on standby in case it can't. Because see, I mean, that's a pretty big, here, I'll take it out of the wrapper because the wrapper it's not gonna sit in the burner right. But I love the little ghosty in the top and all the little pretty glittery thingies. And I love the scent. Oh my. Okay. There it is. In the top. Yeah, well, you're probably right. And like I said, I will be careful, but the hardest part for me, yeah. Um, but because this thing is so thick too, it would be really hard to cut this in half, or something, because that would be a lot to cut through, and just like cut through it sectionally. And I was even gonna, yeah, you're probably right. And I did take a picture of it. I took a picture of the top, the little, how pretty it is in the top, and I took a picture of the front here. I took a picture of me holding it, and I took a picture of it sitting on my leg. Um, but I was like, you know what? There's only one way that I would okay with melting this. Bring me another one. If you got one, bring me another one when you come in March. And if I know another one's coming, then maybe I'll be like, okay, I can cut this one up now and melt it. Yeah, big knife. I know. Um, as far as like sharp knives though, around here, I really don't have any, because what I would have to use is, it would probably have to be a sharp one, because this is a lot of wax to cut through. And if I if I used one of the if I used one of the kitchen knives, Chris would probably kill me. But babe, I need a big knife. Oh boy. But it looks so pretty sitting in there, don't it? It looks so pretty sitting in there. It really does. I love this thing. I can't quit sniffing it. It smells so good. Smells good, smells good, smells good. Almost set it out. Not burn it quite yet, but set it out. Because I'm serious. This is so nice. And the scent is so strong, which I love, that, yeah, I'll keep this so I can keep it from getting damaged. It's like, no, don't make me cut it up. I don't want to cut it up. But I also still have some of the wax pieces from the first batch that I haven't melted down yet. I still have the salted caramel scented one. I still have Wedding Day. The kitty cat, like I said, I did yesterday. That's the one that's in my other pentacle burner, my smaller one. And it only took, just breaking off a small piece, put the small in first, and then put the rest in. It melted down fine. It didn't overflow it or nothing. But I don't know. I guess it's just fascinating to me that you could do that realistic of a cauldron out of wax. That's kind of like going to the Ohio State Fair and going into the butter room, which you're probably like, butter room? What? They have every year at the Ohio State Fair, they have this building that you can go into, that they literally make historical figures, figures from various different movies that are everybody's favorite. They literally carve them out of butter. No joke. I'm talking life-size R2-D2, life-size Chewbacca, life-size Darth Vader, okay? And it's made from butter. My brain cannot wrap around, how is that possible? What? Are you serious? That's what? But it's made from butter. The figures are actually made from butter. And not to mention how cold the temperature has to be when you're in there doing the carving. Otherwise, you can't carve it. Yeah. So there's been some interesting, I don't know how they do it. What would be absolutely a thrill for me, that I would love to experience, certainly with a family member, is to literally watch them from the beginning stages, how they start the carving, witness the process of what all they have to do to make these things, literally, you might as well say, come to life. because they are literally life size. They're the size that they're supposed to be, or as close to the size that they're supposed to be, that we would consider life size. And it's all made from butter. I'm like, what? Who came up with that? But okay, you know.
We're a dairy state.
Dairy state, right. There you go. We're a dairy state. So that makes sense, I guess. Just something I've never really thought of. I mean, I've seen some of the butter statues. Don't remember exactly what ones. Don't remember if I saw any that were Star Wars, but who knows? And, I don't know that they've ever done any repeats of like certain characters or anything like that or not. But it's an interesting experience for sure to walk in there and go, whoa, that's all butter? Wow. And you just, it's fascinating. You can't, how is this possible? Your brain goes to so many weird um places, I guess is a good way to put it. Hang on a minute, sweetie. I gotta go to the loo again. Yeah, that's the one thing about like cappuccino and stuff. It tends to go through you. It certainly goes through me. Because, even though it's not really considered coffee per se, it is a coffee drink. So.
Yeah. Oops. Killed the wrong one.
Oh, goodness sakes. Oh. Colon jump starter. That's what Pops calls it. When he has his coffee first thing in the morning, he calls it his colon jump starter, meaning it makes you go number 2. But I hate that terrible gas that you get sometimes in your stomach, that it feels like literally a bomb is in there about ready to blow up and go off, and it's god awful. It's horrible. I call it the bad gas. It's like, oh my God, it feels like someone's cutting open my stomach. This is not a good feeling. Whew. And this stuff will definitely do it, without being too crude. Or like a man would say, why don't you just say poo and be done with it? I'm not saying you. I'm saying a lot of guys would. They would find another terminology for it. Us lady people try to make it more delicate, not be so crude about it. Oh yeah, I just went and took a dump. That would be like, I would see more guys doing that. Huh? So I hope that I don't get any more bad gas like that. Oh man, that stuff hurts. It's god awful. It really is. Yeah, you're right. It is. I'm looking at it now. Realistically, I'm like, yep, it's gonna have to be cut up. Dang it, it's gonna have to be cut up, the cauldron, because it's just too big. The only way you could melt that whole thing down in one shot is I would literally have to have like a little saucepan or something that I could go out to, like maybe a thrift store, and buy, that would never be able to be used for food. Because let's face it, this stuff is not meant to ingest. So you definitely don't want your food tasting like a wax melt. I don't care how good it smelled, when you were burning it. These are the types of poison that, probably not a lot of people think about. And then one day they're like, oh yeah, you're right. Duh. But because Maria is taking so long down there, I hope she's okay, Don't really feel up to going down there myself, because I don't know, it seems colder down there. It's either too cold or too hot. She don't know how to run her thermostat. She don't know how to keep it at a comfortable temperature, because she can't. Probably the numbers are so small, I can hardly see them. Usually I have to put like my glasses on or something and look through my bifocals to be able to see them. And I try to keep it in roughly about the 72 range. But then if you have like gaps under doors and you don't put, like a towel or something down that keeps the cold air from coming in so much. She never closes the blinds on her main window that looks out into the backyard, because her cats are always up there looking out the window, laying there on the shelf. And if she makes the mistake of pulling the blinds closed, the cats will have them destroyed. They just start knocking them about, and then it ruins them to the point that they won't even hang anymore. And you can't, yeah, you can't put up nice curtains, because they would shred them. They would shred them, they would snag them, they would climb them, they would just play behind them. I know, I've been through it with my cats. And we don't, not having blankets up against the windows and stuff, during the winter time like we normally do. There's days like when I wake up in the morning, or wake up for the day, I should say. I have to put a sweater on because I'm cold, because it just seems so cold in here to me. I don't want to cut it up. I'm sorry, I'm being silly. But anyway, yeah, it would be nice to be able. Was this a mold? I'm assuming was this a mold that you had that does the wax melt thingies? Because I definitely would. I'll see about finding that mold myself on like Amazon or something, and then I can add my own stuff in it. Because a Capricorn candle, I could turn that cauldron into a Capricorn cauldron, wax melt. Put Capricorn herbs in it, Capricorn crystals, and it would be, like zodiac related stuff. But I think it'd be a lot of fun. And I definitely have to show you the birthday book when you're here because you will absolutely love it, but they're expensive. That's the only thing. You you have to go to their website online. It's called birthdatecandle.com or something like that. But you have to go to their website and then you have to do, you got to put in your birth information as much as you can, as detailed, where you were born, when you were born, and this and that. And then they literally make a book that is got your natal chart on the front of it and everything. It is specifically for you. No one else, no other Capricorn, you and you alone. And in your case, Pisces. Magical Crafting, the one witch that I like to watch, she has a video that she released recently. She's doing a Zodiac series of Pisces, a Pisces candle that you can make. So if you get a chance and you got a free minute, you're not doing anything or whatever, you're not busy with stuff at home, you might want to give it a watch because I haven't even watched it yet, but I'm waiting for the Capricorn one, which won't be out until January next year. But she's in the Pisces one because Pisces is the closest one that will be happening next, I guess. And it's called Pisces Spell Candle or something, I think. And it shows her on the little thumbnail picture. It shows her getting ready to light the candle because I don't know like what her zodiac sign is, but I've never asked. But her and the Green Witch are two that I sometimes watch. They can give you some fun project ideas. I love the way she puts together her, come plan with me. And then she'll do like a weekly planner thing. She'll talk to you through the whole thing. You get to watch her make it step by step. And I love her vision boards. I cannot wait to do my first one. Really? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Hey, that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's a nice one. And I saw the Pisces candle and I immediately thought of you. I'm like, oh, I got to tell Brooke about this because that's your birth sign is Pisces. I hope Maria's okay. I just don't really feel like going down there. You'll like it. And I mean, like some of the things that you can focus on while you're making it for yourself, making your own Pisces candle. Think about the type of spell you want to incorporate into it, what you want it to help you with. A good one would be, to ask for help with acceptance and being able to find the right path to put yourself on to manage Cohen's autism and having Oakley have it too. That's a double whammy. I can understand that. With me, my only child that had it that I know of was David, and I don't know if it was ever determined as autism, but I mean, they took him from me when he was 4, so there's so much I'm never going to know. Unless one day, out of the blue, he finally decides to come and find us, to find the biological family that he doesn't have a lot of fond memories of. I'm sure. Because I remember how defeated I felt and how angry I was at myself when I found out what Adam did when he duct taped his mouth shut and duct taped his hands behind his back, cut off the oxygen to his brain, made him pass out, almost killed him. And I remember walking in the room and saying, how are we going to explain this? It was such a shock and an absolute horrifying, oh my God, I cannot believe he went that far. And that's just one of the horror stories. Okay, go ahead. The other horror stories I won't go into because I'll start crying again and getting angry, and that's the very kind of energy I'm trying to keep away from us, in light of this double whammy that's been thrown on us. I don't want to cut it up. It's going to be hard for me. So I'm literally going to have to go out and find me a knife, a single knife, just for the purpose of cutting down these big ones like that. So it doesn't overflow. Because she's right, it would. Something is massive. It's pretty big. I could probably burn it in 2 burners completely, like completely filled to the top for sure. But then another little interesting experiment would be go ahead and light it, let it burn down to where about half or however much you think, okay, this thing, if I let it burn, if I let it melt anymore, it's going to overflow. But the top part of it will still be sticking out. And then you very quickly, but carefully, pluck it out of that one, put it in another burner, and then that burner should be able to handle the rest of it. So that would be one way to do it. I might try that, but before I do, I would definitely make sure that I had another burner on standby. Like make sure Scully is cleaned out in the bathroom, or not bathroom, the bedroom. Clean that one out while it's solid, and then like melt half of it in the Pinnacle cauldron, half of the other half of it in Scully, and between the two, with as big as this thing is, one should be able to handle half of it, and then a second one should be able to handle the other half. And the cauldron here and the Pinnacle and the Skull are the 2 biggest ones I have right now as far as wax burners. That is so cute. So what do we want to do today? Because it's only like 8 o'clock there. Shall we do our daily goddess? From my green deck here, the green oracle that Green Man loves. I did find on my wish list that I have a Gaia oracle deck on there. yesterday, in the second live that I did when I was feeling better, I actually did a 10 card Celtic cross spread and a 3 card past, present, and future using one of my little art kits down here that's a big square and it's made of wood. And believe me, it was challenging getting the 10 card spread on it because the spread takes up so much room. Yeah. And that one was anyone can watch it, so, and I let people know in that video, in that live, that if somebody that sees this video, this live, or that live in the future sometime, and they want a private reading from me, leave a comment below that particular live. Tell me what card spread you want to use, but I will have to charge. I may not at first because I want to get myself out there and get myself established as a very good tarot reader. Not one of those fraudulent ones that just, they have a bad habit of telling you what you want to hear, even if it's not the truth. And those I don't like. It's like, if you can't do it in honesty, don't do it. Don't tell people just what they want to hear because it gets you $50 in your tip jar. You know what I mean? Because to me, that's immoral. That's an immoral way to do it. Okay. What 1 card daily message do you have for my daughter Brooke, who is on my live with me right now for today from this deck? Oh, this one's adorable. I haven't gotten this one yet either. This is the first time this one's come up. Company. And I would say that is Cohen and Pickles. Laying there. Card 12. Especially with, what you just found out recently and everything. It's kind of fitting if you think about it. Because, remember, it's not, it's not any easier for them, I'm sure, because they don't understand. He's too young to even begin to understand, his condition. Okay, 12, where are you? Here you are. Whoops, too far. Company. Concept, pets. Image, a child and a cat sleeping next to each other in similar positions. A concept, that is as far as it can be from the idea of primeval and wild nature. We can just see a house cat sleeping close to a child. Humans can develop a connection to nature and life even in the busiest city. Sharing space with an animal, living together with it, and sometimes the person and the pet will mirror each other. There is no great lesson, but the fact that the unadulterated company with animals is something capable to touch the most inner chords of our being. Happiness and satisfaction that is totally unglamorous, but yet so perfect. In such a tender simplicity, the inner child of each of us may come forward. Divinational meaning. Don't live like an island. Love is simple. Protect the sleep of the innocents. Accept being happy from the simplest things. I would say that's very fitting. You're going through a lot now. We all are. We got to keep finding ways to get each other through it and be okay. Be able to have at least a degree of happiness so it's not so overwhelming and bringing us down and making us feel bad and stuff like that. Okay, what is my card and message from this deck today? I got Doing Better. Card 5. Haven't got that one before yet either. And this one right away, I can already feel how fitting it's probably going to be because of how I was feeling yesterday. But I was able to bring myself out of it, so. Okay, Doing Better. Concept. Every day something more, even if only a little. Image: a man wakes up with the sun, opens his arms with a sunflower at his side. What about the need for energy, light, enthusiasm, trust, and hope? Beginnings shape every journey, and our attitude in the morning is enough to shape the day. Belief, not in something as high and divine, but simply in the fact that today will be a beautiful day, will create wonder, and it will actually change things. Things in the evening was scary and seemed impossible. Catch the day then, but it also means, oh, sorry, will feel within our reach on a bright morning. Um, Things in the evening was scary and seemed impossible. Will feel within our reach on a bright morning. Catch the day then, but it also means put all of this good energy to use so that it will bear fruit and return more energy and brightness tomorrow. Divinational meaning: when light comes, it is time to do, and when darkness comes, it's time to rest. Start with the right attitude. Every day, take one more step. Trust the good things. So yeah, I would say that's fitting. That's definitely fitting. So this kind of falls into the realm of we create our own reality. And in light of being given bad news, um, you can wake up in the morning and go, today is going to be a beautiful day. Today is going to be a happy day in every way. I got to bring the computer back up here so I can keep watch on the candle because I only let it burn down so far. Then I blow it out and then I wiggle it out of the holder. Then I put it in the little tin that I've got it in. And then I relight it and let it burn the rest of the way down. Oh, and I didn't tell you. So I would let Michael bring this up himself. So try not to talk about it or say anything to him, and you'll understand why here in a minute when I tell you. Yesterday, he called, and it was sometime in the evening. You know, we were still bustling about and, not quite ready to go to bed or anything yet. And he proceeds to tell me that he has basically made himself a makeshift Ouija board, or he calls it a spirit board, an angel board. He tries to always call the angels around him when he uses it. He did it with, it's either notebook paper or a piece of cardboard or something. And he has this crystal that seems to roll to the individual letters and spells out a message. Here's what the message said. So it's a bit of a mystery as to who, why would somebody think this? Why would somebody do this? Because he did the spirit board before him and I did it together. Because he said, "Mom, do you have a pen and paper?" And I'm like, "Hold on a minute." So I grabbed my one journal here, my Purple Moons, and I said, "Yeah, go ahead." And he said, "I'm going to tell you each letter, and then we'll see what message it spells out." I'm like, "Okay." And each letter he would tell me, I would repeat it so he knew that I got it, okay? Yeah. Here's what it said. Because he said when he did the spirit board the other day or recently or something, before him and I did it together, he was doing a type of a scrying method with probably the same crystal that he uses on the board. And he said that he felt there was a feminine presence in Franklin County, which is exactly where we are, that was trying to hinder and somehow throw a wrench in the works and mess up you and his visits when you come in March. Now, here's what the message spelled out, what that me and him did yesterday. "I know this sounds terrible, but I hope something happens and he can't have his visits." And then the number 6. So me and Michael are like, what in the world? Like, huh? Exactly. And I'm like, okay, so we started trying to evaluate it a little bit, and better understand it. So I said, honey, it sounds to me, and I cannot for the life of me think of a female presence that would even think that, let alone feel it. And then thirdly, spell it out. I'm like, why? So don't panic, don't fret. Yeah, it's crazy. He got cold chills from it. He's like, Mom, I think we better stop right there. I don't think it's going to give us any more. And he's like, that's creepy. He said, that scares me. And I said, honey, you're not the only one. I said, however, forewarned is forearmed. So whoever this presence is that is trying to cause this, we've already exposed it, in my opinion. All we can do from this point, and all we should have to do, is light candles. You can light candles there. I've already got one going here, and it's not only a day candle, but I always treat each candle that I burn as a multi-purpose candle. And that way you're not going through your candles as quickly. And, the tea lights are ideal if you don't have certain colors because they're white. The majority of tea lights you'll find on the market are white. But now that this presence has been exposed, okay, we can stop it from trying to affect the outcome that you've already been able to clarify. And therefore, Michael has already been able to clarify that the visits are okay, that you and him got set up. That was set up, no problem. He said he's been lighting a lot of candles and asking, please let the visits go well. Let everything go off without a hitch. No problems. No wrenches thrown in the wheels of the bike and then you wreck and it screws everything up. So we will keep lighting candles and just simply ask whoever or whatever this presence is that is trying to cause this trouble, do not let it. Stop it dead in the water right now before we're even anywhere close to, which we're talking 7 days down, to you going to your first visit with him, which is on the 4th, right? Because it's the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Yeah, it is mental, isn't it? Because I'm like, who would do that? I don't get it. I mean, why? And it's like, so my brain was just going just as crazy as I'm sure Michael's was, trying to figure out not only the who, but the why. My guess, it could be, as much as I hate to mention the X word, it could be one of his exes that maybe is not necessarily in Franklin County, but lives close enough to it that it came up as Franklin County. I don't know of any in Franklin County.
Or it could be there's just some negative energy with the board that he hasn't cleansed and the board's playing with him.
Yeah, and that there is that possibility that, because I don't know that, because I know in there, they're obviously going to be limited as far as any materials, spell materials or the like that they would have available to them, like salt, a candle, and things like that, to where they could do a spell or a ritual or whatever. But it would probably be a good idea to cleanse the board in some fashion, even if it's simply mind power alone. Because remember, these are only tools. When you get to a certain point in your magical evolution and your knowledge and wisdom about how magic works, you don't need these anymore. You can simply think it into existence. These give you a focal point that you can focus on when you're starting out and you're just learning. But once you get to a certain point, you're like, I don't need it. You just think it and it becomes.
I pretty much don't use any tools.
No, he doesn't.
Anymore.
Not really. I mean, the most that I've ever seen him use is, he's great at bindings. Dad here is great at bindings. That would be one avenue to explore. If this, for instance, is a trickster energy, a malicious intent, because Michael said when he said he had to walk out of his cell for a minute when I read the whole message to him and I broke it down, and I was like, oh, And he's like, what? And I told him, and I'm like, oh my God, honey, somebody's trying to fuck up your visits. Or like Dad said, this spirit could be fucking with him, making him have doubts, and therefore cause it to happen. You know what I mean? So stop it dead in the water, light some candles, do a prayer, whatever it takes. Say, no, that is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. Refuse to let it happen. Refuse to give it that power. He walked out of his cell and he said it felt like he walked into a nail. And I was like, oh crap. Yeah, that's pretty bad. So, like I said, being warned about it is, I take it as a blessing, because then we know that something is trying to mess it up. So let's stop it before it can. That's all. So don't worry. Don't panic. Don't even for a second think that, oh no, something's going to happen to fuck it up. No, it won't. We caught it quick enough. Everything's fine. Just keep telling yourself that everything's fine. Everything will go well. Light those candles. Do that focus. Don't let it win. So I'm like, okay, whoever this is, I mean, another challenge is going to be forgiving them, that they would ever want to do this, that they would ever want to cause that kind of harm and that kind of hurt to two innocent people that absolutely deserve to be together. And we were able to bring all of us together because it's meant to be. So when you're truly happy and you find yourself in that relationship, that, yeah, at first it may start out rocky, but if it truly is meant to be, the both of you will do whatever it takes to make it work. That means both have to have a certain degree of patience with not only themselves, but their partner. Michael, for instance, not calling so much, not being so overwhelming and so smothering, because he's so afraid to lose you, that there have been times when he has called me crying, absolutely just completely shattered, because he was that scared that he had lost you for good. And oh man, you want to talk about heartbreak. My heart shattered right along with him. But I'm glad that we was able to, overcome that, surpass it to where that didn't happen. But it's going to take a lot of work, because of the things that have happened in each of your past and his past, bad luck that both of you have had with other relationships, with other people, that energy can sometimes accumulate into this horrible monster that its only focus and goal is to hurt you again. Because you rejected that person, or you finally woke up and realized this is not working. I don't deserve this pain. I'm done. It's over. Let's just go our separate ways and be done with it. So that's the first time that me and Michael have done anything like that together. But I'm glad we did, because again, it happened that way for a reason. Our job from this point on now is to figure out what that reason is, which we've pretty much already established. Somebody's trying to fuck it up. Somebody's trying to throw energy out there to screw it up. Nope, you lose. Next. Go away. Leave my son and my daughter alone. Let them be happy. Let them, give them the reward of how hard they have already fought. You both have already fought to this point to stay together. It's not easy. Look at me and Chris and the some of the severity of some of those situations, right? But here we are. We made it. We passed it. We overcome it. We we're still by no means perfect as a couple, but there's no such thing as a perfect couple. There really isn't. There's always going to be issues one way or another, whether it's background that one or the other comes from, bad luck that they've had with others, baggage. We call it baggage from, deep wounds that others have inflicted upon us, that we truly tried to love every single one of them. And every single time they hurt us and they broke our hearts and made us feel like they had come along, 4F'd us, and then just left. 4F. Remember, find them, feel them, F-U-C-K them, forget them. Okay? That's the 4 F's. And sadly, that is a lot of the ways of the world, a lot of what countless others have done to each other, to other people, and it's just none of it. It's not any, it's hard to manifest any good from something like that because it's so devastating and it's such a blow to your heart and to your mind, and it makes you afraid to want to try again, to move too fast. See, it's about down to there. Now I'm gonna blow it out. Sometimes if I feel like I can do it without burning myself, I'll let it stay lit. Other times I'll be like, nah, let's go ahead. And then see, I just set it in the middle of this little tin, relight it, and let it burn the rest of the way down. Because another thing I definitely don't want to happen is these are wood. So I don't want to have to worry about one of them like catching on fire or something. That would be bad. I try to keep them cleaned off because I don't, I know they're going to get messy, obviously, when you're burning candles, but I love my items. I try to keep them clean. And this one, you know me, I'm weird. I name stuff. This one is Blackie. This one is a representation, I decided, of the very first black cat that I ever had when I was a little girl. And the heartbreak and horror and trauma of watching a guy turn his dog loose on my cat that she was only maybe about that big. She was like literally half grown, and he let it kill her. I had to watch that dog shake my cat in its jaws until it broke its neck. And I was just bawling and just screaming. And I ran in the house and I'm like, Mommy, he killed Blackie. And I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated. And that is sadly a very good indication of the type of horrors in the world and the cruelty that some people will stoop to hurt an innocent child and kill their pet and think it's funny. After that, oh gosh, I don't even know how many years ended up passing and going by before I would ever feel comfortable having a black cat again, because I was afraid. I was so traumatized from that one event that I was afraid that if I ever got a hold of another black cat, the same thing would happen again. And it would hurt just as badly. But what would be worse this time is I have the power to hurt them. I have the power to kill them if I so chose, which I don't ever want to get to that dark of a place in myself, that I am so full of rage and bitterness and outright hatred that SOB or whoever it is just killed my pet right in front of me. And there was no right or reason to do so. I have never been afraid of black cats. I have had many of them throughout my life. Many of them have come back to me because they were so wrongfully taken in such a horrible way. And sometimes they might not necessarily come back as a solid black cat again, but you'll get a multicolored cat and you will notice certain mannerisms that they have that remind you of that pet that you had all those years ago. And even though she was taken at such a tender age as she was, I have to believe and know that that person that allowed it to happen paid for it. And the consequences were great. Like maybe somebody come along and killed his dog. As much as I hate to say that. And that's only a first, but in times of trouble, that's when we need to look for the light. We need to look for the positive. We need to look for, okay, what is the best way to approach this situation to where nobody or the least amount of hurt is dished out, but the person suffers the consequences of their actions. Oh man, I hope no frickin' roaches crawled in this. I left it open, and I shouldn't do that because I don't want to be drinking this and I'd suddenly feel a roach go down my throat. Ew, gross. So yeah, that's one of the many. Interesting. Something just came to me. A question that I can ask, that I should ask, that maybe, just maybe, something like either a past, present, and future spread might be able to tell, or the 10 cross Celtic, or the 10 card Celtic spread. Who or what this presence is that's trying to cause a problem. You want me to do one? Because the ones I did yesterday also, I did them with the deck you gave me, where the whole deck, it's the Rider-Waite deck, but the whole deck is foil, and I absolutely love it. I love it, love it, love it. But I know I've been promising to show you something for a while now, and I kept forgetting to do it, so I will let you pick what deck you want me to use, okay? Oh, I just had another idea. When you're here this time, we should do a paranormal investigation in the basement, in the room that I did that Halloween, and use the tools that you bought me and these guys. And yes, we can do a live if you like. Probably not going to be able to see much. Remember these guys? We should do that. Okay. This box is full, literally to the top, of tarot decks. And this isn't all of them. I have several others that are scattered throughout the apartment here. So, this one would definitely be a jaw dropper if you were here right now. You'd be like, oh my God. I don't know if I can choose, Mama. There's too many of them. Come on. We were beginning to worry about you. Didn't know if he was coming back up.
Huh?
We wasn't sure if he was coming back up.
Well, if you see this, you know I won't.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
What are you doing?
Now, this one probably ain't going to help much. Am I in your way?
Yes.
Ugh. Okay, let me move. Hang on.
I need on the computer here.
Pops is still trying to salvage my other laptop and see if we can,
Are you fixing it?
get it to halfway function right again.
Is he fixing it?
He trying. This one I need to start working with more. It's a dream deck. It has symbology, pictures. Yeah, it's a lot of tarot cards. I found this in a thrift store. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is the book. It's like a very lightweight type of cardboard. One side, this is a scary character, is the picture. The other side is what the possible symbology could be for that character showing up in your dream. Okay, did I? So this one, it's kind of hard to determine which side you want to be the front and which side you want to be the back. There's a crown, money, tooth. This is I don't know what all that stuff is. That's a mixture of stuff. A little baby angel on a cloud. A woman-like figure going over top of a rainbow, but stormy skies around her. So you have to decide. Here's a mermaid that's like curled up, inside herself. Which side is the front? Which side is the back? I guess I would probably, I don't know. I can't decide.
You showing her all of them?
The ones in the book, because I'm going to do a reading to see if we can't maybe, gain some further insight into what this force is that's trying to mess up Brooke and Michael's.
That's basically the back.
Visits
With
when
the,
she comes in March.
Information on it.
What are you trying to do? Say that again.
Me and Michael did a spirit board type thing yesterday. He made a spirit board there out of some materials that he had.
Yeah.
And the message that was spelled out was, I know this sounds terrible, but I hope something happens that he can't have his visits. And then the number 6 after it. 6 being your birthday for one, and the 6 visits that you guys have set up for when you're here.
Oh, okay.
For when she's here, rather.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Well, that's what I'm gonna have her pick the deck out of the box that she wants me to do the reading on and see what it has to say. Oh boy. I don't know. This one would be interesting.
I know which it was.
So somebody's doing it, right? Somebody's stopping it.
Trying to. But because we've been warned about it, we're going to stop it. This is my animal medicine deck. This is more kind of like a Native American deck that goes like back. It's geared towards like back in the days of shamanism, because believe it or not, the first Wiccans were shamans. They were shamans before they became Wiccans.
I see y'all later.
All right, hun. If you need to, have someone to hang out or anything, just, either come up or I'll try to come down there or something, okay? To get you through everything. Here's the book that comes with it. It's a big book, as you can see. It's kind of thick. And this is the pouch I made for it. This is one of my older pouches. And because of how many decks are in here, it's going to fill up this couch very quickly. This is my Hanson Roberts deck, which, as you can see, it don't have a box. So I had to do the only thing I could. I took a couple of hair tie thingies and put one this way and one across that way to keep them together. And I also put this in with it. This is a miniature palm reading book that supposedly kind of gives you an idea of how to do palm reading, but I've never really done anything with it or studied it enough, so I doubt that I would be able to do this in the fashion of a palm read thing, because you'd have to be here for that, for one. Tarot of the Old Path. This deck was a deck that Chris has had before him and I met. And then Della ended up buying this deck for him because we found it at one of the witch shops. And so she bought it for him. And then I ended up with it. I offered to give it back to him, but he said, no, that's all right. He said, I don't really use them anyway. I said, okay. You're going to love this one. Lord of the Rings deck. As in Lord of the Rings, the movie. But this one needs another thing because I think the elastic's wearing out on this. And that's another reason I put them in pouches, because that way at least it kind of keeps them together a little bit. Aleister Crowley Thoth deck. Thoth Tarot. Not very well, connected with that one either. So hopefully whatever one you choose, it'll be one that I should be able to read easily for you. This is a Tarot Nova. This is a miniature tarot deck. Cards are kind of small. Here's the back of them. And this is just like the introductory one. Don't have a book on this one. So again, I would have to probably go with the method of being able to read the card without having a book to help explain what it's saying. This is my Druid deck. That used to belong to my mother. And she gave it to me one day. And it's all strictly animals as well. And it comes with its own little cloth that you can put down that I keep the cards wrapped in. You can put this down on a table and use this to do the layout. It has an animal in each corner. It has a circle, kind of some Celtic knotwork around the sides. It's a nice one. But these are hard to shuffle because they're so big. Look, I can barely hold it in my hands. But I keep them wrapped in this cloth because it came with it. And I've been meaning to replace this deck and get another copy of it, which I do have on my wish list, to give back to Mom, which will probably just sit around in a box and collect dust and never be used. And here's the book that comes with it. She has a spell deck that I definitely want in the worst way, because literally every card in the deck is a spell. Every card. Okay, we're getting down to the bottom of the box here. Okay. Love spell box and deck. I haven't used this one in a long time. And this is some of the artwork with that one. And that's the back side of the deck. And yes, it does come with its book and everything. And because I've taken such good care of this, by keeping it in its box and therefore keeping it in this other box, it's kept it from getting damaged. This one, yeah, there's... I told you, tarot decks, they keep finding their way to me. It's pretty weird. It's like, dang, with all these decks, I could open a tarot shop, huh? Doreen Virtue, Angel Therapy cards. These were given to me by someone that I once called friend and no longer do. And the edging has gold on it. Each card has a thin line of gold. Now, is it real gold? I don't know. But there's one of the angels. It has a miniature message down here. And then you can, if that message, the miniature message, tells you what you want, then you don't have to read the whole thing. But if you want to read the whole message, you read the book and you read that card. Like here's one. Is this the one that has... No, this isn't. Here's a good one. Vacuum away fear. This is Michael, the Archangel. Michael. I was looking for a certain one, but it's not in this deck. This one I love to bits. Twin Flame. So anyway, there's that one. I'm just trying to give you an idea of some of, the artwork, and they're pretty, aren't they? Some of these I don't have pouches for, but if I can at least keep them in their boxes, that's at least something. This one I haven't even begun to do anything with yet. It's Osho Zen Tarot that Chris and I both kind of spotted this in a thrift store, counted all the cards. They're all here. This is some of the artwork on the one side. Like this one's called The Miser. And this is the artwork on the back. So this one, I don't know if I would, whatever deck you pick, I'll let you know if that's a deck that I should be able to do, a decent reading that we can both understand and interpret properly and everything. I'm not done yet. Excuse me. This one I call my Egyptian Tarot because the artwork has Egyptian characters in it that represent the high priestess, the emperor, the empress. So this I call my Egyptian deck. And like here's their Fool card. It's got beautiful artwork too. They all do, really. And yeah, I've made some really pretty pouches for them. But as you can see, there's quite a few of them that don't have pouches. So I don't know. Hopefully one of these times I'll finally make pouches for the rest. Because some of the pouches are going to have to be pretty sizable. You're going to love this one. Wikipedia. Black and green and white. These cards are big too. Here's the book. Here's one of the cards. This one is based in spirituality. They have ones for self-care, family, love, Sabbats, cleanse and purify. So yeah, this one, these cards are really big. I cannot shuffle these. I can't. It's too hard. And check out the book. That's the book. It's another, cardboard related, piece. So not only do I have the Wikipedia book, but I have the deck to match. This is going to take either 2 separate pouches or an awfully big pouch to fit both of these in it. Okay. I still got 2 more after this one. Oh, there's my rune cards. I knew they were somewhere. Rune cards. And the book that actually goes with this deck is that one. So I should probably put it back in here and keep it with its deck because I haven't had it with its deck in a while. Uh-oh. Here's one that is an empty pouch. Okay, where's my... There you are. This one is the fairy deck. This one also used to belong to my mom, I believe, and I never thought in a million years that she would ever give this deck to me, but I'm glad she did. Now I promised to do a future live where I show you Mab, which is I believe she's she's a seasonal queen, a fairy queen. And my absolute favorite, and yeah, now that I look at the edging, I can tell, Queen Una. She, it has fall leaves and foliage around the edge. She's the fall fairy. And it's looking like Mab is either, I guess, summer, maybe a summer fairy. Got a leprechaun in here. Jack Frost. Ostara, as in, you know, one of the Wiccan holidays that we celebrate. Mermaid, Boogeyman, Imbolc, Yule, Morgan Le Fay, Garkener. Now you got to watch out for these guys. They're fairy lovers. They're seductors. It's been said that when you are loved by a fairy like this, you will forever pine over them, and they tend to just drop you like a hot potato. My unfavorite, Unseelie Court. These are the bad fairies. These are the ones that I have issues with. Lunasaw. Green Lady. The Oakman. He's my buddy. Robin Goodfellow, or some of us would call him Carnunis. Green Man. Ariel. Sowen. So yeah. That, I think, actually is the last deck. Now, any thoughts? Ideas of what deck? Now, this one, yeah, I could probably read pretty successfully for you. Here are the reading options, the different spreads you can do with this deck and what they mean. Which, what I really love about it is it shows you the layout of the cards, how to position them, tells you what it's about, and then on the back, it has the numbers, and it's like number 1 represents you in relationship to the question, number 2, the question, number 3, the obstacles. This is, okay, we have Fairy Market Spread, Fairy Mound, Fairy Oak, and Fairy Ring. Which one am I most comfortable with? I would say Rider Waite. Rider Waite deck. Now, the book for this deck is big. It's like, I'll show it to you. It's like about like this. It's pretty tall. I've got it in one of my bookcases over there. So I I can't exactly fit it in the pouch here with the deck. So yeah, that minus the ones that I have outside of this box because, I mean, I ran out of room. So I need to keep that one behind and figure out what deck that one goes to. I'll go ahead and put my, let me see. I would say rider weight. Give me a minute. Would this one fit in there maybe? I don't think I made this for this one, but let me see. Well, yeah, it kind of does. That's the deck, the Wikipedia deck. Well, we'll go with that one for now. Besides, like I said, I have how many pouches to do? And I don't know when I'm ever going to get around to doing any of them. Putting these in here, kind of trying to. Oh crap! Almost lost it. Okay, I need someplace safe to set this. Let me set it over there so I don't knock it in the floor. So I can stand up like one row of the decks, but then I have to start laying the pouches and stuff down because this box just doesn't have the capacity I really need to be able to set them all upright. So this is part of how I keep them in the box is the first layer I'll squish them down in there upright, and then the layer after that I lay them down. Okay. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. I set off the flippy fish. Okay. I have to tape up this box because it's already, because I've opened it so many times and used it so many times, and it's like I don't even want to lose the box to it. I'm ready to start putting tape on it, because the box is just as pretty as the deck. Excuse me. These I can kind of shuffle, but not very good because I don't want to damage them. So I try to be more gentle in my shuffling, Queen Una is the queen fairy that helped me win $1,000 one time. No joke. And the way I decided to give her thanks and show her thanks and appreciation for helping me to win that money was well worth it. And it was the middle of winter, or fall, actually. I think it was fall, which, as we now know, is her season. Because at first I thought Queen Una was like there was only one fairy queen for the whole realm. But then when you read the Fairy Ring book, you find out that there's more than one queen. And Mab, like I said, she looks more like she's summer, but because of the leaves and the foliage around her, it puts me in mind of the season of like winter, but you don't see any snow in the background or anything. So I'm assuming maybe that means that she is a summer queen fairy. Okay, let's focus on what further insight can this deck give us as to who, what, why, how. Bella, quit! A force is trying to manifest a negative outcome so that Brooke and Michael's visits get messed up. This is what I used as my lap desk when I did the reading last night. I cannot believe that purple candle is still burning. So, can we do, I don't know if a 3-card spread is going to be enough. But it is the easiest one to do, at least at first. And I can't use my little hobby table because I got stuff sitting on it. Because that table at least is big enough that I could do a layout on a lot better, like a 10 card, Celtic cross. What further insight can this deck give us in a past, present, and future capacity of cards of the female force in Franklin County that is trying to disrupt Michael and Brooke's visits? That's me waking up the deck. You're supposed to go 3 piles with the left hand from the left, and then you pick them up with the right. Don't ask me why. It's called cutting the cards, and it's just the way that a lot of witches tend to do it. Okay. Past, present, and future. Yeah, I can do it that way because you're supposed to like spread out the cards, but I have to be careful because I don't want a bunch of them falling all over the floor. Come on. Guide me to the right 3 cards. In the past, in the past, we have the 5 of Swords. It's 3 figures, 2 swords laying on the ground, 3 swords being held by the victor. But with this card, I feel someone petty from the past. Could be your past. It could be his. Even though this presence is showing up as a female presence in Franklin County, that doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's coming from. It could be a male, and it could be from your past. Present, 10 of Wands. It shows a guy suffering the burden of carrying 10 wands or staffs to a new place of residence. I feel like this one could be Michael in a way, because of either the burdens of being in that place and therefore confined and not being able to do much as far as anything he could do out here. But he doesn't mean to be a burden. A lot of times when it feels like he is being one, he wants out of there. We want him out of there. And future, however, has a good outcome. Strength. And it's a maiden with an infinity sign above her head. And she is very gently opening the mouth of the lion. She does not fear the lion. So whatever this force is, we've already gained victory over it because we were made alert of it, warned about it. Therefore, we acted quickly and was able to stop it dead in the water, as I say. Make sense? Now, if you want me to read what it says in here, I will. Let's see. That's my interpretation without the book. All right, that one's 5 of Swords. I got to find where swords are in here. because one side is some of the cards, the other side is the other half. Okay, here we go. Swords. All right, 5 of Swords. Where are you? 5 of Swords. A disdainful man looks after 2 retreating and dejected figures. Their 2 swords lie upon the ground. He carries 2 others on his left shoulder, and a 3rd sword is in his right hand, pointed to the earth. He is the master in possession of the field. Divinatory meaning: degradation, destruction, reversal, infamy, dishonor, and loss. So whatever this force is, it's destructive, dishonorable, and it's trying to cause loss. That's just what I feel. Okay, does that make sense? Does that seem right? So this could be, like I said, a male from either your past or Michael's. This could simply be one of his friends, and they got some kind of jealousy issue with, this beautiful woman that Michael now has, and they wanted her for themselves. That could be another possible interpretation. Okay. 10 of Wands. A man oppressed by the weight of the 10 staves which he is carrying. Divinatory meanings: a card of many significance, and some of the reading cannot be harmonized. I set aside that which connects it with honor and good faith. It is oppression, simply, but it is also fortune, gain, and any kind of success of these things. It is also a card of false seeming, disguise, or perfidy. The place which the figure is approaching may suffer from the rods that he carries. Success is stultified if the 9 of Swords follows, and if it is a question of a lawsuit, there will be certain loss. No, there's no lawsuit.
Just read something legal here.
Yeah, it could be something legal, like Pops just said. Okay.
Could be at prison.
Could be the burden of being in the prison, like I kind of.
The bitch.
Oh, Donahue? Yeah, he's right. It could be Donahue, because let's face it, she ain't really doing a whole lot to help, is she? Okay, strength. Power, energy, action, courage, magnanimity. So we have the power, we have the energy, we took action, we had the courage to take action, and everything's fine. So don't even worry about it. Whatever the force was, we thwarted it. We stopped it. It ain't going to do shit. It has no power over us. So you and Michael don't have anything to worry about, okay? The visits will go off without a problem. So, yeah, you can see why tarot is my favorite thing. It is a nice way to get some answers, Okay, where's the box? I literally am going to have to take this poor thing up. It's so ripped up already. It's like, no! You're not allowed to be ripped up. And I keep it in here with my Halloween deck, my self-love deck, and the Nightmare Before Christmas deck. And with that, I'm going to put my tarot cards back so they're out of the way. And I've got to go visit the loo again. So bear with me there. We got We don't want to kick nobody.
Relax.
I haven't done the Miralax yet.
You did yesterday.
No, I didn't.
What you did?
Nope. Haven't touched any of it yet. No,
Okay.
this I think is more a combination of the half and half, the cappuccino, the fact that I drank a pop today. I had my breakfast. I took my vitamins. I took my lipazine. And I've also drank some water. So I think that those elements are all just kind of combining and, more or less acting as a natural sort of laxative. Hey, if it's gonna help take this weight off, then okay, that's what I want. Of course, because part of that was diarrhea that came out completely liquid. My butt's probably gonna feel on fire when I'm done.
Cool.
No, not cool. That shit hurts, man. No, haven't had any fruit juice today. I remember I ended up drinking probably too much of it yesterday, so I'm just gonna keep that down to 1 glass a day because, that's like, too much of a good thing is not worth the consequence that I'm having right now. Oh my gosh. Look out, Squeaky. Oh, that one burned me bum. Felt like I just pooed out a batch of hot coals. That was definitely not fun. The orchids are still alive. Bless it. They're still alive. So it's like, yay, I must be doing something right, huh? Yeah, I'll show them to you. Make sure I get the... See them? See, they're fine. They're doing fine over there. It's like, yay! Oh, Lordy. Well, somehow, with everything that I've been eating and drinking the past few days, I ended up accidentally creating a natural laxative of sorts. It's like, oh boy. I hate those though when it burns. Oh man. It's like, ow. Feel like you're pooing liquid freaking like someone just dumped boiling water down your throat or something and it's coming out the other end and it burns. It's like you just pooed acid or something. I hate that. That hurts. It's like, oh boy. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I've just been doing the the 5 I love the skull. I've been doing the 5 ice cubes once a week on Monday. Maria finally did come up and get her purse, and she only stayed for like a handful of minutes, as you heard, and then she decided she was going to go downstairs. I said, "Are you going to be okay, honey?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." I said, "If you need to talk or if you need to, if you want somebody with you, you can either come up here or you can get a hold of me and I'll try to go down there and, kind of sit down there with her and hang out and stuff." Oh, man. Owie, 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 owie. So, well, that's good. At least I guess we can all kind of, relax and not worry because whatever the force was that was trying to cause problems, we stopped it. So it can't do crap now. It can't do nothing. Yes, yes. And that's the main thing is, because some of these things sometimes we need to experience some alone time to allow ourselves to grieve a little bit or cry about it, but hope that whatever it is, they will get it out. It'll be fine. She'll be fine. And it won't end up, taking her away from us, which would hurt a lot of people, especially her mom, because when a tragedy like cancer comes along and it takes a loved one from you, how do you come back from that, without just feeling completely defeated, completely hopeless? What? What are you smelling? Hello?
Sitting there at the desk and it smelled like cat pee really bad.
Uh-oh. Well, I don't think any of them have peed over there, have they?
Not that I know of.
I hope not. Dad said he was over by the desk just now and he smelled a really strong smell of cat pee. So I hope that they didn't get under there and pee somewhere. Or one of them's not having trouble with their kidneys or something. Because Kalika has got us a little bit concerned. She was throwing up, like, I don't know if Dad said all day yesterday or several times. She threw up 3 times yesterday.
She hasn't thrown up any today.
Kalika. So whatever it is and whatever it was, I hope it don't come back and, end up placing us in a position where we have to end up taking her to the vet or something because we just can't afford that right now. Considering it took somewhere in the neighborhood of over $400 to get Bella here looked at.
There, that was because that was emergency.
Yeah. And
vet rather than regular.
Yeah, that was an emergency vet rather than a regular one because we almost lost him. We were really we figured out, I think, at least a lot of what may have caused it is him to get stopped up is stress because we we have developed a fear of letting him outside much anymore because of the simple fact that we are hearing gunshots going off around us too much. And even letting him go out during the day, we're reluctant to do because we don't trust any of the jerks around here that have guns that shouldn't even have a gun or bullets, to go with it. We don't want, we don't want him to get in the path of a stray bullet and somebody kill him, because if they did, I don't know if my stomach could handle the damage that I would see Chris do to the person that killed him. Yeah. It would be yucky. It would be bloody. And he would probably make sure they died in the slowest, most agonizing, painful way, which they would absolutely deserve, because they had no right or reason to kill our pet any more than it would be okay to shoot a human child. Yeah, not a good thing. So we feel that it was a lot of stress because he was getting picked on in here. I think him and Boo are getting along a lot better now.
They all are.
They all are, Chris says, which is good. But
Well, he's so relaxed, he doesn't even really want to go outside much anymore.
yeah, he just kind of hanging his paws down. See how cute he is laying there, just like, yeah, I'm chilling. What? But yeah.
It's not time yet. Oh yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah, it's after 4, and this is like one of the main times that you do tend to give them their. You want to see the show?
Come on, Blake, get your butt in here. What you moving so slow for?
Daddy giving them their drugs.
Here.
Here's Cleekaboos.
Squeaky.
Here's Squeakies.
No.
And then he gives us some to Boo, which is over there, which you can't see him. And then lastly, he gives some to Bella.
Bella, here. Turn around.
See, it's like a cat gymnastic performance. Yeah, it's a good one. She's like feeding time at the zoo.
No, that comes later when I make dinner.
Yeah. Well, she says that she's going to make us a British dinner or lunch or something when she's here. I'm like, oh yeah, that'd be fun. I would love that. It's like, well, we should probably do it over at Grandma's because she's going to have the most space there. We're going to be able to hold the most people, and try to have as many of us there as we can.
I'll help if she wants.
Huh?
I said I'll help if she wants.
Yeah, he said he would help if you want him to. You know him. He's always happy in the kitchen. Oh, I love my cauldron. Well, my therapy.
Is there someone out back?
Not that I see. And if you mean trucks or anything of the nature, no. Nobody out there.
Someone.
Yeah, somebody was knocking some door, not ours, but.
Yeah, that's the one I want.
Well, I'm hoping that Pops can salvage my poor laptop here because we really can't afford to replace it right now. I mean, heck, I can't even afford to put, any more memory in it, which would probably help a lot, because then at least it would have a better, it would be able to run faster. It would have a better capacity to run faster if it had more memory in it, and it could still handle some additional memory being put in it. But then that would involve, of course, Dad would have to, tear it apart just to put the new parts. What? In?
I know one of the problems.
What?
All the shit you have in your
Huh?
freaking download folder. Download folder is supposed to be temporary. You download something, if you want it, you move it to if it's a picture, you move it to the pictures or photos.
Oh, no.
If you program, you install the program, you remove the installer. You don't need it anymore.
Oh, no. Did I do all that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. God, I'm killing my computer. Somebody arrest me. I'm bad.
Well, I've got it. If there's any pictures in there that you really wanted to save, too late. I'm deleting them all.
Yeah, that's fine. It's my own fault, but at least he was able to, sort out what was causing it,
That's
So
one part of it.
one part of it anyway. Which, yeah, I could. Oh my God, is that how much space it's taken up? Holy mother of wow!
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh my God! Oh, I killed my computer. Well, almost. I slowed it way down. I must have gave it molasses. No, just. Well, if I would have been able to finish my computer course, then I might have had at least some base knowledge that I would have known that, and I would have moved stuff instead of download, and now he's got to deal with it.
They don't actually teach you that shit.
Yeah, probably not.
Computer courses.
Okay, this deck must really want me to start working with it because I forgot to put it back on the box. This one and my rune deck. But as you can see, this poor pouch needs clean because it's so soiled just from sitting around. But, I'm sure he'll clear out as much of it as he can. And, it's just another reason to, keep in mind to be more careful in the future when I download stuff. And if, like he said, just said, if it's something I want to keep, move it to a different folder. Well, this is peanut butter, so I'm hoping it'll slow down the, I won't have to make another trip to the bathroom kind of thing.
Unfortunately, with all the sugar it's got in, it's not best for you.
Well, I don't plan on eating that much. And I don't know what Dad's making for Din, so.
I'm probably just going to make pizza because I forgot to pull meat out of the fridge or freezer again.
Okay, pizza again. We had pizza last night.
I was too busy thinking about my appointment this morning, and then when I got back.
Yeah, that was one time I was really glad that I was able to remind him last night before we went to bed. Otherwise, he would have missed it. That he had an appointment this morning at 8:25. It's it had to do with his heart, but everything checked out okay, so everything's okay. Yeah, pizza party.
I'm gonna do the garden vegetable one.
Okay.
Give it a try. It's a thin crust.
He's gonna do the garden. You heard him. He's gonna do the garden vegetable one. Thinner crust. The one we had last night had the thicker crust, which there are times when I like the thicker crust because 1 or even 2 and at the max 3 pieces of eating not just the slice but the crust too is very filling. And when we had our pizza the last night or night before, whenever it was, I only had 2 pieces. Normally I eat 3, but I made myself stop at 2 because I am trying to eat less. But then I ended up drinking too much fruit juice and ended up with an upset tummy last night when I was trying to go to sleep. So I had to start mentally chanting basically in my head, stomach settle, stomach settle, stomach settle, and keep saying that until it finally did so that I was able to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Huh?
You got the antacid tablets and now got 2 of them, or stomach tablets.
Yeah.
Usually Tums.
Yeah, it's basically a generic version of Tums. But at least you're not paying for the name. So we got 2 big bottles of antacids chewables in the cabinet in the bathroom. Just to be on the safe side, I don't think I should drink any more of my coffee. Because I feel like it's a main instigator in the burning experience I just had, and I don't want another one. There's little squares moving around on my other laptop over there. That's weird looking. It's some of the cleaning out that he's doing of it. But remind me, I'm serious, and let me know what day you're feeling up to doing it. I also wanted to ask you about the paranormal thing in the basement. I also wanted to ask you, because they're doing the split visits now, are you just going to do the half visit with Michael, like the first half of the day or whatever that they allow visits? And are you going to do that with each one? Or are you going to do 2 visits in one or something?
It would have to be half because he's only allowed so many visits.
Mm-hmm. So half visits.
At least I would assume that.
It's not split for you, okay?
Well, maybe because of the fact that she's coming from England. She's international.
Okay. Part of the reason I wanted to know that is to, oh, you can stay the whole time. Okay. Okay, that's what I was basically trying to sort out is, because I just know that Michael said that, they had to do the half days a lot of times. Okay. Yep. So Dad was right. He's like, because you're international and coming from another country, and they're allowing you the whole day. Okay. So that way we know. Because, see, I want us to be able to come up with a good game plan of what to do while you're having the visit, but still stay in Marion, not drive all the way back home and then have to go all the way back up there. So we'll have to make sure we,
Take my pillows with me and lay down in the back seat.
Dad said he's just going to take his pillows and lay down in the back seat and go to sleep for a while. And you said you wanted to see a Walmart. Well, if you're feeling up to it, we'll see when it happens. But if you're feeling up to it, like say on the first visit, which will be the 4th, right? We will take you to a Walmart that is in the Marion area. It's close by. Don't take but a handful of minutes to get there. Chris could probably drive us right to it without a GPS.
Why? We got a shit ton of them around us.
Well, I was just thinking because there's one up there, we could take her to the one over here closest to us, but I was trying to leave her the option if she wanted to go to that one up there, like after the visit or something, just so she could experience it. And then we can come home.
Dealing with Michael for what, 8 hours? She's probably going to want to go to sleep afterwards.
We'll play it by ear, meaning we'll see as it comes. We'll play with, we'll do whatever. I just wanted to throw the option out there because there is a Walmart close to there that me and Maria have gone to before.
Probably come home and beat her head against the wall and say, yes, this actually is better than dealing with Michael.
Oh, go girl. She's like, ha ha ha, no, I'm not old like you, Pops.
What about the other part?
Oh. After dealing with Michael for 8 hours, you're going to be exhausted, in other words, right?
You're going to be beating your head against the wall and go, you know what? Doing this is much easier than dealing with Michael.
He's a weirdo. I want to trade him in for another model. He's too weird.
Well, it's like beating your head against the wall at times.
She gave you 5 laughing so hard she's crying faces.
Yeah, because she knows it's true. Dealing with him can be
exhausting. Maddening.
It could be funner just beating your head against the wall.
She said, it is, haha.
See?
Yep. Honey roasted, Kroger brand, creamy, my favorite peanut butter. I know you don't like peanut butter, but
lots of sugar. Probably one spoonful's got more than 2 bundles of pop. Yeah, did she tell you she's been tested as pre-diabetic now?
I think I did. Pre-diabetic, which is still not good. Being that close to diabetic, not a good thing. Total fat, 15 grams, 19%. Saturated fat, 2.5 grams, 13%. Trans fat, OG, looks like nothing.
Looking for sugar.
Sugar or dietary fiber. Total sugars, 7 grams.
Six grams of added sugars.
Well, excuse the flippity flop out of me. I don't want another burning session in the bathroom. Thank you very much. Yes, and I've already got, like I said, a plan of action, how I'm going to do that. Yeah, good point. She's like, everything has sugar in it at some freaking point or some way. Too many things really, have sugar in it that probably shouldn't. He was saying that yesterday.
Yeah, but the worst sugar is the processed.
Worst sugar is the processed. Okay, whatever. Sue me.
That's the 6 grams that they add.
Knowing him, he'd want me to eat some of the peanut butter that tastes like shit.
There's 1 gram of natural sugars there.
Even fruit has so much sugar, which isn't good. Yeah, you got to be careful. Well, even though it's natural sugars, you still got to be careful.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't have as bad of an effect on you.
Yeah, as like the syrup that they use in most pop, anyway.
No, not just the syrup, but when they use real sugar, they're using processed sugar.
Yeah.
Fermented sugar beets, basically.
Which, sugar-filled stuff as a whole is definitely not good, for sure, and I know that. But, like I said, I've got a plan of action, and I'm going to stick to it. I mean, I'm not even, at this point, I'm not even worried so much about my shakes or anything, because they're just not doing enough, really. They're not filling me up enough or helping me to feel fuller so that I'm not munching as much on stuff, especially the stuff that is bad for me, that is causing the problem.
Bella, go ahead and get her back. Get her back,
Trying to clean
Bella.
off my mouse pad here. Look at that.
Just
See how ucky? Ugh.
Bella, go smack
Ucky
her
duddy,
around.
ucky duddy, ew.
Go smack Carmela around. Go on.
Kick her butt. We don't care. Just don't cause blood, but put her in her place.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. I got your butt. Now, where's the baby bonnet and the diaper for her? And the little baby bottle?
Uh-huh. He puts these cats through hell. That's his favorite way of holding her. And that's also the way that she most does not like. On her back. He's such a loving dad, isn't he?
Yeah, she puts up with it
You brat.
from me for a while. Because she knows Daddy isn't hurting her.
He not trying, but she's like, damn it, Dad, it still pisses me off. Quit doing it.
Quit letting them girls pick on you.
Yeah, well, Bella can't help it that he's an old softy like Mom. And I would say Dad, but you don't like the softy. You'd rather be cynical and frickin' hard-nosed and mean.
Careful when it comes to the cats.
She's loving life. Yeah, I mean, it's still, they know, they know us well enough by now that they know when we're not, we're not trying to hurt them. I got a dip in my fingernail here. I was trying to file down because I was trying to open something the other day or recently, and I was having trouble with it. Oh, I know what it was. I was trying to open my little pink knife to cut something. Oh, I know what it was, to dig out the wax melt thing. because the dips, when I get dips in them and stuff, it bugs me. Not to mention, I can't seem to have nails to save my life. And if I try to do, I mean, I still haven't tried the gel nails, but doing the false nails, it takes a lot of maintenance. And I want to be able to teach myself how to balance my own when they need it. And also, before I balance them right away, try to give them a couple of days where the nail can just breathe before I cover it up with the next layer of gel or acrylic or whatever. Come on, tummy, please settle down. I'm not going to drink any more of my coffee because it's just, I don't like what it's doing. And I feel like it'll be better. It'll balance out things when I get some food in me. But he's still looking at the computer and trying to get a lot of this stuff cleared out of my other one. So it can, maybe run a little faster. And
well, right now, I'm just trying to see where the majority of the files are.
Yeah.
It's taking up so much space. And right now, it's looking like mainly it's in your videos and pictures.
Okay. Because I'd love to be able to get back into my Janelle account. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, hon. Yeah, I agree. Any way that you can make that stuff easier on you, definitely do. Because, the last thing we want, honey, is we don't want you to be stressed and stuff. You're dealing with enough already. We want you to be able to have fun and everything when you're here. And, hopefully we'll be able to do more girly stuff this time. It's just planning it right so that it coordinates with the visits and, do it on the days when you're not having a visit or something. So that way, you can have fun at both. Oh man, I'll be glad when I can get my little rollers that goes on my mani-pedi here. This little roller is designed to get rid of the dry skin on the feet, and especially the heels and stuff where it seems to be, the most concentrated. Ow! Something's poking me. Ow, what the heck? Dang it. Ugh! But yeah, I found a pack. I think it's like a 3-pack or a 4-pack, if I'm not mistaken, of rollers, replacement rollers for that, because the roller on theirs, it's trashed. It's toast. And this also runs on double A's, which these probably could use replaced because these probably have been in there too long.
Punch you right in the nose.
And if you don't catch them just at the right time, they could start corroding inside the unit, and then it would be useless. You wouldn't be able to use it anymore.
You still got your drinking problem.
But yeah, how you take the roller off is you just press the button and pop it right off.
Our cat Kalika has a drinking problem. She can't drink water without getting it all over her nose.
Yeah, she gets it all over her face. It's funny. And yeah, it seems to be mostly concentrated on her nose. You'll see droplets of water on her nose, and that's how you can.
Drops clear up here by her eyes.
Yeah, it does. It literally goes all the way up to here. Yeah, she, because it's a fountain. It's a fountain. So when they drink the water, it splashes up sometimes.
And Bella can't drink milk without giving himself a milk beard.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, golly. Ooh. Wake up, Janet. Wake up, wake up.
What? What?
You know what?
Punch in the nose? Okay. Come here.
Give you a punch in the nose. This is what she wants.
You weren't quick enough, Kalika. Just kind of moseyed on out there after it.
Yeah, in this house, we can literally make our cats climb the walls. All we have to do is get out the bug, the little laser pointer, and shine it on the wall in the dining room, even though we're sitting all the way here in the living room, and they'll fly right in and they'll climb the walls trying to get it. It is cute. It'll make you roll on the floor laughing. It really, 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 really will. But because of the fact that you have to keep the button pressed down, you have to hold it down, right? It starts messing with your arm, like up in here, and it starts hurting and cramping after a few minutes. So usually we can only do it a few minutes at a time. And then what I try to do is I try to rest, and then I'll try to play with them a little more with it, and then rest again, play a little more. And then there's times when they just lay there and look at it, and it's like, you know what? If you're not going to play with it, you're just going to lay there, then I'm not going to bother doing it. Because sometimes it's funny. I have been able to... The what? Oh, no way. You actually found an automatic laser cat toy on Amazon.
Yeah. Tell her.
Oh, we so got to get one.
Tell her Boo likes to try to bite it.
Yeah, he likes to bite it. Boo likes to try to bite it. When, especially if he put it on his paw or something, he'd be like, tries to bite it. She found an automatic one. $20, about $20 or so. Oh, okay. I'll definitely check that out. It's an automatic laser cat toy. So if it sounds like elephants running through the apartment, that's the cats chasing after the laser. But sometimes I'll start playing with it, and I'll start with one cat. And then another of the cats comes along, starts playing with it. Then a third, then a fourth, and then next thing you know, I'm trying to play with all four of them. And that definitely gets exhausting on the arms, for sure. Okay, what is all these notifications going off all of a sudden? Oh, okay, got the links. Thank you. Mystic Jewelry. Dior still looking. Christian Dior, the Christian Dior site. Okay, so yeah, I got the links through Signal. Thanks. I'll definitely check it out. Because that's what I've been saying. It's like, man, I wish they had an automatic one. But now that you've said that, it's like, oh, they do. Okay.
Okay, what'd you do with it?
Do a what?
The bubbles.
The bubbles? You mean the big bottle or the witch wand that I have?
Actually, the small bottle. The big bottle, I know where it's at, but the big bottle doesn't have a wand.
I don't know about the small bottle, but I have this one. That's bubbles, and it's got multiple little Jigamahoochie things. I've played with them with those before. Oh my God, look, it is an automatic one. Oh, we so got to get it. We so got to get it. I got it in my wish list.
Squeaky Butt won't like it. Squeaky Butt likes making us hurt ourselves.
And now I'm clicking on the other one. Oh, and this one ain't much. This one ain't bad either. And you can mount it on the window. It's 19 something like the other one. That's cute. Thank you, goddess. And that one's actually shaped like a cat head. I just noticed the ears. I hate that when I start dry heaving. Well, that one said like 19, one of them said 1974 and the other one said 19 something, but it also has the little percentage thing next to it and said that it's dropped a few percent too. So I've got both of them in my wish list. And as soon as I can realistically afford to get one for them, I'll definitely get one. Ow!
Yep, picture folder.
Oh, man.
242.1 gigabytes.
Yikes! Are you mean to tell me I'm going to have to lose all my pictures or find some other way to store them on something so it's not taking up, because I don't want it taking up all that room. They are cute. They're really cute. I like them. I'm glad they have an automatic one because, man, that one, the little ones are the hardest to play with because they're so small, you know. But yeah, it's nice that they have especially if it's one that you can mount on something so you don't have to worry about them knocking it over and stuff like that. So it's nice to have one that, say, you can put on a window and then shine it in the house and whatever to a certain direction. Oh, and just to let you know, the charm bracelet that I'm wearing here, I don't know how long I'm going to wear it because this is called Bracelet of Powerful Charms. This is a Creepy Hollows charm bracelet. And each symbol, there's like 2 of each symbol on here, which they're cute. Like this one is a couple of lady slippers. They're actually shoes. This one is like, I can't describe really. There's this one. And then there's this one, which is like, and so there's 2 of each symbol. I love to wear this. It's in the Bracelet of Powerful Charms. It's a multi-purpose thing. It does multiple things. But I've had one of these in the past, and I absolutely loved it. I love charm bracelets. I don't own any. I've always wanted to, but I don't own any. And so the first one of these I had years ago, the charms started falling off. And I was devastated because I wanted to just keep wearing it, you know. And I'm guessing that each time one of them fell off, that maybe that was simply it's saying, I'm done. I, gave my little burst of power. I can't do any more. And if this bracelet ends up doing that, fine. All I ask is please fall off where I see you fall off and where I can just easily reach down, pick you up, put you in a container and just, and then I won't be able to wear the bracelet anymore because without the charms, it looks like crap. It doesn't have any look to it. Now we do have charm bracelets at the mall that I really can't even and I mean some like department stores will have them too. I can't bring myself to even look at any of them because I never have the money to get one. Because you have to sometimes you have to buy the charms individually. If you have them to specialize a charm bracelet for you, to me that's where they can end up costing you more than say you really want to spend on it. And if I had the money, it wouldn't be a nothing. Yeah, that's what I wanted. A Pandora one. I couldn't think of the name of it. It's like, what is the name of that break? You said Pandora. So yeah, I would love to have a Pandora bracelet, but even here in the States, they're just so expensive. And a nomination bracelet. Huh. Never heard of that one. What's a nomination bracelet? That sounds interesting. Nomination bracelet. Huh. That sounds interesting. I've never heard of that. So yeah, mine would definitely be unique because it would probably have more witch charms on it than anything. I would be like, just give me all the witch charms. That's what I want my bracelet to be, just one big witch charm bracelet. And each little one be able to... Oh, wow, I've never heard of nomination. That sounds pretty. Oh, you would like the... Another thing we have here in the States is called Swarovski crystal. And the crystal is such a high quality crystal that it can be mistaken for real diamonds. It's that kind of shiny. Oh, it's Italian. Okay. But yeah, I've never owned a Pandora or a charm bracelet. I've always wanted one. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Now if you could find like my diamond bracelet here, I only paid a little over $100 for that. The metal is sterling silver. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 15 diamonds. No. Oh, please tell me that I didn't lose one of my diamonds.
I didn't do that.
God, I hope not. Because it looks like the very last one on the end has dislodged itself. I hope not. I hope it's there. But these diamonds are so tiny, you can... it's hard to see them. I hope not, but I can't really... No, it's in there. That's what it threw me off. It's like, no! Because, I mean, let's face it, diamonds are still extremely expensive. So, this and my ring are the only diamonds that I have. I'd like to have a pair of, even if it was just post, 1 carat diamond earrings, a diamond necklace, and I would wear the necklace, the earrings, my ring, and bracelet all together. And to me, that is a full diamond ensemble where you got earrings, necklace, bracelet, and a ring. They're diamonds. I've always liked those open heart diamonds that a famous actress, you know the one I'm talking about. You know the open heart diamonds. She's a famous actress. I can't think of her name right now, but she did. I've always wanted one of the open heart necklaces, and we'll probably never get it because even if you manage to catch one on sale, they're still pretty expensive. So, oh, and I've got another diamond ring. I forgot. It's one that I need to at some point take into K Jewelers and have them to. They're going to have to clip the band possibly, and then either add somewhat of a new band or take the piece that's broke because the band broke on the underside right in the middle and refurbish the metal or make it a little bit thicker of a layer or something like that so I can start wearing that on my pinky again. And I'm absolutely just upset that I can't wear my ring that you sent me, the heart-shaped pretty one, because it fell out of its setting. I think I put it in here because I want to be able to wear it as a ring, like I'm supposed to. Oh, and check it out. And this is something I would definitely put on a charm bracelet if I ever get one. This little tiny bead, this is my hellhound diamond. She's a real pretty black and white dog. Hellhound. Protector, because I feel like one of the few ways I might be able to salvage this is to get the old glue off so that I can maybe put, have the metal exposed a little more so that I can put some new glue on it so I can wear it. Because I can't stand having a ring this pretty, and especially one that my daughter gave me that I can't even wear. It's like, no, there's got to be a way. But because of the shape and everything, even with this smallest file, I can't really get in there to get the glue off. I also have my garnet ring that I don't wear. I haven't been able to wear in a long time. That only fit on my pinky. And I went over to K Jewelers one day and I asked them, just out of curiosity, I said, I have a garnet ring that I got years ago, and for the longest time it was on this pinky 10 karat gold band. I'm pretty sure 10 karat or 14, I can't remember. And there's like 7 garnets, I think, on it. It's a real pretty ring. And I asked them how much would it cost me to have the ring sized and also professionally cleaned. And she kind of floored me when she said $65. I was like, is that all? Because this ring in monetary value, before I caught it on sale the day that I did, it was over $200. I mean, this ring was like, I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood $226 or something like that. I know it was well over 200, or a decent amount over 200. And I ended up putting it in layaway and then was able to get it out like the next day or like 4 days later, because believe it or not, I happened to walk in to, this was when the Kmart was still here before it went bye-bye, and they closed it down altogether, and the building, I think, even got tore down. It was the last Kmart that we had, other than a remaining one in Grove City that I don't know if it's still there or if it's even gone. Because Grove City isn't really that far from us. But it's a little bit of a drive, to get there and everything. Because that's where Tasha used to live, Alicia's girlfriend, before she moved in with Alicia up there in Kentucky. She lived in Grove City. I want to be able to wear my ring. That's another idea. Possible option. I could always take this to K Jewelers and say, could you please, how much would it cost me to get this ring set in this proper, and do you have like a more industrial strength glue or whatever that you can like get this old glue off, put the new glue on, and make sure it's this side up. So got the pretty design on the top. So I want to be able to wear my ring, darn it. I might be able to get it off with my metal nail file because it's smaller. It can fit into a smaller area like this. But Pops made the suggestion of basically setting it on its face and then put the glue it from the back only. And then I would have to leave it sit like that for probably at least a couple of hours, and it wouldn't be able to be bumped or anything like that. And then hopefully the glue would solidify enough. Oh, and I just noticed. Cute. There's two little heart shapes on the side, too. On both sides. I just noticed that. So if I can get this set it on its face, get it positioned where I want it, because once this glue hardens, you're not going to be able to, you don't want to start moving it about because then it'll dislodge it from the band again. And I don't want, to glue it to the surface that I've got it sitting on either. Because it's such a beautiful ring. And it was like every time I saw these, every time you show these on your shop, I'm like, oh, I want one. Now I got one. So I want to be able to wear it.
Yeah.
I just, because this is an adjustable, I feel like this might end up becoming a thumb ring for me because, see, I can wear it on my thumb pretty good and pretty comfortable. So, because I'm just afraid that, like, if you glue it to the old glue, right? That's not really, to me, how stable is that going to make it? How sturdy is it going to really, keep it glued in there and keep it glued on there, right? So you want to make sure it's perfectly positioned and turn it over and then do just a small bead of glue and then find somewhere that I can set it, because you can't really set this up. You literally probably its best chance of staying on there right would be to do what he suggested and just leave it on its face. So wherever it is sitting when I glue it, I would have to keep it there, I wouldn't be able to move it or bump it or anything. But I just can't think of a place where it would be good to do that right now. But I will I'll keep it together in my little jewelry box, the two pieces, so I don't lose them. So can't drink any more of my coffee. I might as well go dump the rest of it. And I'm a little afraid, to drink like something like fruit juice or something right now, because I don't want that to cause me to have another burn session either. And it might. I suppose I could dump this out. It's out the cup and just do some more ice water or something, because I dry heave, way too easy. I'll just be sitting here talking and stuff, and it seems like if I'm not constantly drinking something, my throat, I'm coughing, or I'm, feeling like my throat is raw or sore, or might be a thyroid issue too, very easily, because I had no idea the thyroid was in the neck. But I've heard tell that some people that if they go to a doctor and they get thyroid surgery, that it tends to be, it helps them to, it becomes a weight loss factor. Once you get the thyroid removed, it might help with the weight loss. But then I don't know how accurate that information was, and I don't even remember where I got that information or saw it or read it or anything like that. So, wow, it's after 5 already here. Goodness. Where'd the day go? Oh, yeah, that's right. I sped up time. I forgot. No, I didn't. I'm just being silly. Oh, well, my stomach's feeling better at least. And I'm not feeling any urges to go to the loo again. So hopefully that's a good sign, good thing. See, I was trying to say two things at once, and then I somehow combined the words into some word that isn't even technically a word. Yeah, that's me. Probably just yawning because I really don't have a lot of energy and don't have a lot of because I don't have a lot of food in my tummy. Because Pops is kind of obsessed with the computer thing and trying to get it fixed and functional for me again, and it's a lengthy process. Oh goodness. Oh, I added some new crystals to my coffin shelf, and the little coffin shelf I have here, they have it in pink and purple. So guess what? As soon as I can financially afford it, because I don't wanna spend the money to get it right away, and then I end up needing the money for something else. So when everything's paid, all bills are paid, rent's paid, and different things like that, I'll see how much I have left, and if I have enough left, and hopefully I will, I'm going to get me a pink shelf, and then when I get my next check, which will be at the end of March, then I will get the shelf in purple. So then I'll have a black one, a pink one, and a purple one. And those are 3 of my favorite colors: black, pink, and purple. And I mean, they got the moons, have different colored ones. And I got it from the Five Below, which is a nice, inexpensive store here in the States that you can buy some really cool stuff at and spend very little. Those stores are the kind of stores that are golden when you're trying to spend very little or you have a certain budget you've set for yourself. Just like when you go on a vacation somewhere, you want souvenirs, right? There's going to be things that you're going to be like, oh, I got to have it. And hey, if you feel that strongly, then absolutely get it. Make sure, of course, that you got the money to get it, because I don't know how long which store would be willing to hold something. It would probably have to be paid on every month, and then once it was finally paid off, then we would have to ship it to you and stuff. So we'll see. I'm hoping that you'll be able to go back with some nice, souvenirs this time too. Bella, Bella. See, you just what? He's a chillin' like a villain. Felt like there was a snag spot on this nail. When I find snag spots, I try to get them filed off because that's what usually ends up causing that nail to break. I don't know how my nails do it, but they somehow always manage, especially when they really start getting any kind of a length and start looking nice, and I start shaping them and stuff like that. They'll break off. And it's like, how the hell did I do that? Because I don't even feel it happen, but yet my nail will get snagged on something and I'll be like, oh crap. And sure enough, I'll look down and yep, that one's been, it's trying to break off. Okay. I think I got it. I hope. These are the times when you can literally almost see smoke coming out his ears. So because he's so focused on what he's doing, especially when it comes to computers. Huh? Because sometimes it can be a lengthy process because you're going through and say, okay, well, this don't need to be here, this don't need to be here, this don't need to be here. Oh my God, this is taking up this much space. Can we get rid of this? And of course, the downside is the frustrations that come along with it, where I can tell when he's starting to get agitated when something's not going right, and it's like, oh no, just please don't get mad at my computer and throw it across the room. No, that would be pulling a Carl. That's the kind of stupid stuff Carl does. He'll go out and spend $300 or $400 on a brand new unit, a brand new computer, laptop, or something, and then he'll get pissed off at it one time, and he'll fucking destroy it. So all that money just went down the drain, and he wonders why we don't want to help him do stuff on his computer, because it's like, how long are you going to have that one, Carl, before you destroy it in your fucking fits of temper? How much did you pay for that one? And it's just, it's frustrating and annoying and agitating to see him destroy over and over and over again. He gets these nice laptops. He gets pissed off at them one time, and then he fucking throws it across the room because it's not doing what he thinks it should do, because he's so computer illiterate that he don't know his ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to computers. But Chris does. So that's why Chris gets burdened a lot of times with, I'm having a problem with my computer. Could you come over and fix it? Fucking learn to fix it yourself, Carl. Stop expecting everybody else to do it.
Most of the time, it's not even a problem.
Yeah, and it's like everything, he turns it into a problem, even when it's not really. It's like a simple fix kind of thing. But it's like this dramatic thing when it comes to Carl. It's like, no, it's not. All you have to do is do, and it's done. Quit whining, you big baby. My pretty lighters. Haven't even opened them yet. These are what I call spring colors, because you got orange, blue, pink, and yellow. Pink and yellow. Okay, I burnt a purple candle. I burnt a white one. Don't want to go through my candles too quick, because I don't know when I'm going to be able to buy me some, I've got like several different candle batches on my Amazon list that I want to get. Ow! But quit pulling my hair. Ow. Yeah, so we probably won't see Maria again. She's probably just going to stay downstairs, and all we can do is keep, sending out the good vibes, sending out the good energy, and hope that it all kind of comes together and gives her a strength to get through this, scare. And also, being able to let go of the fear that a disease like cancer is just suddenly gonna come along out of the blue and take her away from us. Paige. Yeah, we got this. We're getting the right energies out there circulating. We caught it in time. Oh no. It's giving him trouble again. He's about to throw things. I'm kidding. I can always tell just by, he'll like, oh my God, this still is not working, because I don't, and as much as I would like to be able to have the level of computer skills so that when these problems arise, I could fix them myself and not have to keep bothering him with them. So he'll try one way or one method. And if that doesn't result in the fix he's looking for, then he'll try another one. He'll keep doing that until he finds one that works. Well, so much for my molds getting here today, but it don't matter because I don't have any resin anyway. It's like, oh yeah. I hate when the yawn box kicks into gear because then I'm yawning and stuff all the time. Suddenly feel like my energy is just like completely drained. Like I just want to lay down and go to sleep. And that's probably because of still drinking too much sugar, and it's kind of the equivalent of going into a diabetic coma or sugar coma because your body it's going through the adjustment that you're trying to put it through to stop eating and drinking so much sugar, 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 and more sugar all the time. Okay. And I don't know if my voice would be able to handle doing much more reading. So I hope you can hang in there until the next section of the Dark Goddess Craft. Before I can read it. I mean, I can't wait to do some of these myself, you know. To some of the meditations that it suggests in here. But it's one of those things that you really have to give it a good think through. And you've got to make sure that the deity that you choose to work with is something you're ready for. Because if you're not, then that could cause problems. I want to succeed. I don't want to fail. I want to succeed. I just wish I could see my fairy wings. Wish they were visible to, well, I wouldn't say the world because then everybody would be chasing after me. You know, wanting to talk to me, interview me, cut me up in a lab and see what makes me tick.
I'm going to find on mine where I have it set. Why is it not doing that? Oh, dear.
That's what it is. It's the sugar. It's making me tired.
What? You didn't do much of a deep bloat.
I was looking at some other books I have. I wish I could figure out how to put some of these books back in my library, though, on here, because they're not books that I own. And I know there's a way, because they have these books on here on the tablet that you can get that it's basically kind of like their version of a library. You're supposed to be able to, you read them, uh, and then you borrow them for a short time, and then you put them back in the library so other people can use them. I can't remember how to do that. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yep, Dark Goddess Craft. Got 25% of it read. Yeah, I can't remember how to do it either. I'll play around with it one of these times and hopefully stumble across how to do it so I can put a lot of these books back in the library, because I don't like keeping them from others that, maybe could really use them, because a lot of these are like books that I shouldn't even need right now because I'm so much more advanced than what these books are designed to do. This is for somebody just beginning, somebody just starting out that, is trying to find their own magical path and, decide what deities they want to work with and, that can most help them in their lives right now and stuff. Hate that, when you're sitting here and you can't keep your eyes open. And I wasn't feeling like that until I drank my cappuccino thinking it was going to wake me up, and now it's doing the opposite. I'm like, crap. Here comes a Kawikaboo. Hello, Kawikaboo. Hello, baby. How you doing? Hello. I know you haven't had much time on Mommy's lap today. I'm sorry. Mommy got busy again. Yeah, I got busy. Yeah, Mommy got busy. I saw we. Sissy says, hi, Brett. Hi, Brett. Hi, baby. Ooh. Mommy itching her ears is. She likes that. She likes when Mommy scratch the ears is. Yeah. And she purring. Can you hear her? She's got a loud purr. Yeah. Hi. Look, want to lay down? Here, let Mommy fix my legs a different position here. So if you do lay down, I won't be like cramping up so easy or quick. Because that's probably the hardest part for me a lot of times when she's on my lap is my legs start going numb. Yep, she's going to lay down. Lay on Mommy lap. And then sometimes I got to remember not to like pet her too much either because she gets, she gets in her little moods where she only likes to be petted so much. And then if I pet her when she don't really want to be, then she'll like nip at me or something. And once she sits down on my lap, I try not to move. So, still giving you trouble? Stupid computers. Don't you just hate it when they go temperamental? This is one of the drawbacks of being a Virgo. They will get obsessed, or what it seems like, so focused on what they're doing that
We don't give up on.
they don't give up. Yeah, they will literally keep at it, until they
like
get it solved. Bless them. Uh-oh. Now he's hitting his head on the table. Make him stop.
Because the program's not fucking running
Oh.
like it should.
Uh-oh. Poor daddy. See, this is what I hate putting him through. Because some of these, or I guess I feel like I'm putting him through it because it's my computer and I don't know how to fix those things like he does. And I wish I did. So, because I don't want to add to his stress or agitation when programs don't want to work. But yeah, I was, oh, dang. Can't really show it to you now because Kalika's on my lap. But yesterday I was, I have one of my bottles of perfume oil hanging here on the lampshade of the unicorn lamp. Don't worry, it's tiny, so it don't have any weight to it. I try not to put anything too heavy on it, but I do have a lot of stuff hanging from it. See, make it over here in the right area. See how I've got stuff hanging different places. The bottle has a little glass. It's glass, and the stopper that goes in it is glass. Because the idea is, it's one of those where you take the stopper out and then you dab the perfume oil on your skin, then you stick it back in. Well, the cats like to jump over the stuff I have down on the floor to get onto the table behind this one, and in so doing, one of them knocked out the stopper of that glass bottle. So now it's basically sitting there and don't have its stopper in it. And I was trying to find it, and so I was looking around on the floor and everywhere that I could, and couldn't find it. So I ended up finding a bunch of, part of them are vessels, Creepy Hollows vessels that I've had for a while. Some of them are crystals that I have just accumulated over the years. And some of them I got from the museum that time when me and Maria and Chris went. Where you can you can fill a little bag of crystals with the crystals of your choice, and however many you can fit in there, like literally to the top to where it'll barely close, and you only pay one price for it, which, for like some of the little bags, it could be like $3.50 or $5 or something like that, and then the bigger bags might be a little more. So it's a combination of a lot of different crystal bits and whatnot. And I have this real pretty, it's plastic. It's a drinking glass. It's probably about yay tall. It has kind of a small opening, not too small in the top, but then as it goes down, it's bigger in the bottom. And I literally didn't fill it, but a good part of the bottom of that glass now has all these crystals in it. And I've been meaning to set them in front of a window or something so they can get recharged, because sunlight and moonlight can charge crystals. And when I found all of those, I was like, oh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to forget so many of them, but I literally had several pouches, different sizes, that had different like crystals in it and stuff. And so I decided to pool them all in the one glass instead of having them split up and in bags that you can't even see through. So you can't see what the crystals are unless you dump them out in your hand. So, but when Kalika's on my lap, I have found that it's far easier to just put the computer over here onto the side, on this side particular, because if I try to put it on the other side, then I can't move the mouse around and stuff. So I keep it on this side because this is how much of my lap she takes up. See? She's not exactly a tiny kitty, unfortunately, she did gain some weight, but Princess, I remember when she was Princess, she was, had a certain weight about her. And sometimes when you get them fixed, they do tend to gain weight. So she takes up like literally my entire lap, you might as well say.
Hey, I did not tell you to do that. I told you to move. Thank you.
Yeah. But, if she doesn't have what she feels is an adequate amount of time on mommy's lap throughout the day, she's not a happy kitty. She starts getting bitchy and starts, bugging the other cats because she wants to lash out at something because she doesn't feel that she's getting enough time on my lap. most of which she lays here and sleeps. And then by the time my tailbone starts going numb and my legs start hurting or something, or my hips start hurting because I am forced to sit in the same position for a long period of time. Yeah. She loves a mama. She loves a mama. But the problem is, of course, she wants to be the number one cat, and that just can't be. There is no number one cat in here. We try to treat them all equally, and sometimes it becomes a real challenge to keep them from. I mean, like me, I have trouble telling when they're fighting as opposed to when they're playing. So a lot of times I'll yell at them and all they're doing is playing, and I think they're fighting. So I just, I want to stop it because I don't want them hurting each other. I certainly don't want them like causing, blood, like literally drawing blood. Like, let's see, where is it? It's on my arm somewhere. Yeah. So not a very big scratch, but right here, there's a scratch that Miss Brat here did last night when we went to bed, because sometimes she will come up on the bed, and her and Carmela, but I don't know what it is with cats, but this whole back and forth thing that they do several times, and you have to pet them, the entire time, or they're not happy. And then finally, when you get them to settle down, then she'll lay there usually for like a handful of minutes, if that, and then she'll just get up and move. Or if Chris is laying on his back and he turns over on his side, that's all the dislodging or movement that they need, that they suddenly think that means they have to get up, even though it doesn't. But Carmela and Kalika right now are the only two that really come up and sleep on the bed with us. And if they're not sleeping on the bed, they're sleeping under the bed. If they're not sleeping under the bed, they're sleeping on top of the clothes. If they're not sleeping on top of the clothes, they're sleeping in a hidey spot in the bedroom. And it's like, oh boy. But she didn't mean it. I know she didn't mean it. It was just, it's annoying though, because the constant back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth that they do. And Kalika's tail being the way it is, if she's sitting, between us, which usually she does, and we're laying there and we're both trying to go to sleep, and she keeps beating Daddy with her tail, it pisses him off because he can't sleep if she's constantly hitting him with her tail. Oh my goodness. Wish we had some other fun things that we could do, to keep us going. And I wish I could draw on some energy from somewhere so I, don't feel so sleepy.
That's the most I can do. Let's see, what's that? That's cut and
I know, like, I don't know what, like, firewalls and protection thingies you have on my Chromebook here, or if you have any, but it keeps popping up McAfee has expired, but I think that's one of the ones you don't like, is the McAfee one.
That's garbage, dear.
Yeah, I always delete it, but I thought I would ask because I didn't know, like, what kind of protective things you had put on the Chromebook. But yeah, it keeps popping up, like right over the chat window usually here.
Oh,
your McAfee has expired. Your unit could be at risk. And I'm like, and I just delete it.
Send him a picture of my dick.
Please don't.
Tell him, say, here. Since you don't seem to want to suck on your thumb like a little whiny baby you are, suck on this. Fucking scammers.
Yeah, so like I said, that's why I just delete it. I don't mess with it. I just realized I have one more. Yes. Yes, and they always come up right over top of the chat window here when I'm doing a live, and it annoys the heck out of me. And am I still getting the borderline X-rated ones from all the women? Yeah, still getting those too. I wish those would stop because I'm still trying to figure out how the hell that one happened. Because I must have been looking on a website or punched in some information or something that I didn't want them to have, and bam, I'm just getting the damn things left and right, and I just want them to stop because I'm not interested. I don't want to see that stuff. I have another bottle of my energy, extreme energy, sitting over here behind my cauldron burner with the my cauldron wax melt in it. And I can't move because if I went to reach to move the cauldron so I could get to the bottle, even that slightest little bit of movement like that, unless I do it super, super slow, which usually causes me excruciating pain to do so, and I can't do it slow enough, she'll jump down because she thinks that means that she has to get down, and that's not always the case. Because this time of the day or evening, the early evening, like it's going on like 20 to 6 or whatever, I try to be really careful about how late in the day I will drink one of the energy drink things, one of the energy shots, because I don't want it to cause me to not be able to fall asleep later, when I do go to bed for the night. Pappy done, he hurted himself because the way he was sitting down on the floor. That messes with his knees. I know it does. Hurts. Because, me, if I'm sitting down on the floor like he was, Indian style and whatever, my legs would go to sleep within like a handful of minutes. Hopefully he's going to be... Oh, man, I hate seeing him in pain. Hopefully he's going to be making the pizza here soon. Because my tummy's pretty empty. And I can't even look out the window to see if there's any delivery trucks out there because I can't move. Because Kalika's up here. Urgh. And I guess, I could move her very easily, but I try not to because I do try to give her, a decent amount of mommy time is what I call it. And that involves her laying in my lap exactly as she's doing right now. So I'll sit here slowly feeling my legs go to sleep, slowly feeling my tailbone going numb because I don't want to move because I don't want her to think that I'm, saying I don't want her on my lap. It's just this couch, the way it is, it's really difficult for me to get comfortable on, even with the footrest up. Because we got this thing for $20 from a thrift store. Can you believe it? And it only has the footrests on the both ends. It doesn't have one in the middle. Oh, yeah. I still haven't consecrated any of my wands. And I've got 3 to consecrate now. Still haven't run across my Wicca Solitary Practitioner guide. So I'll probably just end up having to do my own version of a consecration. And then figure out ways to use the tool before I consecrate it so it don't, end up killing the energies in it that I just put in it by consecrating it. Because when you consecrate a magical tool, you have to put it to use right away because that's what helps it start building up its power. That's what helps it feel like it's truly doing you a service by, building up energy, usable to store energy. If you don't really use the wands maybe a whole lot or anything, you can still use them to store energy and they should hold it fine. Itchy nose. Erg. Definitely don't need an itchy nose attack. I hate those. But in my left pocket right now, I've got the big crystals that you sent me in this second batch, the most recent batch, when I got my order a couple days ago or whatever. So yeah, slowly but surely I'm building up, I'm like using up every inch of space that my little coffin shelf over here will allow, and trying to put out like random crystals and stuff like that. So it's kind of my way of trying to keep the energies balanced in here too. Hello. Sometimes I'll hear a sound that sounds like somebody knocking on the door, and I'll mistake it for somebody knocking on the door, and it's not anybody knocking on the door. It's just Dad in there probably doing dishes, but usually he'll put the clean ones away, and then he will stack the dishes and get them washed and everything. Usually he'll do it before dinner, before he starts cooking, or as he.
Yeah, I had to fire Bella as my dishwasher. He wasn't getting them clean enough.
Uh-huh.
I didn't do it. I'm gonna put this back over where you had it.
Not right this minute. I can't. No, because I've got her on my lap and I don't want to move. But, if nothing else, you can always take the tray and everything and set it down here up against my black and pink thing so it's not in your way.
Throw something at her.
I'll throw something at you. Always wanting to give her away so you can get pickles. You little bitch. Of all the cats, he's like, you can have Kalika. I'm like, the hell you say, buddy? Ow. Kalika. Finally, she jumped down. Yay!
Kalika's the one that caused the trouble.
See, this is my last bottle of extreme energy here. But if I'm going to do it, I'd rather do it now because, like I said, by the time it wears off, it'll be close enough in the evening that it won't interfere with my trying to go to sleep later. But usually I like to have a chaser right next to me when I do this. Even if it is just water, because this stuff it literally does have like an extreme taste and level of taste to it. Oochie boo. Ah, get up here. Okay. Here they are. Now I can show them to you. See? Bunch of them, huh? Bunch of crystals that I ran across here. But I need to find somewhere else to put them so I can put my other computer back up over here. So it's not on Dad's side of the coffee table and he ends up having a zoo on me because of it. This cleaned out. Probably going to have to just set these over here for now somewhere. I don't know where. Just get them out of the way. Move this stuff. So it's not.
It'll be ready in 2 years.
Mm-hmm. You usually like to set them like right there in some way or something. Okay. Drinkage, right. Got to get me some drinkage. I am going to get me some ice water because I'm still not drinking enough ice water. I know I'm not. Or enough water, period. And then work on getting this thing out of his way.
feel safe. We see cases every day where innocent-sounding products fail and hurt or even kill people. Often, the person injured doesn't realize the manufacturer is the one to blame. Tires, car seats.
To about where we're at right now for overnight lows. We're actually going to see a jump in temperatures the next few hours back into the low to mid 60s, and then drop back into the 50s overnight tonight to start the day tomorrow. And then by tomorrow afternoon, with sunshine and windy conditions, we should be pushing back into record territory for the third week in a row. So 56 overnight tonight. Showers will be tapering down after midnight tonight. We'll see temperatures tomorrow zooming back to our third 72 of the month of February so far, which is a record on its own. And it's also going to tie the daily record at 72 tomorrow. But don't worry, winter still has another little trick up its sleeve. We'll drop back to 39 on Friday with partly cloudy skies. Wind chills could start in the lower 20s Friday morning. So that's going to be about a 50-degree drop in the feels-like temperature from Thursday afternoon to Friday morning. It will be short-lived. They'll get back to 47 on Saturday, 54 expected on Sunday. We'll see numbers closer to 60 on a rainy Monday. And then
Actually,
let's stay above normal for Tuesday and Wednesday of the next work week. Strange times, Dave. Strange times. New at 5:30, existing home sales in the U.S. fell to the lowest level in 12 years in January, and that could be good news for the market overall. In latest data,
Prices maybe drop here a little
realtors, it shows sales drop.
There we go. That's a lot better, huh?
Compared to last year. NAR says the drop is due to consistent.
Sometimes you just gotta toss things on the
The
floor.
report also shows there is
I try not to, but
the housing market slump will soon end.
sometimes it can't be helped.
A reminder to store more money into that savings account. A new survey found retiring comfortably isn't getting any cheaper. More than 500 investors globally were surveyed. A third of them believe it would take $3 million to get by. Another third said it'll cost closer to $5 million, something not possible for many working toward retirement. The average account balance for someone
kitty
saving
cat
with
there.
Vanguard was $112,000 at
Got
the
my
end of
triple goddess
2022.
there.
The median balance was just $27,000. Still,
Water at the
making
ready.
sure all walks of life are seen after
Here
the
we
market,
go.
how Lego is increasing visibility for conditions that aren't always obvious.
And before we go to break, here's a look at what's coming up tonight on News Nation.
News Nation, America's fastest growing cable news network. The president can go to Ukraine, but not Ohio? Is the administration's virtual no-show after the Ohio train derailment fair criticism? And look who's there today. Is this Trump's first major move in the 2024 election? No one knows Ohio better than former Congressman Tim Ryan, and he's one-on-one with Dan Abrams tonight. See why more people are turning to News Nation. To find News Nation, go to newsnation.com and click Channel Finder.
That stuff is strong.
Fastest growing cable news network in America, News Nation, available on those cable listings. And we're back after this.
Everybody's switching to Germain Volkswagen of Columbus. Why? Inventory's back and on sale. New Taos, Tiguan, Atlas, and Cross Sports with rates as low as 3.9% APR.
Just kind of peekabooing out the window every now and again
Our superior windows are professionally installed and
to
best warranty.
watch for the
Simply the best for less.
any trucks that might be coming that, you know, has our mail packages or anything like that. Because my God and Goddess, or I call them my God and Goddess molds, my Green Man and Green Woman molds, they're only probably about that big. They're not tiny, but they're not huge either. They're a decent size. They should come and just, you know, that might be something that can be crammed into our mailbox because they have that bendability to them, that pliability, because they're silicone. But as you witnessed earlier, when I was trying to allow myself to openly cry about some issues from my past that have caused me great harm, deep wounds, Chris, he's basically telling me to stop, you know, so I'm not even allowed to express myself, and he can't handle it. This proves he can't handle it when he knows that I'm really truly hurting and he sees me crying. He can't handle it. it bothers him too much and probably even makes him start crying or something. I don't know. But it's like, shit, I can't even openly cry without feeling like you're judging me because I am, or you're making me think that I'm doing something wrong, when all I'm trying to do is heal from it by letting it out.
First-time mom and a seasoned pro. This mom's one step closer to their new minivan. Yeah, you'll get used to it. This mom's depositing money with tools on hand. Stretching. And this mom, well, she's setting an appointment here so her son can get set up there and start his own financial journey. That's because these moms
I feel like this is another MLM.
convenient choice. One way with the power of make more of what's yours.
At Window World of Columbus, our windows
Finger
are made
cut?
in the USA, backed by the Good Housekeeping seal, and come with a lifetime
finger cut.
warranty. And for the most energy-efficient windows, ask about our triple pane glass option. Call Window World now to schedule your free quote.
Everybody's switching to your main Volkswagen of Columbus. Why? In the Joy's back and on sale. New
I do. I feel like that's what this is. It's. Oh, wait. This is something about health plan.
Right now, we are at I-270 and
Excuse me?
Sawmill Road on the northwest side. You can see not too bad. Traffic still moving along very nicely as we head towards 6 o'clock.
Recommended health screenings.
Shouldn't be any major slowdowns.
Okay, so it's not an MLM. This is just health-related stuff.
Matrix, yeah.
Yeah.
Matrix is care sources, kind of nursing agency.
Each of the 8 new care
Does the little and
visible and non-visible health conditions like anxiety or Down syndrome.
blah blah blah.
Is also launching a free
Oops.
YouTube series.
Flashing people, sorry.
Yeah.
Trying to wipe me glasses. I freaking get them fingerprinted so easily. It's like, daggone it.
This is something he could really get into.
In our house, the anxiety factor is what we've had been a difficult moment.
What was I going to check?
Numbers have been exploding for us. I mean, just well, the problem is in the dark at night when you step
Oh, yeah. I was going to check something on here. Because I'm surprised that they're still showing this. Because I don't think it's going to.
It's great.
That's the best part. We focus on that part,
Yeah, that's
not the
on the positives.
injury part.
I just don't want to go through it again. You know?
Local coverage continues next on NBC
Havoc in
Sports.
life.
Terry?
Well, Jen, Ohio's problem gambling hotline is experiencing a surge in calls since the legalization of sports betting in our states. How many more calls?
Color book that I can do with a stylus. Actually, I got a couple of different color books on here. Design Home.
On the rise here in Ohio, we'll tell you about a new tool state
It's like Design Home, download. No, I don't want to do that. One of these, don't I have some of these already downloaded? No, but that one's cute because it's got a unicorn. Thought I had some of these on here. Wait, let me go to my home screen. That's where they're going to be. Here we go. Happy Color. This is one of the ones that I actually have downloaded.
Basically, this is the report and their suggestions from that one woman who came to visit us. The health questions.
Okay. So as long as I have my tablet, like, and we're out and about somewhere, like, for instance, if we were sitting out in the car and waiting for your visit and stuff, I could just bring out my tablet. I got solitaire on here, and I got my coloring book, and okay, which one do I want to do today?
Because everything has to go right. Every customer.
Preferably an easy one.
We have 4 family members in the same company, ensuring that everything is done right. As a consumer,
Because when
it's simple.
these tend to get harder to do when they have a lot of little, areas and stuff.
Can make the biggest difference. That's why we offer a credit card with everyday low rates and cash back, so you can pay it off quickly and spend your money on what matters most.
Daily.
Sleep Outfitters
Oh, that's
President's
cute.
Day sale ends Tuesday.
There's a
1%
kitty cat.
Sleep Outfitters starting at just $175. Save up to $800 on premium adjustable sets. Get incredible free gifts plus free delivery and setup. Now at Sleep Outfitters.
Hey, you know how Caesar invented the Caesars Sportsbook app, Caesars Rewards, and of course the salad, he gets credit for that. Well, he's back with Quick Picks, the quick and easy way to turn today's biggest headline storylines and games into bets. Look, it's right there on the home page.
This one might not be too bad.
Free bill with the moments that
Here.
make Marquis match.
Ah.
Marquis. What will Caesar think of next? Caesar's come with something new, but he hasn't told me what it is yet. For now, bet like a Caesar with quick bits.
Okay, this is
Only Caesar's
the one I'm about to color. You probably won't be able to see it. Yeah, because the light is glaring on it. But it seemed like one that wouldn't have a whole lot of really small areas. And then you just touch the stylus to the color, and then it will make that color stand out, or that where you're supposed to color. It shows this little grid, and then you just tap on that grid, and it adds the color, and then that color goes away. Now we're to color 2 here.
Emergency crews in Little Rock say the twin-engine plane went down near Clinton National Airport.
Now that one's done.
Indicators say a strong
3.
wind gust was likely to blame a consulting firm called CTEH.
Gone.
Confirms the 5 people on board were employees
4.
from its Little Rock office. The company says they were responding to that deadly factory explosion Monday in Oakwood Village. That's about 30 miles southeast of Cleveland.
Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Dave Mazza joins us now with more on the weather conditions at the time of this crash. Dave, what have you been able to learn?
Okay, that one's
Obviously,
done.
we are just looking at the weather conditions
5.
right now. We don't know anything about the actual condition of the plane at takeoff, anything like that.
There's a lot of blue and
Interestingly,
green in this
right before
design.
The plane did take off at about 11:53
6.
Little Rock time this morning. They had winds out of the south-southwest, 210-degree winds, the direction, at about 22 gusting to 31. This runway, both runways configured here at Little Rock Airport, 22L and R, both face 220 degrees, so south-southwest. So they were taking off into a direct wind, which is typical. However, about 10 minutes later, the wind shifted direction significantly, about 90 degrees around to the north-northwest, and picked up at about 46 mile per hour gusts. So you had a
And you
headwind,
can
and
make
then all of a sudden you had a
small
crosswind a
areas
couple of minutes
bigger,
later, and the plane took off
so you can
between
see
that
them
wind
better.
shift, something investigators will look very closely at when they do take a look at this plane crash over the next couple of weeks and months heading into the month of March.
All right, thank you, Dave. And of course, we will continue to follow this breaking story on air and online. For the latest information, you can go to our website, NBC4i.com.
Okay, that one's gone.
Parents in the Reynoldsburg City School District woke up to learn no school buses
9.
were available for their students.
Now, this situation comes after the district worked to make sweeping changes to accommodate a shortage in bus drivers. NBC4's Sierra Johnson is joining us now, and I know you've been talking with a mother of 3 students in that district. Had to be inconvenient for parents today.
Yeah, definitely inconvenient. That mother told me the news that there would be no bus for her high school freshman due to staff shortages really impacted her morning. She said she's glad she works from home with some flexibility, but she's disappointed that this seems
And then you
to be an
just
ongoing
tap the
problem.
color in each
We heard
section.
from several parents that at 5:45 this morning, they received a text and an email explaining due to bus
Dawn.
staffing shortages, several bus routes would not be
10.
running, and parents would need to get their students to and from school. This notification comes after the district implemented new routes at the start of this year, 2023, to accommodate that shortage of drivers. A parent I spoke with says more changes need to happen to ensure this does not happen again.
Personally, I really just want to go be more vocal at the school board and let them know my feelings as a parent, how frustrating it is for me, because not only am I taking one kid to school, I'm taking 3 kids to school.
This can be therapy too. You realize that, right? When you're coloring,
as a single mom, I need them to know
can be
that,
calming, soothing,
and
kind of.
there needs to be a resolution.
It is important
You can let your
to know that
mind kind of go
members
blank.
the Railroad School Support
Give it a little bit of break
RSSA did present a letter
from
to
all the
district
worry.
Board of Education asking members to intervene and address the staffing and safety concerns within the transportation department. And we did reach out to the district for a statement on this busing situation. We have not yet heard back.
A lot of frustration tonight here, thanks. Reynoldsburg High School Livingston campus went on lockdown today after the district says a student took a gun to school. School officials called police after hearing reports of a gun being on campus. Officers recovered a gun from a student and took that student into custody. No students or staff were harmed. Police say they are considering charges tonight.
Oh.
The Ohio State Highway Patrol says Franklin County had the highest reported OVI count in the state last year. The agency says it is seeing an increase of people driving under the influence, specifically
For
when it
this
comes to
meal, we
drug
thank you
offenses.
now as it
NBC4's
sustains
Anna
us. Please
Hoffman followed
allow
this story tonight. She joins us
your
live and
blessings
tells us
on these
that
gifts
there
in
are some
us
new
as we
tools
will
that
some
troopers
be.
will be using to crack down on violators.
Prayer before meals. Okay.
Ohio State trooper was actually hit by an impaired driver.
You're not gonna like it.
I-71. Today, the
There's no
Highway
meat.
Patrol spoke about the dangers of impaired driving and what they're doing to try and drive that number down at the Traffic Safety Council meeting. That trooper was trying to pick up debris on the side of the road when he was hit by a driver.
Finally,
and now that trooper
we got
is
some purple
recovering,
that goes
and
in
the
here
driver is
somewhere.
facing charges of aggravated vehicular assault and possession of controlled substances. The Highway Patrol says they're planning to up their training to be able to spot these drivers.
13.
In January, the Ohio Department of Health also introduced a new breathalyzing technology they can use on scene. Troopers are having one of their own hurt by an impaired driver.
14.
It's close to home, but it also gives them the drive to put a stop to this crime. It makes our heart break, but we have a job to do, and doing our job every day and removing these impaired drivers off the roadway is
15.
going to make a difference and make these roads safer for everyone to travel. The Highway Patrol says they will soon allow oral fluid testing on scene for
16.
someone suspected of driving under the influence. They're planning on starting that pilot program this summer and hoping to roll it out to the rest of the state by the end of the year. Local for you in Columbus, I'm Anna Hoffman, NBC4.
Anna, thank you. Ohio's problem gambling hotline is experiencing an enormous surge in calls just since the start of the year. NBC4's Jonathan Jackson is joining us live now with how the legalization of sports betting is pushing demand for gambling addiction services to a new height, right, Jonathan?
That's right, Colleen. The Problem Gambling Network of Ohio says that since January, they've received over 1,500 calls to their hotline. That's more than triple the amount they received.
And then you just go on and on until you go through each color.
Result of sports betting now being legal in Ohio, along with easy access
I better
to online
eat for
apps and gambling sites.
Pappy gets good at
Gambling
me.
Network is a nonprofit organization.
Yes, it's coloring is it is definitely a therapy, a type of therapy.
Leading up to the legalization of sports betting, they say the number of calls to their organization has more than tripled.
Vegetable garden, so there's no meat on this one.
Well, I'm seeing a lot more younger folks coming in, and maybe just even late 20s.
A lot of people like me thinks that being allowed to stab stupid people is good therapy. But for some reason, they don't allow us to do it.
Surprising is the amount of people that are doing the online.
Now, tomorrow, the Problem Gambling Network will host a sports betting panel in which they will bring in statewide experts to discuss this issue.
I don't have an anger problem. I just need fucking idiots to stop pissing me off.
Jonathan, thanks so much. Well, you might notice I'm still in a separate studio tonight from my colleagues as I recover from COVID-19. I've been working separately to keep the risk for spread low and wearing a mask when I'm not on air. But Carrie and Dave, good news, I'll be back in the studio tomorrow.
Yay! You get to run around the studio. I was doing a lap at a couple of stops in here yesterday. I thought, gee, Colleen's lucky.
Yeah, I know. I get to just sit here. It's really been, that part of it's been really nice.
There you go. Still ahead tonight, probably one of the strangest videos you've seen in a while. How it involves a person wearing a tree? Huh? Dave Moss, is that you? No. Temperatures.
I'm afraid to ask, why would somebody be wearing a tree?
We are going to see rain moving back in tonight. We'll track it hour by hour, coming up in about 10 minutes.
Thinking they were fooling facial recognition software. But some police departments use things like that. Probably a theft, package theft, or yard home limit or something.
But it was fastened to the back of the person. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't concealing anything.
It's supposed to. Rumor is. No one's been able to prove, but it's supposed to break up your image enough that the facial recognition software doesn't even see that there's a person in the image, even though it's not hiding the person. Sort of the same way camouflage outfits.
Ford
Mhm.
F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 46.
They're not really designed to make it disappear. It's just that it makes it harder to see the lines of the person, so that our pattern recognition system doesn't recognize a person.
Now get a 22 F-150 XLT with 2.9 financing for 60 months plus 1,000 customer cash and 500 accessories cash.
Switch to new My Perks today.
It's supposed to work that way for animals too, which is the reason why hunters do it.
And redeem for unlimited cash rewards on
Free gas for my new ride.
Free flowers for myself.
Free wings for my friends.
And free groceries for my guilty pleasures.
at Giant Eagle and Gecko. You don't just earn perks, you earn My Perks. A whole new world of perks is waiting.
Your perfect match is right here, right now at Right Rock Flooring. Choose carpet, not $5.49, but $3.49 installed with pad. With 24-month special financing available, now's the time to find your perfect match. Right Rock Flooring.
The President's Day sale has been extended at the Better Sleep Shop. Our sleep experts will help you select the mattress of your dreams. And you can save up to $900 on the top names in sleep, like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and Beautyrest Black. And low monthly payments with 60 months financing and no deposits. Only at the Better Sleep Shop.
Closed captioning on
What?
ABC4 is sponsored by Elkano, dedicated to every client every day.
It's good. I like it.
Pete Buttigieg is set to travel to East Palestine tomorrow.
I'm hungry
in
enough.
the wake of the hazardous train derailment there earlier this month. The secretary is going to meet with community members who are affected by the derailment and hear from investigators on the ground. The National Transportation Safety Board is expected to issue its initial findings from the investigation into the derailment tomorrow. Earlier this month, the board suggested it might have been caused by an overheated wheel bearing. Former President Trump visited East Palestine today. He accused the Biden administration of abandoning the town.
To the people of East Palestine and to the nearby communities in Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Everybody plug their
we
ears.
have
Demon Trump is
told you
speaking.
Loud and clear, you are not forgotten. You are not forgotten. We stand with you, we pray for you, and we will stay with you in your fight to help answer and the accountability that you deserve. We'll have that accountability. It'll all be out there very clearly.
38 train cars.
Make
derailed
America great
February
again.
3rd,
Kill
sparking a
Trump.
Fire. 11 of those derailed cars were carrying hazardous
Deporting to
materials,
Russia.
including vinyl
There you go.
chloride and 3 other chemicals that were not initially announced.
The man accused of killing a person and injuring 3 others at a local strip club has been arrested. Police linked 21-year-old Travis Ingram Jr. to the dollhouse shooting last month. An incident led to the death of 37-year-old Charles Smith. 2 women were taken to the hospital with injuries, and another person was grazed by a bullet. Ingram has been charged with murder and felonious assault.
Coming up next, a bizarre theft caught on video will tell you what a person wearing a tree is accused of stealing after the break.
And we are watching rain off towards our west near Indianapolis right now. We will track hour by hour when it will arrive in your backyard coming up.
Everybody's switching to Germain Kia of Columbus. Why? Inventory's back and on sale. New Sportages, Sorrentos, and Rios from
Told ya.
$16,999 or $259 per
What?
month with
What was it?
What?
You were stealing something from the yard.
Yep.
Good morning, class. Today's lesson
You knew they had
customer
cameras.
satisfaction. Now, if 96 of
I didn't doubt you, dear. I just had never heard of such a thing until you said that. I was like, what? Really? Okay.
You.
Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rate.
Exactly. I knew that. Now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No money down, no interest.
One of those
no
things
payments
that
until
appeared on
2025.
4chan
Window Nation, the perfect
saying you could pull the image recognition by just basically adding to your own outline.
Mm-hmm.
The cameras that are, if they're set to make it set off an alarm if they see a person,
Mm-hmm.
won't be able to do that
Oh,
either
yeah.
because they won't recognize a person because the outline is blurred or whatever.
When your first phone call,
3/4 of the
See?
shit that comes on 4chan is garbage.
The big crystals that you sent, I got them in my pocket.
you can see it in their
It's my way of kind of bonding with them, and I'll like carry them in one pocket for a while, and then I'll turn around and switch and carry them in the other side or whatever.
You done?
Yes.
experience. But the
I mean, I could eat the last piece, or I tried to save you a couple. So keep in mind, no, give me a break. That I definitely like this one. So. Pig!
Do it.
5 inches. Spot the keyword this week on NBC4 Today.
What sets Storm Team 4 apart is the commitment to Central Ohio. People depend on our accurate forecast to keep them safe when there's severe weather heading their way. That's why we come in at crazy hours of the day sometimes, because we love it and we know the importance of this community.
Everybody's switching to Germain Kia of Columbus. Why?
And that's why
And on sale. New Sportages, Sorrentos, and
this house dress, even though it needs a little bit of a mend job here, which eventually I'll get around to one of these times, because I don't want it to rip anymore. This material is old enough that if I took it and I went like this, it would probably shred it. So I don't want to do that.
It was removed by
It's comfortable. It has pockets in both sides.
Probably one of the strangest videos you're going to see this week. NBC4's Caleb Michael talked with a couple who caught this entire thing on camera. He has their story.
It's one of those situations you almost can't believe it until you see it. Now we're learning there was another person with a tree on their back last night. Both of the incidents were caught by doorbell cameras. Here's the first video from Jessica Ludicky's doorbell camera showing someone walking up with a tree, looking like it's inside of their shirt. They move over to the light, unscrew it, and then you see it go out. Then they dart back in the direction that they came from. This video from just a few blocks over is timestamped about 20 minutes after the first sighting. It appears to show a different person with a tree down their back. It's a situation that has many people stumped.
There was this person with a tree on their back, stealing our light bulb. It was just so bizarre.
Why?
I couldn't help but laugh, and it's like, why is there a tree on your back, and why do you want my light bulb?
Ever seen anything like this before in your neighborhood?
Never.
Jessica says they want their light bulb back, but at this point they have not yet filed a police report. She says it's a frustrating situation with not many answers to go on. Local for you in Columbus, I'm Caleb Michael, NBC4.
New at 6, Senator Sherrod Brown spoke today in Dublin with
Oh, that was good. Thank you.
Education and community
At least it filled the empty spot a little bit.
Manufacturing Institute Summit. The group is currently planning summer camps. The camps help.
I knew I was going to love the Purple Rain scent. I just had that feeling,
Real world understanding of
who's me?
American manufacturing.
Now mommy's being a piggy.
By learning how products are made. They also participate in team building.
So yeah, I got a color book on there. I've got a couple of I've got my Merge Dragons and my Merge Magic on my tablet, so I could play one of those. It broke my heart. It really did. When I decided that it just wasn't worth the upset that it kept causing me, and therefore the stress of keeping my Avakin life. So I just completely deleted it from my Chromebook because I'm tired of all the bullshit and all the issues I ended up having with it in the end. And I tried everything I could possibly think of to fix the situation. Couldn't fix it. Tried doing the update because I know that sometimes these games need updates. If you do the update and it'll fix a lot of the issues, but it just, I kept trying to update it. It wouldn't do it. And I lost a lot. I lost a lot. And that's very upsetting to me, not to mention all the money that I wasted getting cool rooms and accessories for my avatars and pets, Yeah, I just, like I said, it broke my heart to do it, but I just couldn't deal with the BS anymore.
I know, Dave, I was going to grab the umbrella when I left earlier today. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that rain moving out of our area now, but we got another
Trying to be kind of quiet because so Pops can watch his news.
Kind of a flip-flop kind of day today because we had temperatures that were cool through most of the morning and into the afternoon, and now numbers are really starting to warm up and are continuing. Live Viper radar does
I go.
Near the Indiana border, but you notice there's even more rain off to our west in Indiana and some thunderstorms. Thankfully, these are getting weaker this evening, which is good news. We had a couple of strong to severe storms in portions of Missouri and Illinois earlier. Those are now starting to fall apart a bit, but we're going to continue to watch this line of rain showers racing towards our area this evening, and we'll be inbound in the next few hours from now. It's a beautiful look outside on our Mr. Ritter Tower camera towards downtown Columbus as we are right around sundown tonight, and temperatures still very
So did you
warm.
like that reading? Even though we only did 3 cards, said that pretty much
Currently here in the city, we're at 70
sort
down,
the
68,
situation and
upper 70s in the southern part of the state, but mid 30s to the north to upper 30s.
help
to
us
the north.
further expose it.
And that
So
big change in temperatures is being felt
you
even
know
across
that
central Ohio.
everything will be
We've got
fine
a
now.
mix of about 30 degrees
We caught it in
across our
time.
area this afternoon into this evening, and wind speeds are starting to pick up. You can see winds a little bit slower in the teens to 20s to the south and southwest. And I think for most of us, that'll be something we'll notice the rest of the evening and overnight hours tonight. Short-term clouds will be the rule heading in through sunset and beyond for the next hour or two. You'll notice rain showers by about 8 o'clock in the far western portions of the state. Those will continue to move across our area between about 9 and 11 o'clock tonight, with a couple of pockets of heavier rain possible as we get closer towards midnight. And then those will push off towards the east after midnight tonight. And winds will start to respond out of the south and west, and they will push in even warmer air heading into the day tomorrow. So temperatures are starting low to mid-50s.
Sorry about that.
Most of our area, and with a mix of
Didn't know they were doing that to you.
and a nice southwesterly wind that will be coming
I like them. I've got to limit myself to just basically one glass of a day,
tomorrow night you will notice
because otherwise
start to turn more westerly by tomorrow evening, and will shift around to the northwest.
it ends up
by
upsetting my
tomorrow
stomach
night.
later.
And that's going to usher in big changes heading into the day on Friday. And if I talk about big changes, I don't mean just, 70s to 50s. I mean, we're going to go from 70s tomorrow to feeling like it's in the 20s by Friday morning. So
Oh, boy.
huge changes. So tonight we'll see temperatures generally running well above normal, from the 40s to the north to the 50s for the rest of us, about 56.
Don't
here in
you
the city
start,
for the overnight
computer.
low tonight, which is very mild.
Do
for
not
this
kill
time
my
of year.
live.
As we head into the day
Oh
tomorrow,
man, it made me so mad when it did it
67,
earlier
kind of
today.
windy, but still not a bad day
It
to
shut
get
itself
outdoors
off
from
after
the
34
wind.
minutes
We'll get up to a
of
high 72
me being
tomorrow.
live.
Well, look at that big drop. Friday afternoon's high just 39 degrees, which is a lot closer to normal, I should note, about 3 degrees below normal. We'll see numbers bouncing back over the weekends. We'll be at 47 on Saturday, up to 54 on Sunday. We'll see rainy conditions and breezy on Monday at 59, and then we will drop closer to 50 for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week.
Yeah, I know.
All right, thank you, sir.
And I don't like when it does that.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Has a home game tomorrow night, but Jared, you
I'll
say
be right
one of
back,
the
sweetie.
best players isn't going to be
No,
there.
she won't.
You know what? Shut up before I poke you in the ass with something you ain't gonna like.
After nursing a shoulder injury the entire year. Today, Chris Holman announced
I could say
season-ending
something.
surgery soon. He was never quite right this year. He wore that protective sleeve for much of the year. He will be a senior next year. Meanwhile, tomorrow might be Ohio State's best chance to win a game the rest of the season. After 8 straight losses, 13 losses in their past 14 games, they host Penn State. They're 7-9 in Big Ten play, including wins over Indiana, Michigan, and they've got 2 wins over Illinois. They're hoping to make a run and build an NCAA tournament resume. For the Buckeyes, it's just a chance to get better.
I feel like we still got a lot to prove. I know the results will always not be may be there, but I feel like we still have the right guys and the right team, the teammates and coaching staff on us to make those things happen.
I think the biggest struggle right now is how we respond when we get down. We have to have a higher level of belief. We have to execute better. We've got to trust each other better. I think that's probably been the biggest thing.
I just wanted to slip on some pants so I don't have to worry about accidentally flashing you because of some of the ways I cross my legs, because I'm trying to find a comfortable way to sit.
Seniors who have grown up together, a team without any mega high Division I recruits or keeping them out of fanfare. They're just a really hard team to beat, especially on the defensive end. And the Knights tell us that can carry them well in the month of March.
Everyone wants to go undefeated, no one wants to lose, but sometimes when I think about it, I'm like, wow, we really did that. Like, thinking back 4 years ago, like, I think we went 15-8 my sophomore year. And now, looking up senior year, we're 22-0. So, yeah, it's a great feeling.
This has always been our dream. This has always been what we want to do.
A fascinating hire completed today in Southwest Ohio. Former Bengals quarterback John Kitna is the new head football coach at Lakota East High School. Also earlier this month, former Buckeye quarterback Stanley Jackson was named the head coach at Western Illinois. It's certainly in style right now at the high school level. Final check of the forecast when we come right back.
When you rely on accurate forecasts for your business,
See, I may not floss after a meal
true and trusted source,
like I should,
and NBC4 and Dave Mazza.
Chief Meteorologist Dave Mazza.
but I do try to take a toothpick and get as much of the stuff out of my teeth as I can.
Where's your bath? I really tried
Realistically.
sleeping with it, everybody. Now I sleep with Inspire. Inspire? No mask? Just sleep.
Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
The bloodline of Hughes Brothers is fearless and uncompromised.
Yeah, lazy bum.
Tacoma, Forerunner, Tundra, Sequoia. Toyota's four brothers. Simply rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm from Colorado. I've been married to my high school sweetheart for 35 years. I'm a mother of 4, always busy. I was starting to feel a little foggy. It just didn't feel like things were as sharp as I knew they once were. I heard about Prevagen, and then I started taking it about 2 years now. Started noticing things a little sharper, a little clearer, and I feel like it's kept me on my game. I am able to remember things and say, give it a try.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription. I still think I can sell the card myself.
This is going to take all day. And I have big plans. Brunch. Bubble bath.
At WeBuyAnyCar.com, selling your vehicle is always fast.
Why do commercials have to be so stupid?
All done. Don't trade in yourself by yourself. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com now for a free online valuation. Get in, get out, get paid.
Want all your little tax deductions to work? We got some tricks in our tool belt. 54 now has the newest hardwood tile.
That just kills me off. That he's actually doing these kind of commercials, and he used to play Al for so long on Home Improvement. Now he's doing commercials about it. I'm like, really? It's cute. The guy that plays Al on Home Improvement, which is one of the shows that we used to watch for a while. He's kind of a heavy set guy, not too bad though. And everybody loves Al, kind of thing. And it was a cute little thing, but he was Tim's partner, Tim Allen. And because I don't know if you've watched Home Improvement, I don't know like what kind of shows you get there in the UK and stuff, but Al played his partner, and they were architects of a sort. They did home improvement stuff, right?
Inside my body with a click of this remote.
No mask, no hose, just sleep.
Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Yeah. So anyway, it's called Home Improvement, and Al was one of the characters on it. And now in real life, because I don't even know how long Home Improvement ran, like how long of a series it was or anything before they just stopped having episodes and I guess ran out of ideas or whatever. And now the guy that played Al is doing commercials that have to do with, guess what? Home Improvement. I just think that's cute. I think it's funny.
Kitchen stuff.
It's got a certain irony. Yeah, he's happy. He's looking in his latest Finger Hut catalog, and as soon as he opened the front cover, kitchen stuff. Oh my! Sissy girl.
I am so fucking gay.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he loves his kitchen stuff just like he likes his camping stuff, cycling stuff, computer stuff.
4-slice white slot toaster. Black and decker.
It's the President's Day sale on Ashley. Shop store-wide savings.
He's like a kid in a candy store with $20 back when it was penny candy. Ooh, 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 looky, looky, ooh, ooh. And why don't you just have a frickin' zoo while you're at it?
I don't have to have the KitchenAid mixer stand. You can get me a Cuisinart instead.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, that's a lot cheaper.
No.
It's only about 200 and something.
Nope.
Whereas the KitchenAid's 400 or 500.
KitchenAid, it's a freaking multi-purpose thing that you can use in the kitchen.
Mixer.
It's a mixer among other things.
It's a mixer, that's it.
Whatever. Shut up. Unk.
We know that your car is more than just a vehicle.
I know, Carmela. You want to play with your bug, but I don't feel like it.
That's why our goal is to
Excuse me. That be the pizza talking. Yeah. We
They
can.
got the Hinkle knife set.
Ooh, she said they get them there. They have them there in the UK.
I know.
Well, I didn't, so there.
They got the Hinkle's knife set that's got the 8 steak knives.
Up shut.
And these are the wooden handle full tang.
Bye, bye, bye.
Taking control, accomplishing more. Here's to the
I don't know.
and the dreamers. Ford SUVs.
One of the things I haven't had yet. Good knife set.
60 months on the 2022 Ford Edge, Explorer, or Bronco Sport.
I gotta find somewhere to put my incense buddies here, my little incense cones, because I just don't have any room.
While you stay cozy, our personal shoppers will hand select.
Daddy catch you with his monkey feet. Monkey feet.
Yes. Virgos and their weird feet. Their feet tend to be long and narrow, and his toes are long enough. See the toesies? Ain't they cute? That he can literally pet the cat with his feet.
And when I'm standing, my big toe is a little bit separated from the rest of the toes.
Monkey feet.
So the only other creatures that have the big toe separated is monkeys.
She's like, I hate feet. Hey, that's supposed to be your ruling body part. Did you know that? Was feet, I think. Or no, is it something else? Like, for instance, with Capricorns, it's knees. So you have to be really careful about knee health.
Also tonight, President Biden's warning in Poland to Vladimir Putin, saying Russia made a quote big mistake by suspending a key nuclear treaty with the U.S.
Sorry for however much I'm not reading or seeing right.
Reports tonight that Donald
Trump's fucking glasses on.
And son-in-law Jared Kushner have been subpoenaed by the special counsel investigating January 6th.
$249
Mr. Trump visits
for the knife set.
toxic train derailment in Ohio.
So,
The Biden administration's response.
Good knives.
Naga Champa, opium, my dragon's blood, and my frankincense and myrrh, which I still haven't even bothered opening either one because I can't burn it because he don't like the smell of it. But I still need to find, because I kind of want to keep them in their little boxes here, because otherwise, it's hard to tell them apart. But
Good evening. It is massive.
but then in this one,
Tonight, much of the northern
I have a bunch of different incense sticks, and I have no idea what each scent is. That's why you see me. I'll sniff one before I light it, because I'm like, oh yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah, that's a nice scent. They have these
parts of the north central United States with almost 2 feet of snow possible.
colored knives that you can get. Sometimes you can get them in a set. It's not that big of a set. It's nothing like he would probably ever get because they wouldn't be good quality enough.
In Southern California,
The colored knives that they have over at Kroger sometimes that I'm always like, ooh, I'd like to get. I need to find me.
Depends. If those are the ceramic ones, most ceramic ones are actually decent. But
winter weather is where we begin tonight with NBC's Dave.
you have to be careful with applying pressure in certain directions because they can snap.
I need a knife that will never be used for food that I can use to cut this up, because this thing is so big. If I try to burn it in a single burner, it's going to overflow. So she said, I'm going to have to break it up into pieces. So if it's a knife, I would rather it be one that's never going to be used for food, that I buy for myself, that I can use just for that purpose.
Actually, no, we don't have to, because I put
Unless
one of
you
them.
legitimately how they need to be out traveling. to stay home and bunker there if you can.
State police in Wyoming warning of dangerous conditions like this.
Oh my God, that guy almost got run over. Oh, gee, Mini Christmas, that's scary.
In California,
Tumbleweed?
got power to more than 100,000 people.
Oh man, there's a wicked spell you can do with tumbleweed.
It was a big team effort, and everyone
From
did
Umbridge?
the best they could.
Remarkably, a rare blizzard warning issue.
He's trying to probably think of a certain kind of knife that would probably be
Use
good.
that Cook's Club knife. I don't like it.
Are seeing record high temperatures.
It won't stay sharp.
States are under winter
The cheapy one we bought.
We are preparing for what will.
The first time we decided at the last minute to do a little picnic at a park, and I needed a knife for the tomato, and I bought the knife over Kroger's. That one works better. So, yeah, use that Cook's Club knife.
I used to have a cooking club membership, and what they do is they send you kitchen utensils to test. You know, you can get a blender sometimes. You can get a certain utensil like a knife. I ended up getting a real nice apron out of it that literally has my name sewn into the top. It's just the name Janet, though. It didn't. It's white. And I think it's got like pockets and stuff. That would be the ideal thing to wear, especially when I'm doing my resin pieces, so I can stop ruining my clothes because I keep getting resin on them. No matter how hard I try, I keep getting resin on them.
Who is tracking this massive storm? What do we need to know?
20-piece
Less than
glass
69 million
food
people under
storage
some
set.
sort of winter weather advisory from the Northeast all the way to the California coastline, and we are looking at snow stretching from the Rockies.
Use it like you would Tupperware. It's just it's glass with
icy conditions
it's plastic lid.
The system will move
Yeah.
through Thursday, pushing blizzard
Oh, me, I hate
conditions
those
with snow and
cheapy
wind
ones
throughout the
anymore
upper
that
Midwest. Another round of snow moves into New England.
you get that are like
Difficult
after
travel
about 5
stretching from
uses
New
or
England
2
all the
months
way to
they
Wisconsin
start
because of
cracking and
ice
breaking just from
upwards of
being
a quarter of
exposed to
an
the
inch,
air
and
and
we've got snowfall amounts
any light.
anywhere from 4 to
But
6
basically,
inches,
what the
especially in the upper Midwest.
cooking club would do is they would allow you to keep the product that you're testing, and all they would ask in return is that you give them a review on the performance of it. Would you recommend it to others? You know, do you think it's a good quality product?
And who did the reviews?
He did the reviews because I just didn't have the patience for them. And I just stopped making my payments on it, so I ended up losing it. I also had a gardening club subscription membership or whatever, and they would send you gardening tools to try, test out. Same thing, send them in the reviews, you get to keep the product, you know. So that was, I was able to get some, I think they're decent, you know. But, you know, just like any tool, you got to take care of it. You got to keep them clean, you got to keep them sharpened, you know, and stuff like that. And that's something that I did not do, so they're still usable, but I wish I had the tools and the know-how to be able to take care of them better and keep them clean when I'm not using them. Like after each use, clean them off and make sure they're good and sharp, because sometimes you're clipping like shrubberies or small branches and stuff, and that'll dull.
Yeah, I wonder how many of them were gotten into that stadium to cheer on Putin in Russia by being told they wouldn't be conscripted to go into Ukraine and fight the war.
In a statement to NBC News, calling the comment as unwarranted as it is irresponsible. And tonight, the focus turning to China. Putin meeting with Beijing's top diplomat, who pledged relations between the countries will get even stronger.
My orchids are starting to look like the petals are they're going to start falling off any day.
The White House warning China may now be considering giving weapons. All of it following those 3 days of high-stakes American diplomacy. President Biden now traveling
And if they
back
do,
to
I'm just,
Washington after losing his footing.
it's going to make me
while
sad
flying Air
again
Force One
because
tonight, leaving behind a
I hate to keep watching them die because I can't provide the right environment for them to thrive.
The president's challenge now, convincing an increasingly skeptical
Thrive and grow.
American
Yes, I
public
did
to
this
see
past Monday.
Ukraine.
And then, Kristen, on top of all this, we're also learning that Russia recently
I just don't want to keep watching them die, you know.
Lester, that's right. 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News Russia notified the U.S. it was going to conduct that test, which happened before the president's surprise trip to Ukraine. Those officials
So
believe the
basically,
failure was
Pops
not a
is just
threat,
saying,
so
go
it
ahead and use that
underscores the
knife because you don't
tense
like
matchup
it.
here. Lester.
It might be sharp enough. It should be, I would think. You know,
Yeah,
it should be sharp enough to cut through, because it's just wax. And if I needed the extra aid, I could always like heat up the blade a little bit with my lighter, because it's got a plastic handle, so I wouldn't burn myself. Kind of, you know, fire up or run the flame over it a few times, get it a certain degree of hot, in which case it would just be like a knife through butter, you know, real easy.
The only consolation is all the mud slows Russia's advance. Lieutenant Bogdan is in charge. We met Bogdan a year ago, right before Russian troops invaded. We won't lose our country. We'll fight them with our bare hands if we have to, he said. Since then, Bogdan has been at the front. A Russian mortar tore through his left side. But after 2 months in the hospital, it was back to battle. Nearly all of his 150 soldiers were killed or injured over the past year.
It's
and
terrible.
Now the soldiers say Russian troops are 800 yards away. And they're just up there?
Yeah.
And do they have similar trenches to this?
Yeah, something like this.
But now there's a problem. A Russian drone is overhead.
Down.
Yes, he says. The soldiers fire a rocket-propelled grenade.
Oh, Lord.
Lieutenant Bogdan tells us
That was a big
it's
boom
like
boom.
this every day, or worse.
Why does this war matter to Americans, do you think?
Because it's a war for democracy. The Ukrainian-Russian war is war of democracy versus Russia dictatorship. So it's important.
A fight Ukrainians say they will take to the end.
Yep.
Dictators trying to take over places that don't
They
belong
have
to
no
them.
right.
New
Yeah.
offensive is of such low quality that
Exactly.
some frontline commanders barely even know it's happening. But he warned that it could get worse as Russia's now redoubling efforts to produce ammunition. Lester?
All right, Richard Engel, thank you. You can see much more of Richard's powerful reporting from Ukraine. Watch On Assignment this Friday at 10 Eastern on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock. Also developing tonight, new reporting. The special counsel investigating former President Trump's actions after the 2020 election has subpoenaed Mr. Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, and her husband, Jared Kushner, to testify before a federal grand jury. That's according to the New York Times, citing two people briefed on the matter. And today, Mr. Trump was in Ohio visiting the site of that train derailment and toxic chemical
Demon
release.
Trump, throw him
As
on,
many
throw holy
residents
water on him.
remain
Maybe
worried
he'll
about the
explode.
quality of the air and water. Ron Elliott has the latest.
In the heart of East Palestine, Mike McKim worries how business will be when he opens his new winery next month. The fiery derailment happened just a few blocks away, and he fears may have ruined his dream.
We have a stigma here that we're dirty. And it hurts everybody here.
Like many in this rural community of 4,700 people, he's grateful for the national attention, though doubtful it will last. Today, former President Trump, running for president again, visited.
Why don't you guys
and
just call
flamed
him
the Biden
Demon Trump and be done with it?
administration's
Because that's what the
response
fuck
to
he
the
is.
disaster in a county that gave Mr. Trump
There's nothing good about
40%
that
of its
bastard.
votes in 2020.
We have told you loud and clear you are not forgotten.
Shut
You
the
uh,
are
hell
not
up.
forgotten.
East Palestine
Oh, go
now
crawl back under the
is
rock you
hotspot.
came out of.
Tomorrow, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg criticized for not traveling here yet, expected to visit, with the NTSB set to release its preliminary report on the cause of the derailment. Investigators have said they're analyzing security camera footage of the train before the derailment and looking closely at whether there was a mechanical problem with an axle. Meanwhile, Jan Douglas keeps her focus on her family farm.
It's my job to take care of it, and I'm doing the best I can.
Douglas fled to escape the smoke from the controlled burn-off of hazardous chemicals, and now awaits more test results on her soil and water, and hopes to plant her soybeans and corn soon.
I trust science. I know some science, and so we'll see where that takes us, and then we'll make decisions accordingly.
Despite all the emotion and anxiety here, officials continue to emphasize that constant testing shows the air and water are safe. Lester?
Ron Allen, thank you. There's breaking news out of Florida where authorities say one person has been detained after multiple people were shot on a street near Orlando. The sheriff's office says it happened at the same location as another shooting earlier in the day that left a woman in her 20s dead. Several people have been taken to the hospital, their conditions unknown. We'll turn now to one of the central questions in the Alec Murdaugh trial. Will Murdaugh testify in his own defense? Murdaugh's legal team telling NBC News today they are considering calling him to the stand tomorrow. The once prominent South Carolina attorney is charged with murdering his wife and youngest son in 2021. In 60 seconds, the newly released image showing that Chinese spy balloon from up above. And as the housing market cools, why many Americans have regrets about the homes they bought at the height of the market. We hope you can stay with us.
You can always tell when Bella jumps up on the couch because he knocks a bunch of stuff over when he does.
Receptor antibodies. It may feel like the world is moving without you, but the picture is changing with VYVGART. In a clinical trial, participants achieved
Put this stuff in my box.
abilities with VYVGART.
Otherwise, it's just going to keep falling down.
And VYVGART helps clinical trials.
I need to stop sitting on my foot like this anyway because it's already going numb.
VYVGART may increase the risk of infection. In a clinical study, the most
one that I will keep out is my green man.
Respiratory tract infections. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or if you have symptoms that
Oh, that's just Pops, killing bugs.
Cause allergic reactions. The most common side effects include respiratory tract infection, headache, and urinary tract infection. Picture your life in motion with VYVGART.
My dang nose would quit itching.
Ask your neurologist if VYVGART could be right for you.
Tonight, a new image of that Chinese spy balloon shot down earlier this month. This photo taken from a military U-2 spy plane as the
and this one I try to keep over here too.
US. The spy balloon flew across the country before it was shot down off the East Coast and was later recovered by the military. Next to a major
waiting for my foot to wake up before I move.
Home sales continue to fall. Buyers may
oh, there's the needles and pins. Needles and pins going through my foot. Oh, that's the part I hate. Because you can't move until it stops tingling.
Sales in January were down more than 36% compared to last year.
Expedite, could you please, I don't know, make my little stopper to my bottle appear on the altar or something there?
Kate Fox bought her first home in March 2021. Now she's feeling buyer's remorse. Fox submitted an offer on the bungalow in Santa Rosa, California, the same day she saw it. She says she chose to waive the home inspection because she was comfortable with a recent inspection provided by the sellers. But when she moved in,
the hot water.
The pins and needles are
the first big rain.
Terrible.
The paint on the mantle started bubbling because there's a water leak.
During the pandemic's ultra-competitive market, some home buyers felt they had no choice but to waive inspection.
But I've learned from experience not to move until the tingling stops, because otherwise, it's god awful to try and, like when you put weight down on it or something. Oh,
found 75% of people
it's a very, very uncomfortable feeling.
2 years now have at least one regret about their new homes. Today, with the market potentially bottoming out, home buyers may be regaining bargaining power, but that won't help Fox.
Do you regret buying this house? I regret feeling the pressure of having to buy the house, and then also I regret not knowing what I didn't know.
She doesn't know if an inspection would have caught the issues, but she's now budgeting to renovate, committed to making her new house a home. Zinclair Samoa, NBC News, Santa Rosa, California.
We've got more to tell you about. Up next, the remarkable new images from the James Webb Space Telescope.
First 1 minute, the housing costs and stuff's going through the roof. The next minute, it's plummeting to the, to the most bottom of the earth.
If this were the real COVID-19, I would be in real trouble because I have asthma.
Costs haven't gone down.
And I have depression.
But people, not as many people are buying. That's the point.
And I struggle with my weight. For us,
it'll be a while, and then some prices will start dropping.
In fact,
which means we'll have a better chance of getting a slightly better house at the same price than what we could have gotten just a month ago.
Which is why you need to be ready and have a plan.
Other risk factors include heart disease or being inactive.
Even being over 50 or being a smoker can put you at serious risk.
Could that be you? Find out. Go to noplangroup.com and know your risk factors. Then make a plan.
Because if you get COVID on top of asthma, like I did, the last thing you want to do is wait and see. Be ready, have a plan. And ask your doctor about treatment options that may help.
When you shop Wayfair, you get big deals for your home every day. So big, we'll have you say, am I a big deal? Yeah, you are. Because it's a big deal when you get a big deal. Wayfair deals so big that you might get a big head. Because with savings so real, you can get your dream sofa for half the price. Wayfair, it's always a big deal. Wayfair, you get just what I
Stupid,
need.
silly commercials.
I was always a competitive one in our family. So my sister signed up for United Healthcare Medicare Advantage.
Of course, you know.
Now she's
I
got a
just
whole team
gotta
to help
have
get the most out of her plan. The coverage that's better than
pot holders like that.
vision, prescription drugs, and more.
Advantage me.
Can't wait till I turn 65.
AARP Medicare Advantage plans only from United Healthcare. Take advantage now at uhc.com/Medicare. Yours can lead us toward what's important. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor will help you open those doors by working with you on a retirement income plan designed to balance growth and guaranteed income. Because doors are meant to be open.
This I need to put back in the bathroom. That's my razor.
Spraying Flonase daily gives you long-lasting, non-drowsy relief.
That was some of the main,
All good.
clutter on the middle cushion I was trying to get rid of. And what are you doing?
Oh, there you go. You also need consumer setup. They'll talk to
Not you, him. He's looking around, and I'm like, what are you looking for? Weirdy? Yeah, he jumped down a few minutes ago.
US-based customer support starting at $20. Consumer setup.
The answer is. I'm sorry. You never ran from anything in your life, and you're not going to start now. You got to fight it. Wait a minute. Oh, snap. Dallas just covered the spread. We got the money, baby. Bang. Could you just thank you? Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Okay. What was it?
Stupid, 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 and more stupid.
Incredible new images in tonight from the James Webb Space Telescope, revealing what's believed to be 6 massive ancient galaxies dating back to within 600 million years of the Big Bang. Scientists say the sheer size of the galaxies is making them rethink their theories about the dawn of the universe.
Dad had to resort to putting his Kleenex here on the middle cushion. Well, excuse me. I thought you decided to leave him here because Bella keeps knocking him in the floor.
I just left them there. The American work week may be headed for the most profound change in nearly 100
Blame this
years.
shit on me.
With more companies
Thought you did it. You want to put him back on the table so he can knock him everywhere? Go ahead.
Changing. Really, it's been a wonderful experience.
Crowdfunding platform Kickstarter went from 5 to 4 days last year, hoping to offer a better work-life balance and retain valuable employees. Surprise! The company says productivity increased. Employees better rested and more engaged.
People are able to spend time with their families and spend time doing things they love and are happier at work and better at work as a result.
Similar findings from a large study involving 61 British companies that went to 4-day, 32-hour weeks last year. 92% say they're sticking with 4 days. 71% reported employees were less stressed and burned out. Most saying they're better able to balance home and family commitments, while company revenues actually increased by 35% on average. Researchers say the flex hours that came with the pandemic accelerated the paradigm shift, with many employees, not just white-collar workers, getting more free time. And now, 15% say no amount of money will convince them to go back to 5 days.
In the United States, we got a 5-day work week.
in the 1930s, and the pandemic really accelerated the thinking. It sort of opened employers' eyes to the idea that they could put in an innovation like this.
So far, larger companies have been slow to embrace the change. Some
Well, I guess so much for getting my molds today, so I hope the hell they do show up tomorrow.
It's hard to ask
So at least I'll have them.
Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
This is
Coming
just my
out faced
pillow.
with a rare diagnosis, the chance encounter that led to her life-saving treatment. Inspiring America is next.
I usually keep this in one of the many pouches I've crocheted in the.
Relapsing MS isn't
I
the
literally
only thing I have
crocheted one
going
just
on.
for this, and it
That's why my
hangs
doctor
from
now
the
chose
light in
Key
the bathroom.
Key Symptom's different. It's the only
Yeah.
B-cell treatment for RMS I can take at home once a month.
Because they look like they're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about yay big, or as far as like lengthwise, and maybe about that tall. Because like I said, it's just the head shot. It's just usually with the Green Man, it's a head shot. So it's just the face. It doesn't have a body with it.
I'm done.
Good for you.
I'll go back and see if either one of them sent me a friend request.
Oh, he's going to go see if Oakley or Hayden sent him a friend request on the game.
Yeah.
I'm out. Oh, well. I try to tend to look at that now as, when I run out. It's good to take a nice, healthy break from it, And I think I'm going to have to take the rest of these, which there ain't that many, and put them in a baggie. Because the sticky stuff on here don't sticky no more. And this is another thing I've been trying to clean off more too, is my my little cone incense burner thing here. Because it is metal, but it does still get, that classic burn mark on it. So I try to scrape off as much of it as I can. Because I've come up with the idea of when I want to burn, say, an incense cone on one of these, I can set it on top of it, put the cone on it, light it up. The most that'll happen is the wood will get warm, but it won't No, I didn't want them. I wanted my little, where'd it go? Have these been selling real good? The super hit? Have many of your customers been trying them or anything? Oh, I love the smell of these. And this time, I'm gonna set it on there, then take the lighter and light it. Okay, let me go put this back in the bathroom. Might as well put this somewhere else, because I don't have anything to smoke right now, so put my box of stuff over here. I'll be right back, sweetie. Ooh, this is the knife he was talking about that he's not too impressed with. Gotta find me a baggie to put these in. Because the sticky don't sticky no more. Ew! Oh God! You don't want to see that. How many dead roach carcasses are in this fucking box? Ew!
I'm killing them.
Good.
Not as fast as they breed, unfortunately.
I mean, roaches make fucking rabbits look like celibate, you know? Last baggie, sandwich baggie size. But that's okay because there ain't many of this pack of wipies left anyway. But see, the thing about this knife is it has a sheath, but you have to, there's a button on the bottom of it that you have to push before you can pull it out. And then when you go to put it back in, see, there's a piece that comes out when you push the button and pull it out. And then to put it back in its sheath, you just do that and it's back on. So I really don't want to do this. I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? Because for one, I got to figure out where I'm going to put the pieces, what I can put them in until I, go to use them, for cutting up the cauldron. Because I wanted to use the rest of these guys up first. This one is called Cow Pal. I don't know what that means or whatever, but it's got a nice scent to it. This is one of the, the big bars that you gave me in the first batch. And this, of course, is the wedding day that has the foot broke. Here's my salted caramel pumpkin. And the face of my Rex kitty. And I can see a big crystal sticking up out of the top of his head. It's a children's medicine. Here. Oh, it smells like that. Okay. Okay. Because I was like, huh? I've never heard of that, So I was trying to figure out what it was. Because there's sounds like the Cow Pal might be something along the lines of the amoxicillin that we have here. That is a pink liquid. It's at least one of the forms. It's the form they give, they'll a pediatrician will give out for a kid. And it's kind of like, when you take the little cold medicines, you got the little cup, or sometimes it'll be a dropper, like if it's a baby, that's still really young. And you can do it with a child, a toddler, or you can do it with a baby. And let me put on my eyeballs so I know I've missed a lot that you've been writing, and I apologize for that. Okay. Calpol. Okay. A paracetamol pink liquid here. You can buy it in any supermarket. Okay. Well, like I said, it sounds very much like the amoxicillin that we have here. But I mean, all my kids are pretty much grown, so there's no kids anymore that on this side of the pond. Everybody's all grown up on me. But I remember like any time that they would give it to one of my boys or something, when they were little, that they really liked the taste of it. And I guess that was kind of the whole idea, is if you make the medicine taste good, then the kid's going to be more likely to, to take it without fighting you. And as I recall, Michael's thing was Pepto-Bismol. Don't know why. When he was little, because it's a pink liquid too. It's for like stomach upset. It can help with diarrhea and stuff too. It does. It helps with indigestion, and it usually tells, I think, on the bottle or on the box what all it can help with. And he would get that stuff down off the shelf and just drink it. Okay, strawberry flavor. Yeah, I don't know what flavor they would class the amoxicillin to be, but the Pepto-Bismol or pink bismuth is another name for it. Oh, okay, so it's for pain relief. Yeah, like some of the ones we have here in the States is like they'll have baby Tylenol or liquid Tylenol that's like usually it's a very low dose, and it so don't take much, especially the smaller the child, because then it don't need as much to work through the child's system. Yeah, fever. And they usually the Tylenol here, the baby Tylenol or kids Tylenol or whatever children's comes with a dropper. So, and then the dropper has lines on it, which is different dosage amounts. And if it's a certain age child from like 12 and up or something like that, then you can go all the way to the top. If it's a younger child, then you give them a smaller dose, kind of thing. But yeah, Mike, I've never figured out why Michael's thing was Pepto-Bismol. And I mean, I would like try to put it up on the highest shelf that I could, and he would still find a way to get up there and get it, and he would just drink it. I'm like, why? What is so fascinating about Pepto-Bismol? But the Pepto-Bismol has, how would you describe the taste? It's not like too sugary sweet or anything, which is good. I want to say it has kind of like a mint, a very, very mild mint kind of flavor to it. So, but if you've never had any and you tried like a cup of it, just as a little capful or something, just to see what it tasted like, you'd know what I mean. Because again, across the pond where you're at, I don't know what kind of like cold remedies they have, or different like over the counter medicines you can get, like you were just talking about with the Calpol or whatever. But the Pepto-Bismol is nice because it can help. What it does is it coats the inner lining of the stomach, which can help to settle the stomach. And I'm not sure exactly how it gets rid of the indigestion or anything, but it also, like I said, it helps with other stuff. And I just could never figure that out, why he was so fascinated with, and you might as well say obsessed with, Pepto-Bismol and just wanting to drink it like he was opening a bottle of pop, And of course, Beethoven just decided to jump back up on the back of the couch. So when I do finally decide to cut up my cauldron here, I'll try to do a live, showing that I'm cutting it up, which is going to be, it'll probably be literally the last thing that I do melt down out of all the wax melts that I have of yours right now that you sent me. Because I love it so much, and it's unique to me, because you don't, I mean, yeah, we have other wax melt stuff here too, figurines probably that you can get and different things like that. But this one is special, knowing what I know now, especially, that you had the mold specially made for you. I think that's really cool. And the fact that you made it, and, I own one, it's going to be the hardest one for me to let go of and cut it up, to melt it down. So I'll that's what I call saving the best for last. Save the best for last. Mm-mm. Well, ding dang it. I ran out of drinkage. And because of, like I said, my burning episode earlier today, I'm a little afraid to drink fruit juice right now because I don't want it to do that to me again. Because whatever loosened me up, I don't want to do something that's just going to catalyze it and make it happen again. And my teeth. My teeth over here on the left side have been giving me trouble today too. Like right now, they're hurting. Excuse me, it only seems to be certain ones, but yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Where did I? Right. One thing I forgot about why I try to keep this handy. Because when the incense here, once it burns down to a certain point, I will knock it over on its side because that's the only way that it'll continue burning. But I ain't got nowhere to put my kitty cat. So I can, I guess I'll put him there. I just figured, sometimes when we're sitting here and stuff, especially when Kalika's on my lap, I try to find, a different spot to set the computer to where, you can still see us and everything, and it's not her way. Because she don't like it when mommy's on the computer and she's wanting to lay on my lap. So yeah, it's like anytime I eat anything anymore, it seems, or drink anything, the left side, my teeth on the left side, certain teeth are really, they just give me fits and give me trouble. And, not having any pain medication to take for it, you just got to suffer through it, and that's not fun. Okay, let me find my stir stick here. There, so I can tip that over on its side so the incense cone can finish burning. And I mean, like, even something like Numbs It or something like that, if I had it, I wouldn't want to use, because even though, yeah, it'll take the pain away pretty quick, it sends your saliva into overdrive, to where, like, you literally I would have to start having a freaking rag up to my mouth all the time, because the saliva would be so ridiculous, because, okay, the pain's gone, I've got the pain numbed, but then I have to deal with the freaking extra saliva output, and I don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Come on. Oh, I went over the limit. Hang on. I forgot you can only do like 200 words. So we'll just stop it there. There we go. But this, I mean, since it's just the two of us on here too, this is a way, some of the times, um, it's easier to type some stuff out, especially when it's personal, girly stuff that, nobody else really needs to hear, see, or whatever. And that's why I'm glad that it's just you and me on here right now. And it's because like if you write something that you only like, if I wrote something only I wanted you to see, then I would be like, okay, here, let me know when you're done reading this so I can remove it, kind of thing. Yeah. So but it's, ow, I don't know why I'm itching here. So even like, just drinking this ice water, I have to be careful that none of it gravitates or accidentally goes over on this side of my mouth, or you're going to see my eyes get real big like they're about to fall out of my head because it causes me so much pain. And like, a lot of times when we go to bed at night and we're done for the day, we're both tired, and we just want to sleep. One of the few ways sometimes that I can actually fall asleep is taking one of the Alka-Seltzer doses that you're only supposed to take for severe cold and flu. But because it helps me sleep, it helps with at least some of the pain, like from the fibromyalgia, from the lower back, chronic lower back pain and such. It helps with enough in my body and, wherever else inside of me that I need to shut down for the night, more or less, so that I can sleep, So I try not to take it too often because I don't want to develop an immunity to it, because as you know, if you take something too much, your body's gonna get used to it, and then it just won't work anymore. No matter how much of it you take, it just won't work because you overdid it. You were taking it for an unintended purpose. Okay. Now we do around here somewhere. We do have some sleepy time tea, which is one of my favorite herbal teas, and it's a natural remedy that you can drink at night before you go to bed. And usually, let's see, sometimes 1 cup will do me okay, and it'll be enough. Other times, it may take 1.5 to 2 cups before I finally start getting the drowsies, and I can realistically see where I can go in there, lay down now, and actually fall asleep. And then the nights that I hate even more is the ones where I'm laying there for 4 hours trying to fall asleep because I can't get my brain to shut the hell up so I can sleep. We have the melatonins also, which is over the counter, but those don't help with pain or anything. They're just strictly designed to help you sleep. If you go out and you try to buy something like a bottle of ZzzQuil, it's designed just for sleep. It's basically it's NyQuil, but they call it ZzzQuil because it's just designed to help you sleep. But because it's a name brand, unless you can find the generic version of it, you're going to pay a ridiculous, outrageous price, for it. And we can't afford that. We can't afford to be shelling out between 10 and you might as well say some of it can be as much as freaking almost $20 for a tiny little ass bottle that you hardly get any fucking tablets in the first place. And you're really, in essence, you're wasting your money. Or, the ZzzQuil, same thing. They make the packaging look bigger, so that you don't know that you're being ripped off, but then when you open it and you see that it's a little bottle, maybe about that big or something, and you're lucky to get a couple doses out of, it's not worth the money you waste on it. Yeah, exactly. And that's the kind of stuff that you really have to be careful. And because if you take it to a certain point, then you're going to develop an immunity to it, and it just won't work anymore. Then what do you do? What are your other options, kind of thing? It's pretty scary sometimes. um but like, look at me. I have absolutely nothing that I can take right now for back pain. The only thing I have are topical agents, where I have this, it's called a cold blue, like a blue gel stuff that has menthols and stuff like that in it, that I can scoop up some of it enough, but I have to put it on my own back, because something like that, I would rather try to do it myself than to bother Chris with it. So I reach back and then I put it on my back, pretty liberally. And then I try to sit there for a few minutes, or if I go to, because I have to usually take my skivvies down to a certain point to be able to get to my back. Exactly. Now we have a medication here, very much like that here in the States, called like Oxycontins, oxycodone. They come in many, like they have many different names and variations of names and this and that. So like the one of the things that I looked at one time, and for fibromyalgia, is Lyrica. So I was curious, and I was like, I know I'm going to regret this, but what the heck, I'm curious. So I went to our pharmacy over here at the Kroger, and I asked them, I said, I know I'm going to regret asking this question, but I just got to know. And they're like, what's that? I said, how much is Lyrica for like fibromyalgia? So she ran up the figures on a little calculator thing for me, the lady that I asked, and the pharmacist that tended me that time. And she said, over $600 for 30 months or 30-day supply. And I was like, what? And I was like, yep, that's what I thought. It's ridiculously priced, because there are certain pills that are considered narcotics, pretty much probably might be along the lines of some of what you take, and why they only give you 6 of them, for the migraines you suffer. Like when I came back from my surgery, I think they only gave me 10 of them, but they do warn you on the bottle, and I didn't listen. I didn't pay enough attention. All I knew was I was in pain, and I just wanted it to stop. Because when you're in pain like that, it's debilitating. Well, you're lucky then. And I mean, right now, yeah, pretty much most of the prescriptions that we get is through CareSource, so we don't pay anything. But like Maria, I feel kind of bad for her, because a lot of her medication she does have to pay a copay for, but it's a lot less than it once was. Yeah, you pay a reduced rate. We have something like that here. They base it off your income, and certain things will either qualify or disqualify you for that particular medicine. So I believe it was Oxys or something that they gave me. The pills were really tiny. They only gave me 10 of them. And you're only supposed to take one, every 6 hours for pain. And I mean, let's face it, that's when I did my hysterectomy surgery. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of pain until everything starts healing real good. I was taking one every 6 hours, and didn't realize until it was too late, and it happened, and got me so scared that me and Chris were both on the phone with the Ask a Nurse, which you can call them on the phone and say, hey, my wife is suffering this and this happened. What do we do? Oxycontins, or whatever those were, the form of oxys they gave me that time, was they were bounding me up, so I couldn't have a bowel movement, and that's the kind of stuff that can land you in the hospital. And if it's not tended too quickly enough, it could even kill you. I don't know, but I don't want to ever take that chance. So fibromyalgia medicine's out, which would be tremendously helpful for me right now, because it would help with the fibromyalgia, the overactive nerves. being able to have something strong enough that I can take it from my back that would, dull the pain, or if not, take it away altogether. Another favorite here that people love to get their hands on, and don't even ask me the street value, but I know it's probably pretty high, especially around here. We're like Pillhead Central around our neighborhood. Valiums, Darvocets, Oxy, any kind of Oxys, they're gonna be top sellers because people don't take them for pain so much as take them for the high they give you. They just take them to get high. They don't actually need them. And I remember one time, I think this was when Mom had broken her wrist. There was like a certain bone or something in her wrist that she broke because she had fall. She had a fall at the old place, and they ended up giving them to her something similar, like it was one of the Oxys or something like that, I think. And if she didn't want to, I think she filled the prescription, but she refused to take any. And even Alicia knew the street value of just like even one pill. And she's like, that is not a good thing. I should not know that. But throughout her life, there have been people that she has encountered and people that she has, thought maybe at one point were friends and then turned out they weren't. She ended up probably with a lot of information that really didn't serve any purpose. She just knew that, oh yeah, you can get $50 for one of those on the street, easy. So it's a market. It's a very profitable market if you can get the stuff and you can be convincing. Which doctors now, they're cracking down on. They're being very, very strict how often or who they will give stuff that is along the lines of narcotics. So when you're talking narcotics, unless you literally do buy them from the street, if a doctor don't prescribe them for you, it is because they're so strong. It is something that a doctor has to prescribe because it's too strong. And they got like these pill books out on the market here that you can get, that some of them have like little pictures, colored pictures of certain pills, tells you the name of the pill, tells you what it does. And, I don't know if it goes so far as to tell you the street value of a lot of the pills, but believe you me, there's a lot of that, I'm sure, going on around here. You got meth heads, you got crack heads, you got drug heads, you got pill heads. They just want to be high and drunk all the time. You can't get them locked up. It's harder to get them locked up because the cops just don't want to deal with it anymore because it is so widespread. So a lot of times when we hear gunshots go off outside the windows and stuff like that around here, it freaks me out as well as a lot of other people, because my first thought is, drug deal gone wrong, or, oh boy, some jackass left their gun out and let their kid get a hold of it. And now a kid's out here firing it off into the air like it's fun, like it's some fucking toy, and they don't care. They just don't fucking care. Until the kid kills somebody, then they're in trouble, because one, those kids are probably going to be taken from them by Children's Services. 2, the parents are probably going to go to jail. 3, they would be lucky if they would ever be allowed to see their kids again. 4, even if they did get a case plan, or Children's Services was willing to do a case plan with them, they would make it so hard, there's no way they would be able to complete it, because they want to keep those kids in foster care. Why? In certain situations, I can see where that is warranted to do so, but in certain situations, it's not. For every kid they have in foster care, they get a paycheck for housing, food, clothing, things that the kid needs to grow up, materials for school when they go to school every year, backpacks, winter clothes, summer clothes, shoes, just about anything you can think of. And they get a certain amount of money for every kid that they have in foster care. So of course they're going to go out and because they're greedy and they want to just fill their pockets with money while everybody else suffers, they will take kids a lot of times from homes that don't deserve to be taken, because the parents are actually innocent. They have done no wrong. They have done their very best to try and raise their children in a fucked up world like we live today. And that is easier said than done. So yeah, it's a scary place. We don't want to be here anymore. We're tired of being surrounded by drug heads and probably prostitution and just all kinds of the nasty, crazy stuff that you don't want to have anywhere near you. Not to mention the innocent children that get dragged into it as well. And you got these young girls, like some of them not even teens, that are selling their bodies to grown men. And too many people just turn their head and look the other way like it ain't no big thing. Well, I'm sorry to tell you people, but it is. Because you are basically, that child's future is being taken away. And because you don't give a rat's ass what happens to that innocent soul, you just look the other way and let them do it. It's not justifiable. There is never a right reason to do something like sell your body for money. I'm sorry, but there just isn't. Human trafficking is widespread. Young kids getting kidnapped, being brutally, I'll just spell it, raped, and then you just if you're lucky, you might find their body in a field somewhere, and by that time the perp is gone, the person that did it's long gone, and you gotta bury your child now because they were brutally murdered after that horrible thing was done to them. And it's just it's very alarming. Awful, yeah, for sure. And it's happening too many places anymore. So every day that goes by that we still don't have whatever the last piece of the puzzle is that we are anxiously waiting for, but still hasn't arrived in the mail, giving us the all clear, you qualify, blah, 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 start bidding on houses, good luck. And then we can finally pick one of the houses and start the planning stages of, getting stuff moved and getting stuff packed and getting stuff sorted and thrown away and, this and that. So it's less that you have to move. One thing that I've always wanted, and I will definitely have once we do get the house, if I have to build it with my own two hands, I want a greenhouse. I want my own Garden of Eden, more or less. But the only difference is it won't be a Garden of Eden so much as a Garden of Witchery, because there's going to be a lot of different herbs and stuff that I will grow, some of which, if you don't give them the right environment, the right amount of water, the right amount of soil, the right amount of food, the right amount of light, the right amount of cool, the right amount of hot, and then they're not going to thrive and blossom and this and that. Because and get this is probably one of the weirdest things that I have myself experienced. It was nothing bad, really. It was just, it kind of surprised me a little bit, but it was like, oh, okay. There is a greenhouse that I believe they may have grown since then, but if you want to look it up, they have a website. It's called Companion Plants. But it's here in the States. It's down in the country, what we would call down in the country. It's a very tricky place to get to unless you have the directions and know where to turn and where to go and this and that. I've only been there maybe once or twice. And belladonna, deadly nightshade, the pretty little bell-shaped flowers that grow the pretty little black berries in the center, that when you cut open one of the berries are full of seeds so that you can continue to grow them. But it's deadly nightshade. It's not something you want around pets because it'll kill them. It's poisonous. I had bought a seedling from Companion Plants one time, not to mention the long trip that I embarked on of driving all the way down to Companion Plants to get it, because I have yet to see a witch shop around here that would sell the live plant. You might be able to find a dehydrated version of it, or you might find a, belladonna, like it's all dried up and it's crumbled into little bits, Yeah, Companion Plants. You can get seeds from them. I don't know if they ship internationally, but even if they don't, and there's some seeds that you like, let me know. I'll get them to you, you know. Or I'll get them, I'll hold on to them until you can get back, or so. I mean, we would figure something out. I would try to help you get them if I could. But you can get seeds and you can get live plants. But if you get the live plants, which are usually a seedling, then it's going to have to be packed and shipped a very particular way that is going to keep the plant from the least amount of damage, to the point that when you get it, it's dead. You don't want that, because then there goes that money out the window. Belladonna is one of the hardest ones to find. It does have some good uses. It also is a deadly poison. So you got to know what the hell you're doing if you're going to use belladonna for any reason. Like, for instance, I would not recommend using it in a dry state and burning it, like on a charcoal or something, because the fumes that you would be inhaling, as well as your pets and your children, could be equally fatal. So be very, very careful and make sure you know everything there is to possibly know about belladonna. And there's more than one kind. The seedling that I was starting to speak of, that I'll finish talking about now, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood about yay tall. And that's the leaves sticking up from the pot. The pot itself was pretty on the small side. It was called Belladonna lutea, Lutea. And it was a form of belladonna, but the bell flowers had a different coloration to them, I think. And then when the berries grow out of the center of the flowers, if you've ever seen bluebells, for instance, if you want to attract fairies, get you some bluebells. I guarantee they're going to come around, because they love bluebells. And there's a park not far from us that it grows them in the wild. There's like a ton of them. So tell me fairies aren't in those woods. Oh yeah, they are. But if you're going to pick them in the wild like that, you better be safe about it. Ask the permission of the fairies and the spirits of that area, because if you just go in and pluck them out of the ground, they could cause you trouble. Snowbells? Oh, those sound pretty. But these are bluebells. They literally are the color of blue. And they say how you can tell when fairies are around. Now keep in mind, these are flowers. These are living things. You will hear them ring. So imagine sitting in the forest, just kind of kicking back. You got a little fire going. You're doing some witchy songs or doing a ritual or whatever, calling the fairies in particular. And you suddenly hear what sounds like a bell ringing. Because I don't know like what kind of pitch the bell would be, the ring would be, or anything. But supposedly fairies have the ability that if you listen, you can literally hear them ring. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. You want to talk about a fun experience, and this is something that you can actually enjoy with your children. But adults can have just as much fun with it. It's called fairy boat lights. What you're supposed to do is you get a big bowl of water. If you can do spring water, all the better. The more natural, the better. Filtered water, even if that's all you have, isn't that bad. But you get a big bowl, fill it with water, get you some walnut shells, cut them open, take the meat out of them, the nuts, and eat them or whatever. Throw them away if you don't like them. And then you take candles, birthday candles, the tiny ones, the little teeny tiny ones, and you break them in half. But I would use the whole thing. I would use like literally the whole candle. And then you fasten it into one of the walnut shells. You put them in the bowl of water. You make sure there's no fans on. You make sure there's no windows or doors open that can blow a breeze in. And you got to sit a certain distance away from the bowl so that they feel secure. And then you'll literally start seeing them dance around by themselves in the water. Like they'll start moving around like there's something in there, moving them around. And it's the fairies. You won't see the fairies, but if you're a child, remember they have the innocent sight, so they would probably be able to see them. Adults, it's a lot harder because you have to be able to be so in touch with the child in you that you would literally have to become that child again. Then you might be able to see them. But some of the words go, "Come, little ones, join in our play, and we will be friends both night and day." And there's, I think, like a few other words that go with it. You light the candles and you just kind of back off a little bit and just wait. And then before long, you'll see them. They'll slowly start moving around in the water. And there's no explanation of how it could be happening except one, because the fairies have heard your call and they come to play. And for them, something like that is play, because the walnut shells, when they're hollow and they got the meat taken out of them, they're lightweight. What I would use a lot of times, because I didn't have walnut shells handy, is I use the little tins that come with the tea lights, because you don't want something too heavy, because then it's just going to sink down to the bottom of the bowl and then that defeats the entire purpose. I haven't done ferry boat lights in, oh my, it's literally been that long ago. I was still living in Marysville, and I don't remember if it was during the time when we had Alicia yet or not. It's been that far back. So we're talking possibly even before the year 97 when she was born. Me and Adam one night did the ferry boat lights, which was in one of my witch books, told you how to do it and all the materials that you needed. And you know what? The tins worked just as well as the walnut shells. I guess the fairies like the walnut shells because they're natural. They're literally of the earth. Whereas the little tins aren't. They probably use elements, certain elements that maybe they incorporate from the earth to make the tin, but I don't know. So, but they worked. I would take one of the birthday candles, because they virtually have pretty much no weight to them, fasten it into the center of the little tin, put it in the water, and just sit there and watch them dance. Watch them move around the water, because the fairies were in there, playing and having a good time, and it's an experience. And then when me and Adam did them that time, he was sitting on the floor, I guess, or something. I think I was laying, because back then that was when we had our bed in the front room. I was laying on my stomach on the foot of the bed, watching the little boats move around, and out of the corner of his eye, which it always seems to be the peripheral vision, the vision that you almost never use, out of the corner of his eye, Adam said he very clearly saw a fairy the size of a small child, a toddler size, okay? The pointy ears, the little outfit and everything that they're classically known to wear. Think Peter Pan. Okay, think that image. And he said this little fairy was squatted down next to him. When the fairy noticed that Adam had noticed the fairy, it jumped up into the air, into a portal that only he could see at that moment, and it was gone. And I'm like, oh, dang, I wish I could have seen that, because that would have been cool. I would have really enjoyed that for sure. Okay, honey, I have to stop there, but I'll see if I can't find that book. I'll try to find it when you're here, because if it's not in the most immediate bookcases over here, it's in one of the others over here. So I'll see if I can find it, and I will literally write that down for you if you think that you and the boys would enjoy something like that. First off, do they even know you're a witch? Do you consider yourself a witch? Okay, because you got to be sure that they're okay with that, because that is definitely, in my opinion, that's a witchy realm related thing. But I need to do the ferry boat lights again sometime, because it's a lot of fun, and it's a family oriented thing, so everybody can enjoy it. And if you have little kids, they might actually see them. It's 10 to 8, which means it's almost 1 a.m. there. Do you want me to go ahead and cut the live off so you can get some sleep, or do you want to go a little bit longer? You tell me. I'm not trying to rush you off or anything like that, but at the same time, I don't want to feel like I'm keeping you up too long. It's the worry ward in me, I guess, that, oh, honey, you got to get some sleep. So I'll try to ask you, are you okay? Can you go a little bit longer, or do you want to just call it a night? Go ahead and I'll end the live, and then I'll see you on, the next live, either that I'm doing or that if you next day you feel up to doing your TikTok shop. Okay. There we go then. Love you. Blessed be. Thanks for the laughs. Thanks for crying with me, and I will see you next time. And we were on here 7 hours, 51 minutes, and some odd seconds. Yay! That's less than the 9 hours, but it's all right. It's fun. It's still fun. Love you too, honey. Good night. Love you. Love the boys. And remember, once this night's over, then we'll be down to 6 days, and you'll be here. Love you. Night. Good night.